Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this Nefer class. Your discipline, your example. I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a Nefer class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the...
I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too, to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You sit and you stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because it's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl. They gonna need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man, it's on.
The Per Em Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina. and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. You got the wrong people once again, man. You keep making it seem like you talking about I showed you cartoons. But let me tell you something. I don't be showing you cartoons, bro. I don't know who you talking to. The ancient Hebrews and Killer Priest, he knows as well. The ancient Hebrews didn't acknowledge.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. You got the wrong people once again, man. You keep making it seem like you talking about I showed you cartoons. But let me tell you something. I don't be showing you cartoons, bro. I don't know who you talking to. The ancient Hebrews and Killer Priest, he knows as well. The ancient Hebrews didn't acknowledge making graven images of themselves, but the other nations made images of us. But let's go into which we was talking about Atlantis and all that. Now look, y'all, you see that
5 minutes later.
All right.
His question now it's my time. Yes, I've answered the question, and now here's my time. Okay, so Mighty Hebrew, my good brother, I'm just gonna quote some things that you said in your last time period, in your last round or time frame. You said Hebrews do not make images. Did he say that, Killer Priest? Hebrews do not make images
of themselves.
And I'm talking about the prophets and the messiahs and the people of power. They don't make images. Okay, so therefore I should not be able to go to a Hebrew website and find images. Okay, now if everybody can see the screen, Annie also said, I don't make cartoons. I'm quoting him directly. I don't make cartoons, Tehuti. I don't know where you got that from. Did he say that? I don't make cartoons. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, Mighty Hebrew, my good brother. This is your website? Oh yeah, am I sharing? Sorry.
I can't see.
Okay, just to verify, because this could be an imitator. It could be somebody that's imitating you. But I just want to know, just yes or no, is this your website?
I can't see. I got the website.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for.
There's no.
It says, welcome to the Mighty Hebrew University School of Advanced Esoteric Theology.
Can Mighty Hebrew see the screen? I shared it. He should be able to.
I know what you're talking about. No, I can't. I know what you're talking about.
I'm just asking, is this your website? Just yes or no is fine.
Yes, it is. But that don't have nothing to do with.
Is this your website, my brother? I'm just curious. I want to make sure that nobody's imitating you. Is this your website?
That's my website.
Okay, on this website, as the crowd can see, there are two things that I brought up. I showed cartoons, and I said the Hebrews make cartoons and images of themselves today. Why do we find none of ancient times? Mighty Hebrew said, I don't make cartoons. You got the wrong one. I don't know where you got the idea from. I don't know where you got that idea from that I make cartoons. I'm on Mighty Hebrew's website, and on his website is a clear cartoon of a black man as a Hebrew, as a Hebrew chemist. So Mighty Hebrew, as a Hebrew, you're making images, and as a Hebrew, you're making cartoons. So let's just clarify that. So now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees with cartoons, now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees that as a Hebrew you can make images, I can move on. Thank you very much, Mighty Hebrew. This may be a 2-on-1. I think it's Mighty Hebrew and myself versus Mighty Hebrew. So thank you for helping me, and thank you for that website to verify that you do make cartoons. So let's move on now, please. Okay, good. So back to So back to real images. We're going to go back to images of real African people with artifacts that state their clear teachings. This is Mehi Pere, 1400 BC, the tomb of Mehi Pere, a brother with twisted hair and locks. Twisted hair, as you can see. This is his tomb. This is his body. Here's his belief system that was found inside of his tomb. He believes in the cows of Asar and the cows of Osiris and the bulls of Asar. This is his Book of the Dead, which shows that he believed in the Book of the Dead. Here is his Metanetter that he wrote. Here is him, drawn by his scribes. This is the papyrus that dates back 1400 BC. Here are the artifacts that were found in his tomb, demonstrating his belief system with the Shabti, with the symbols of Osiris. Here is more images of himself that they found. This is what I'm talking about. Finding artifacts from people that say that they are Hebrews. King David, Solomon, Joshua, Joseph, Job, any of the people with these kind of artifacts. These are drawings from the people, not this mighty Hebrew. Somebody's not coming up, but not this. This right here. I know it's not coming up, but yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up, but there it is. Here we go. Mighty Hebrew, your artist is awesome. I like him. I mean, I've never seen anybody look like this before, but we're going to take this as a strong, powerful black man. He's a chemist. I don't know if this is Enki. I don't know if Abraham had chemistry tools, or I'm not sure which prophet this actually represents, but he looks cool, handsome man, cool. But I just wanted to establish in my last 2 seconds that yes, mighty Hebrew, you have images and you show cartoons. Peace and love. Show the ancient ones, please. I love you. Peace.
We're gonna move right.
I was showing Hebrew, and then I got this one right here. Hang on a second. This one's also Hebrew, showing the firmament and Sheol.
Okay, this depiction right here, this is an ancient Hebrew tablet that's in the museum. This is an ancient Hebrew papyrus that we can date, or what is this?
There's a few you can choose from. We've got
the one that we were looking at, the one that I'm asking about, is that picture, that Hebrew picture.
This one's Hebrew, yeah.
That was found, that this picture was drawn by the ancient Hebrews?
There's quite a few drawings.
No, I'm not asking if there's quite a few. Maybe I'm not being, can I be heard? Okay, the image that was on the screen, can we go back to the image? I don't know why I keep jumping.
Because there's so many.
80, yeah, but can you stick to the one that you showed? That's why I like to do things step by step. I know everybody likes gish, gallop, and jump. Okay. I do things nice and slowly, and that's how you catch people. Nice and slow.
Okay, catch me.
The image that you're showing right there that's being called a Hebrew image, is this an ancient papyrus image in a museum, or that can be dated back to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
We're not familiar with museums, so no.
Can this be dated? This image that we're looking at here, this color image, this is an ancient. Why is it moving?
Oh, okay.
Everybody okay?
It's the same one.
No, okay, can we stick with the?
It's all the same one.
I know people like to jump. That's how you cause the chaos. You can forget the argument. This is why I win debates, because I stick with the one thing and I'm not moving. So the one image, I'm asking a straightforward question to everybody on the panel: is this an ancient Hebrew image that can be found dated to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
This exact CGI rendering of it? No.
Okay, on to the next person. Lord Jamar, is this your Hebrew image that you're presenting that can be traced back to the ancient Hebrews? Yes or no?
That is an image that I understand to be an ancient, their depiction of their cosmology.
Where can we find this ancient image?
Is that an actual one from some? I don't know, man. See,
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix is broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married second man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, where were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were
Check. Is this right? Check. Press A9 if you can hear me. Press A9 if you can hear me. Wonderful. Okay, here comes the nines. Wonderful. We have Basatut, Maka Aksafek with a 9. We have Amonet with a 9. Amonet Kot. Tehuti with a 9. We have Amun Ka. Tehuti with a 9. We have Angela Gates with a 9. We have Robert Williams, always right on time with a 9. We have, it says Nukpu, but Kespetu with a 9. Excellent. We have a lot of positive things in the room, a lot of positive words. Looking a little bit normal from yesterday. And one moment, let me try to fix one thing here. Okay, let's see if that. Okay, wonderful, excellent. We are here, everyone. That's a poo. Let's start off with a positive frequency. You have a lot of announcements, different announcements to make today. We have special requests. We have a discussion, live discussion that we're going to let everybody know about. We have. It says Boss Fee on the screen, but this is Anpu. Hotep to Anpu. Wonderful. Naku said, Kesbetu said, Hotep Saba, I will change my title soon. Hanu. Excellent, everyone. Yes, we have conversations, interesting, legendary conversations and things that are going to be resolved publicly and we'll discuss that when everybody comes to the panel. Okay, we're going to start off first off with the beautiful affirmation. Peace and love to the new people in the room. Are there any new people in the room? In the beginning, I saw one. I think one said, was it Erica? It was some name, and there was another person quoting Colossians or Thessalonians or something. There was some new people. If you're new, just press a 9. I'll give you a shout out and say peace to you and welcome to the House of a 10. If you are new, just press a 7 and I'll just shout out your name and greet you into the class. There's no negative judgments here. There's always judgment. You must judge to make a decision. Any decision you make takes a judgment. But there's no negative insultive judgments here. There's no screaming and yelling and name calling like you may see on the other channels. You are just going to get greeted, peace and love, and you sit back and watch the podcast. And if you want to interact, you can interact in the chat, or you can send your support to the podcast, to the House of a 10, to show that you appreciate the time that it takes to do this phenomenon. Right now, you don't know that it's a phenomenon, but at the end of this class, you will know. And once you send your support, you actually will be allowed to come up on the panel and turn your conversation from typing in the chat to actually letting us see your face and voice. We allow you to come up whether you are been following my teachings for 25, 36 years, or this is your first day, whichever it may be. So we're gonna, and we have an announcement about this too. An unfortunate announcement, but that hopefully can be repaired. But we have an announcement about that as well. And I know, Kesbetu, you're gonna pull out the spear, and I definitely want Tef, Jed, and Gabby, and everybody to be on the panel. Everybody, when I make that announcement, so that can be to be known what's happening with that. And Bishan Farah, you're going to get that announcement too, which is why you haven't received a MedNetter class since you requested one last week. So that's going to be an interesting announcement, but that'll be made and everyone on the panel a little bit later. But there's some very interesting announcements to make. But first, since there's no new people left in the room, they just came in to type in the Colossians, and I guess they're gone now. So we're going to go on with the introduction, which is the affirmation that has been echoing all across the globe from the House of the 10, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Nibiru. And this affirmation is over 3,500 years old, sentence by sentence, said by the indigenous people that created the first spiritual culture on the planet. And we're going to be saying that right now. So everyone that is new, if you're new, you can either say it with us or you can at least see what we're saying. And that's why I have the courtesy of always putting it up on the screen so people can see the exact words that the House of a 10 states and chants and says before we do anything of importance. So everybody ready? It's going to go up on the screen in a couple of moments. And let's see here. The StreamYard has changed. It's everything is tiny now. Okay, I see it. Okay, we're going to start on the count of 3. Ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3. Ankia ma'at un en es nintet aset ema'at min hapapet ema'at her and hu kiwi per ikut I live for ma'at I exist within her I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Wonderful, excellent. And then put the banner across the bottom of the screen.
Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Shout out to all the people that are watching that all seem to be veterans. I wish it was this reason, but yes, I am very busy, but the reason is not that. We'll be talking about that later, but Tua, for your courtesy, and we will be definitely making that update announcement later. Yeah, do you notice the screen looks different? StreamYard has changed different things. Okay, so let us continue, everyone. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Pod class. Welcome, everyone, to the HOUSEOFATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru. We appreciate everyone that puts in the energy to keep this phenomenon in existence. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. With me, of course, is one of the representatives of the very first inspirations that led to this, and that is the serpents and animals. Peace. Say peace to them. People may remember her. We used to call her Mamba. In the Medu, she represents the Kespet, so we call her also Kespetet, the feminine, and there's Kespet, the masculine, and that is the black soul. One of the original depictions of the bioenergetic projectable double was an image of a black soul. In the oldest book of immortality, the Per Em Haru. This is Kespetet. We also call her Mamba, because that means coming forth with light. When you look up the word black in the etymological dictionary, it's actually from the word bleak, which created the word bleach, which meant bright color. So when you bleach your clothes, they turn white because black was the original light, the combination of the 7 lights, 7 colors in the visual light spectrum. At any rate, let us continue. So there's no new people in the room. There's just our beautiful students and regular, consistent, the Min Ma'at supporters of the Tehuti Pod class. Peace and love to all of you. Peace and love to Bijan Farrell. Peace and love to Amu and Amunet. Peace and love to Robert Williams, Keth Betu, Ann Prue, Angela straight out the gates, and anybody else's name I didn't say. Peace and love to all of you that are in the room listening and watching, and to the new people that are watching. Excellent. What you're seeing here in front of you, for the people that may be new and watching, that may be too shy to type on the keyboard, because I know this new the new internet era, the new age era, created a frequency of introvertness, which causes people to be in little shells, as opposed to the days of Malcolm X and the Black Panthers and Elijah Muhammad, Khalid Muhammad, and Marcus Garvey, where everyone was out on the streets speaking loud microphones, fighting police, fighting injustice. You could see everybody. The meeting, there was no computers at the time, so there was no StreamYard. Everybody meet and greets in public, and everyone was out there, and you could see everybody speaking loud and proud. But with this new the new internet age and the computeristic age, people are more inside of shells and not as apt to interact with other humans due to the transference of what's called transhumanism, which is the transfer of human biology consciousness into AI consciousness, which I first started teaching on around 1994. And around 1994 was a time where I actually showed everyone one of the first transhumanistic police officers in Montgomery, Alabama, when I exposed and showed a police officer in 1994, which wasn't a human, which wasn't a man. And the police officer's eyes were camera lenses. You could see the lenses focusing. It was one of your first, what they call the RoboCops in the movie, but I showed my students and showed the people out on the streets live. This was when classes used to be different before the computer era. where I could take the people out and about, and we could literally walk down the street and see things and walk into churches, and I would take my class to the churches, take my class to the mosque. And one day we were walking out, and I said, "Here's one. This is a RoboCop. This is an AI. We didn't have the term AI back then, but this is an artificial intelligence creature that looks like a person to you, doesn't it? And it moved robotic. It looked just like a man, but it was much too muscular. It was more in the shape of a bodybuilder, which was strange. It was much more robust than a regular man, much more stiff, and the words and sentences were very rigid, and the eyes were definitely focusing as lenses. There was no regular pupils like we have. There was circles and like the Kodak camera back in the day. But since then and onwards, 1994 and onwards, the AI, the transhumanism came in, and people became much more introverted. The movement stopped. Instead of movements, there were only individual teachers. Instead of the Elijah Muhammads, the Noble Drew Alis, the Melachis, the Farrakhans, the Black Panther movement, everything was a movement. The Malcolm X's, and people had movements and structures. It just became individuals you could watch on DVDs with no structured movement, just individualistic. And then from there, it turned into computer. And then now there are actually no known Black leaders, as we are to call them, that are under any threat of assassination or attack, as they were back in the day. You would notice they were pinged off, even if they were Christian. Martin Luther King pinged off, and ping, Malcolm, everybody pinged off and destroyed. But today you don't see that because there's no threat, there's no movements, there's no structure. At any rate, for those who are too shy to type on the screen due to whatever the reason is, if you're new and just too shy to be known, still peace and love to you. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I started as a young child breaking people out of the matrix. My mother had told me when I was younger, a young child, before there was any true comprehension of what she was actually telling me, when she was describing her giving birth to me, she described it in a very interesting way. And the way that she described it to me as a child was that she was laying down in a hospital bed, and she was looking down, because laying down, you can only look down at your body. And there appeared some type of whirlwind-looking funnel-type shape, but she said it was light. It wasn't something physically tangible. It was kind of see-through, and it was funneling and spinning over the section of her womb. And she said eventually what it did is it spun until it went zoop, and it went into her womb. And as soon as that happened, she went into convulsions and went into contraction and went into the process of birthing myself. As a child, I had no comprehension of this story. I didn't know what I was being told. It was just interesting to me. It didn't seem to match the Bible. It didn't seem to match anything that anybody believed in. There was no continuation of the story as far as that energy was concerned. It was just that story. And then when I was born, she started giving me names. I have 2 birth certificates. She started giving me names that were all ancient names. They were all old names or biblical names, or what would be called Phoenician names, that all dealt with being on the right-hand side of God or being like God or something. And none of the other children afterwards had those type of names. And she just gave me these names, and I ended up with 2 birth certificates. And one of the names meant to be on the right-hand side of God, and the other one pertained to being a God. And I just took the story as something interesting, but didn't know where to go with that. As I continued in my childhood, I started having experiences with my younger brother of having dreams that were shared dreams. We would both wake up and talk about dreams that we had that were the same, being chased by the same type creatures around the house.
I realized later through examination, those were not dreams that we were having. Those were out-of-body experiences because we were describing the exact house that we were in detail as we were running from these entities. Some nights I would watch him and I would actually see some of the entities, these things walk over his body, and it was quite interesting to me. So ever since I was a youth, I was told stories about supernatural things and things that seemed spiritual, things that seemed that they existed past the physical realm of explanation. And I continued on with this curiosity. I continued on with that. There was nowhere really to go with it because everyone around me was a staunch Christian, and there was no one to talk about after we just got these stories and after I'd see what I'd see, and that would be the end of it. So I decided as a youth that I would be around these animals. I would go find ponds, rivers, forests, and I would place myself around animals for 4 hours or so a day. I would jump into the rivers, I would jump into the ponds, I would go into the forests with the animals, and I would just watch them, and I would examine them. And I would notice that they were very structured without any apparent communication. They didn't seem to hold long conversations, but yet they knew exactly what to do. I was very interested because it appeared like something non-physical, something that was not written down on paper without much long sentences and paragraphs and the yelling, screaming, and arguing and ordering that I would see people do with each other. It seems like all the ants knew exactly what to do. All the bees knew exactly what to do. Each beaver knew exactly how to make what it had to make out of a log. And I would never see the parents teach the baby beavers how to do that. The hawks knew how to kill. The snakes would come out of the egg immediately knowing how to kill and squeeze and wrap. Turtles would come out of the egg knowing exactly which way the river was. And I was like, can a human baby do that? Could a human baby come out of the womb and know which direction to move to? Can a human baby even move on its own? And I would notice that animals seem to have a structure. And I was very, very attracted to the structure without the argumentative side of the people. People were arguing about religions when I would be around them, screaming at each other, kicking people out of the house, breaking up relationships. Strange things were taking place because of a religion that never matched what any of the ancient cultures were. When I was a child, I would watch documentaries of old ancient tribes and Dogons and the people of Zimbabwe and Native American tribal videos, and I would watch National Geographic's Watch of the Animals, and I would notice that all of the ancient cultures all had animals involved within their spirituality. Every single one of them, whether it was the ancient Chinese, whether it was the Dogons, whether it was the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Nahi, what they call Navajo, Native Americans, of course, Kemet. There's no communication. I noticed that the language, if you see behind me, the language consists of animals, meaning that animals were necessary within all forms of spirituality. I would notice that this would extend into Christianity. Jesus was called the dove. Jesus was the lamb. Jesus was seen with doves flying, ascending to heaven. All type of animal work inside of these spiritual groups. So I would stay around animals and I would go around them and stay with them. I noticed something extremely interesting, and that was animals were converting people. The Hindus have the cow. Every single animal that just lives its regular life seems to have an effect on people where they need to have animal forms within their spirituality to reach immortality. I actually know of no spiritual movement, whether it's the totem poles, every spiritual movement group books seems to have animals involved as symbolism inside their spirituality in order to reach immortality. This meant to me that animals had a very impactful frequency that was affecting humans because the animals didn't care about the people.
The animals weren't trying to be like the people. The animals were living their animal life for millions of years, but it's the priests that go and put on the leopard skin and have the totem pole with the eagle representing this, and the snakes were the great turtle, the great mother turtle, all these different things. And I would say, what is it about the animals? Oh, they're uncorrupted. When people look at animals, they sense an ancient spirit of uncorruption. They sense that they feel safe, that they can use this animal. Why? Because it doesn't change. You see, if you're a Native American and you use the great turtle as an animal, and it was changing back and forth like people do. I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I like you, I'm a part of this movement, I'm leaving the movement, I'm heterosexual, I'm homosexual, I'm bi, I like weed, I don't like weed anymore, I like Doritos, I'm gonna go on fitness, I'm gonna get fat. If the turtles were doing that, they couldn't be used as a sacred symbol. Because by time the elder Native American's child is born and grows up, the child would say, this turtle's not acting the way that the spirituality represents. You see? So animals can't use people. People can't be used as a form of spirituality. And notice they never are. Because people are up, down. People switch emotion. I'm angry at you. I'm leaving you. I'm coming back. I like you. I don't like you. Arguing. I'm with this. I'm with that. People are wishy-washy and all over the place. They can't be as consistent as a turtle, as consistent as a bee. So it was safe for humans to use bees as symbols. The Nesubiti, the pharaoh symbol, was a bee. Why? Because when his child grows up, his child can use the same bee. And when that child grows up and has a child, that child can use the same bee as a symbol. Why? Because the bee behaves the exact same way that his father saw, that his father's mother saw for 3,000 years. The bee behaves the same, but people don't. So thus the animals were the first form of minma'at. They were the first form of consistency. We trusted that we could use a lion for strength. Why? Because the lion on the plain today behaves the same as the lion on the plain 300 years ago, which behaved the same as the male lion on the plain the day before, and the male lion in the field 400 to 8,000 years before that. So we felt safe that the animals were a symbol of consistency, and that's why we use them. People can't be used as that. So we sought our strength from their consistency because we were not. The totem pole should have people's face, right? Should have just people on it. Here's the chubby woman, here's the slim woman, here's the chubby man, here's the man with the six-pack, here's the man with the biceps, here's the man with the skinny legs. And it's not people. It's animals. Animals behind me. Even when you see the human body, Tehuti's head is an animal. And if I move this way, Neith is an animal, a serpent. Consistency. So they converted us. I tapped into that frequency by being around them for years upon years upon years as a child. I looked at their consistency. If you choose to be something, it is the truth, stay that thing. If you find fault in it, present the fault, prove it, and move on from that thing. But a beaver finds no fault in what he does with the log. The bee finds no fault in the honey. Therefore, bees have been making honey for thousands of years. You see? The rattlesnake finds no fault in the venom in the fangs, so it continues to produce that venom. Not all snakes do, though. But every single rattlesnake that has ever been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years does. Consistency. Because if it ever didn't produce it and it lost its tail, it would not be a rattlesnake anymore. Thus, you couldn't use it as a symbol. Because you'd have to say, that's not a rattlesnake. It doesn't shake its tail and it doesn't have the fangs. Like you can say with a person. So I took on the frequency by being away from people that were constantly shifting and moving their mentality from me. And I stayed around these animals. And I studied source knowledge. And I was influenced by source knowledge, being influenced by my mother's stories and different things that I experienced that showed that there was a life and there was a form of consciousness beyond this physical existence. And because I was away from the people, but going back and forth, back and forth, and I was around these and around the turtles, and I would bring them home, and I would stay in my bedroom with them, and I would look at them and go back out. I took on the frequency that did what the animals do. And what is that? That is to transform people from a state of a matrix or whatever lower state that they were in into a higher state with testimonies. Kemet, the Nile Valley, vibrated that frequency. And that is why you do not see anybody in Kemet having to go knock on any doors of the Babylonians. You don't see anybody in Kemet knocking on the doors of the Greeks. Do you want to convert to Ma'at? Ma'at is the truth. Zeus is wrong. You don't have to see that. But yet, the Babylonians, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Romans, all started converting to Ma'at. All started wearing the headdress. All the Greeks had Purim Haruz. The Greek leaders had Purim Haruz. The Romans started becoming buried with Purim Haruz. They started studying Ampu. Canaanites now started dressing in the Namith. How did they convert so many people into their spirituality? Do you see any stories of any of the pharaohs going around knocking on? Did the pharaohs conquer the Greeks and said, "You must now follow Ma'at"? No. The people of the Nile Valley, those who continue to follow, were as consistent as the animals that they use the language of. So that mere frequency of consistency and also teaching the truth, manifesting as something, transforms people by itself. When it's holding the frequency of the ancients, they have the ability to transform someone from whatever state that they are in, whether they are Buddhists, which we have here, whether they are Catholics, which we have here, whether they are Muslims, Hindus have here, all into Ma'at. By me simply going on Kill the Priest and conversing with Kill the Priest in the audience, people started converting. Without me saying to anyone on Kill the Priest, you must convert, come out of Christianity and come to Ma'at. I am here to give you the word of Ma'at. I am here to tell you that you must follow the Tehutian way. I never did that. I just existed as Tehuti because I carried the frequency that the animals carry, that the ancient Kemetians carry. And when that frequency is in existence, what does it do? It creates phenomenons that don't exist amongst the peers. When the people were here, the Kemetians were here, they started producing mathematics, geometry, ways of thinking, immortality books that never existed while other people on the planet were grunting. That's what was happening in 4000 BC with other cultures. There's no writing. There's no writing in Greece in 3000 BC. That's what's existing. There's no written language. There's no people talking, conversing, and creating architecture. When the phenomenon happens, the phenomenon raises the consciousness, where what you start to see is something that never existed on the planet before. The building, the structure that the animals were doing, that people weren't doing at first until they watched the animals. The termites were the ones who invented air conditioners. No people had that. They created housing. They created these things while humans were just evolving. That's what's happening. That's what was going on. While the animals are producing beehives and termite mounds and complex system of cities underneath the ground, ant colonies and
air passageways and ways that air can go through, and creating housing and creating bridges out of chemicals. The animals were doing that. The people watched that, and thus imitated and used the animals as consistency. So what you're seeing right here, everybody in front of you, what you're going to see if you're new, the people older already know this, what you're going to see is the phenomenon in front of you that no other peer, this is not happening anywhere else. Because when the frequency, the true frequency of Ma'at and the true frequency of the animals comes back, it creates that which doesn't ever exist anywhere around it. And thus at the Tehuti Pod class, what happens here at the Tehuti Pod class, welcome everyone for those who are brand new. What is it that happens here at the Tehuti Pod class that's not happening anywhere else? You actually raised your consciousness from whatever state you are in, asking questions which don't connect to any other question, that only pertain to what you're asking about. So somebody may say, well, I don't want to know about Kemet, but I want to ask about eczema, huh? Please tell me the conscious community, Kemet movement, that you can go to and get a 2-hour class on eczema just by sending a question in. Not with somebody talking from the top of their head, but documents, mathematical, scientific literature, ancient literature from 3,000 years ago, current literature exposing psyopses that are taking place. While the other person says, well, I don't want to know about eczema. I want to know about seeing spirits. This is the same movement now, the House of Aten, where you just asked a question about eczema, and now another question is sent in with reciprocity. What about seeing spirits outside of the visual light spectrum? If we just take those two topics and say, where on the planet Earth, what is the name of the movement you can go to and send a question in about eczema, and then send a question about visual light spectrum seeing spirits, and then you get a 3-hour, 2-hour class with pictures of the spirits. This isn't Google. This isn't Adobe. You're seeing pictures of the spirits that were originally asked to Tehuti. Please tell me if this is happening anywhere else on the planet. Somebody came in the class last week and says, this has happened before and after you, Tehuti. Please send the link, the book number, the video, the timestamp. Where? Where do you ask a question about spirits after asking a question about eczema, kidney failure, getting 2-hour classes, and then you get a 2.5-hour class on spirit glimpsing, while the other person in the class, in the same class, is getting a class on postpartum depression psyops, while getting images of the spirits that manifested? Is there a link somebody can put in the room? If we just take those two classes, we don't have to take my 984 classes. No, we don't. If we just take these two classes, where has this ever happened in Earth history? Ever. This is the phenomenon that's happening. This person says, well, I don't want to know about all that. I want to know about the Montauk Project. Nothing to do with postpartum, nothing to do with seeing spirits, a completely different psyop, and then you get the Kemetic origin. Where? Has there ever been a book, a video, a documentary that has the Kemetic origin coming from the mouths of the conspirators themselves, coming from the originators of the conspirators themselves, giving the Kemetic origin that inspired the Montauk Project from Kemetic birds? Has that ever happened in history? If not, this is a phenomenon. Or someone else can say, I'm pregnant. Are there symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the Matrix, like cravings? I don't want to know about the Montauk Project right now. I'm pregnant. I want to know about gestational diabetes. Huh? Wait a minute. You can go to a class where you just learn about the Montauk Project, seeing spirits and eczema, and learn about gestational diabetes. And if babies are conscious in the womb, how aware are babies in the womb? Do their personalities, likes, dislikes begin since conception? For example, there were certain things that I couldn't eat with my last 2 pregnancies, and there were certain foods that I really enjoyed eating. I had to eat my food in sections, because if I combined my food a certain way, it would cause for me to get nauseous, or I couldn't eat anymore. Aset, which is the baby that's born now, will become very active when she's hungry, and once I eat, she calms down. Sincerely, Gabby Lopez, who is now has a new name. Retetua. Is there anywhere in existence, any movement, any author book, any YouTube video, where in that one movement you get a 2-hour class on eczema, kidney failure, liver kidney disease, the solution to kidney disease, fatty liver failure, postpartum depression, seeing spirits, African origin of the Vesica Pisces, breastfeeding. This is all one movement now. This is all one movement. Does this exist? The Montauk Project, hippocampus area in the brain, exorcism, and somebody says, all that is awesome. Thank you, Tehuti. I greatly appreciate that. That is excellent. You've really helped everybody. What's your concern, young man? I want my physical body to look like a competitive bodybuilder. Huh? What movement is this? What comedic movement is this? Wait a minute. From seeing spirits to eczema to kidney failure to postpartum depression to babies having consciousness in the womb to the Montauk Project. Now you want to look like a bodybuilder? Is that in somebody's teachings? With the name of a book? What movement is that? You can send a question about wanting to change your physical body. Well, this one would be a tough one, because if Tehuti answers this question right and the person follows it, then they will be living proof of the teaching. What happens? Boom. Black Alucard, now known as Ampu, sends in his reciprocity of $100. And now we have before and after pictures. All here at the House of Attend the Tehuti Pod class. Does this phenomenon exist anywhere else in the world? No. Because while the Akus and the pyramids and Kemet were being built, did that phenomenon exist anywhere else in the world? No. While the pi ratio that we're going to be going over today, and the E constant, which we're going to be going over the E constant today, while the trinity of the pi ratio, the golden mean ratio, and the E constant was embedded inside the direct center square of the Aku, some 10,000 years ago, what was everyone else doing? Because when that frequency comes, phenomenons happen. That means you can start to view things and say, I've never seen this happen before. Never seen this happen before. I have a problem with my eyesight. Class on eyesight. Tehuti, you've never seen this movie, but I want a full class on it. Never ending story. You ever seen the movie, Tehuti? No. I did a 1 hour and 45 minutes, a 2-hour answer that blew this man away. If he's in the chat right now, he can give testimony. I've never seen this movie. I gave a 2-hour class on this movie. It's one of his favorite movies. It blew him away, and I never saw the movie. What movement is that? This person says, I've had hyperhidrosis since I was a child. Decades, almost 30 years now of this torture. I'm going to send in less. I'm going to send in less support than people pay for their Nikes, or people pay to go see 2 movies cost more than this. If you bring your family to go see 2 movies with the popcorn, it's more than this. I'm going to ask you to, can you heal the hyperhidrosis that I've had that my doctors couldn't fix? All the medicine, hospitals I went to, none of them couldn't fix. I'm going to send this question in as a pod class question, and boom, just as the other student's body turned into a bodybuilder, now we have a healing of hyperhidrosis from the Tehuti pod class. Does that exist? I just want, maybe it does. I just need a link. If there's a movement out there that's healing hyperhidrosis, transforming people into bodybuilders, and answering over 984 questions. This person says, I want to know about a whole different culture, Navajo skinwalkers. My mother has heart stroke. Tehuti, what do you know about that? And have testimonies after the class that the answers help the person. That's a phenomenon happening that everybody now can participate in while it's here. While it's here. We loved Kemet. We loved Kemet. People loved it. The ancient Kemetians that were there building the Akus and the great civilization, when you go there, they're not there anymore. When they were there, it was normal. Unless you were from another culture and said, no, this is a phenomenon. Who knows how long this phenomenon is going to be here? Let me be a part of it, support it, and move with it while it's here. And then boop, 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 boop. Now the culture that's there, now it's all Arabs and Europeans, they're tourists. Now people say, man, I wish I was back then. I wish I was back then. Well, how did it begin? Did it begin with the pyramid, pyramid popping up? Or did it begin with a few netters having consciousness, teaching, starting from scratch, creating a phenomenon while other people were across the world? And a few netters were creating a phenomenon, creating mathematics, geometry. They had to build something from scratch before building is built. You have to write things down on paper. You have to create mathematical codes. You have to have the Purim Haru for out-of-body experiences. Kemet didn't start off as a big civilization. Boom, boom, boom. And Kemet is horses, chariots. No, no, no. It starts off from dirt, from the ground up. But even the very beginning was a phenomenon. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the phenomenon. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Welcome to the House of Attend. This is happening nowhere else. And be a part of it and spread the word and let people know what's happening. People sending in money for the Matrix movie. Rigo, he got 4 series on it, on the Matrix movie. And to end it all off, one of the most important things that anybody could study in their spirituality, and that is making contact with the ancestors. Wait a minute, Tehuti, what do you mean? Making contact with the ancestors. And the ancestors making contact back. This brother, Beget Leisure, who's going to get his Ren very soon, sent in a question about his mother passing. His mother was alive when I was teaching the pod class. His mother passed away during the times that I was teaching the pod class. He said that's his favorite person in the world. That's his closest heart to him. He doesn't want to give her up. He knows that people teach about contacting the ancestors. He wants it to be real. He doesn't just want to read about it. He wants to know if there's a way he can contact his mother, have his mother come back to a form of existence that he can see and continue relationships with his mother. I said, yes. And then we did it. Does that exist somewhere? One person turns to a bodybuilder, one person has hyperhidrosis, liver, fatty acids, eczema, one person learning about the origins of libation, out-of-body experiences, protection from the succubus, and the other person having the ability to contact his deceased mother, and she now continues to speak with him. While another student said, well, Tehuti, what about my business? This is all fine and dandy. Because I always ask people, what about my business? And what about the money making? I want to make it in money. We have testimony. You want that too? Come do a one-on-one with me. I'm not going to teach that to the world, but send in it as a podcast question or do a one-on-one with me. I'll give your answer to you in a one-on-one. What happens? The person comes back to the podcast with testimony. It's somewhere on video. I'll find the video. Tehuti quadrupled my income with a business that Tehuti knew nothing about. I had a class with Tehuti on a business that he was completely unfamiliar with. I'm teaching him about the business. Tehuti just gave me what to practice magically pertaining to how to change my mind's frequency with the business. And I quadrupled, not doubled. Doubled is good. Is that good, right? If you can go somewhere and double your income, that'd be pretty good. He said, I quadrupled my income due to what I learned from Tehuti, through a certain magic that he taught me. We have people contacting and in relationships with their deceased parents here. We have people transforming their bodies into fitness trainers and bodybuilders. We have people understanding postpartum depression and gestational diabetes and giving birth to healthy babies here. Excuse me. And now we have people quadrupling their income here and only here. This is the only place that all of those things are happening. If it is happening somewhere else, please let us know. If not, understand that you are at the frequency of the House of a 10, A 10 was, let me come back to the screen. A 10 was a frequency that I was named after back in 1996 and 1997. A 10 was a frequency that I was named after. That's why I have the name Amenhotep, but still retain the Amenhotep. Not named Akhenaten, but Amenhotep with the frequency of the 10, and I brought it back. That's why this is called the House of the 10. I didn't want to start any type of organization and movement at first because of the flaws of the people that I said to this brother Ahati. I said, they're just going to leave. They're going to come suck up the information, use me up, and they're just going to leave. That's the nature of people. And then they're going to be gone. They're going to create some reason or problem that nobody had a witness for. Nobody can vouch for this ever happened. There's some type of thing, and they're going to be gone because people are not like the animals. They're not like these. They're going to find a reason to self-sabotage themselves. And they're going to be Tehuti was looking at me with his left eye. His left eye was jerking, and the tone of voice coming through his nostril was moving in a frequency I didn't like. That's what my heart told me. Everybody's like, and I've seen this since 1992. So I said, no, I don't want to start any type of group until the people are purified. So I brought into existence the resurrection of the term Peka Amku. I want to purify the people first before I start any type of group, because people, as you've seen, people leave, and nobody that has ever left the House of the 10 has any witness to why they're left. That means that I created a frequency that if you leave the House of the 10 and leave Tehuti, because of what's happening as an internal problem inside of you. Because if it was external, others could see it. I created that as a form of protection. Anything external can be seen by witnesses, and thus there would be proof of complaint or proof of something. And the person would say, yeah, I saw that too. That was a problem. We had a meeting about it. It was a problem. Yeah, I know. I feel what he's saying. Yeah, never in the House of the 10's history has anyone ever left the House of the 10 with any witness claim that was verified that Tehuti did wrong with them or was wrong with the teachings. It's never happened. I created that purposely because I said to the brother, I said, I will only create a movement if my interaction with the people is strictly on the teaching level or one-on-one, where the people give me reciprocity for the one-on-one, and then they give a testimony that it helped them. And then I come to the teach in the pod class. At that time it was in the pod class. I come to teach them, and that's it. Because if those are the only interactions that I have with people, all of those interactions, except for the one-on-ones, have witnesses. So I know when the people sell me out, when the people bail out and run away, when the people do leave, I'm out of here, whatever they do, anything that Tehuti does would have to have a witness. Because I set it up that I only interact with the people through witnesses, through when the other people are there. All of my actions are on the pod class, are in a one-on-one, which I'm paid for and thanked for, so there's no complaints about the one-on-one, are in the Metanet or Magic classes. You see? Or the Pathways events. So I created that purposely so that when anybody leaves the House of a 10, the whole House of a 10 can say together, I didn't see Tehuti do anything to that person. That person never had, well, there's no recorded complaint. There's no recorded complaint because, see, before you have to leave something, there has to be at least a complaint like, hey, this is not going right. I want to fix this. And I'd say, let's have a meeting on it. And then people would gather and present your case. And the other people would say, I see what he's saying. That's never happened in the House of a 10. I created a frequency of protection where people sabotage within themselves, and then their frequency switches, and then they have to run away. They have to run away with no witness of anything that's ever happened. So for the people that stuck around, and for the people that appreciate this, I will continue to do this because my teaching this week is as consistent as last week, which is consistent as the month before, which is consistent as Killer Priest, which is consistent as 2 years ago. There's no record of Tehuti switching around. Tehuti's a bad man. He abused me. I don't. Where? Who? Where? With who? What? Around who? What? What? Can we get a text message? Any recording of nothing? So those who stuck around are those who are like these, the animals. So this is the Tehuti Paul class, the House of Aten. For years and years and years, I taught without reciprocity. I said to the people that I will continue to do this if people show me they appreciate this. If there's a phenomenon taking place in your midst, we all show that we support it. Michael Jordan is a millionaire because his phenomenon was supported. Jason and Freddy Krueger are millionaires. The ones who play Jason and Freddy Krueger, millionaires, because to us, going that's some type of phenomenon. Tiger Woods is a phenomenon. The man that plays Wolverine, millionaire. Fresh Prince, millionaire. Kevin Hart, millionaires. These are supposed. Mike Tyson knocking people out. Those are phenomena that stand out. Elvis Presley. These are phenomena that stand out amongst the people. And when people see them, they're like, "Let me go see the next Avengers movie. Let me pay for popcorn. You see? Let me pay for more weed." We support that which stimulates us and that which we appreciate. So I said to the people, well, people appreciate the proven transformation of people. If I come with the energy of Kepara, testimonies that the teachings have transformed people, will people support it? So I went on Kill a Priest for almost a year with no support at all. Didn't want it, didn't ask for it. I said, what if people's lives start changing and they give testimonies? Then will it be supported? And I started the Tehuti Pa class in the most dangerous scenario ever, which is to say that I will answer your question, not mine. I do not come to the Pa class with a lecture that I want to teach on. The people pose the questions, and I have to come with a phenomenal 45-minute to 1.5 hour answer on a subject matter that I may not have woken up thinking about, such as today. Today there was a request. Last week there was a phenomenal class given on the origins of the Whitehouse, and then there was reciprocity sent in and requests for a part 2. So I said yes. I said to myself yes. And one of the particular people, who was known as Gabriel Lopez, who sent in the reciprocity, who's now known as Retetua, very special to me because of her relationship with the Jed and Nana and everything we've done with the raising up of the baby and her complete appreciation of me. I said, yes, we're going to do this class. And I told Nana to tell her, I think just this morning. The class that you're about to see today on the origins of the Whitehouse is nothing like the first class. This is much scarier. This is much more. This is nothing like the first class. The first class was about the unity of the Masons and Ptah being the middle of the White House, Hesperius, and all the geometry of the pediment and the pediments and the foot pediment meaning pyramid and all of that beautiful. This one is going to be about Euclid is in it, Pythagoras is in this, the Purim Haru is in it, slavery and torture is in this, presidents surrounding themselves with Heru, things that you've never seen before, different rooms that represent things you've never seen before, the Ka influencing the Pythagoras math that was used to influence all of the Masons that were associated with the White House. Geometry is in this. This is much different than part 1. On top of that, we're going to be getting into a much more District of Columbia. Last week was the Potomac River, and that being in a particular place to create the Native American frequency of where the Whitehouse would be based on George Washington's suggestion with that particular river of the duality spirit that the Algonquins say that it is. This is going to have the District of Columbia and why it is that, and how the District of Columbia is originating from this Euclidean mathematics that came from the origin and teachings of the Ka and Kemet. Never in the earth has this been taught, but because there was such a great response to the last week's class, and 90% of this I didn't have last week when I said, yeah, I have enough. I got some to do part 2. 90% of this, which you're about to hear today, came to me after what I already had. This is much, much more. This is going to change your perspective of reality. It's going to be beautiful. Also, we're going to have this coming up. For all the controversy, over 5 years ago, something took place, and the brother Sonetter wants it to take place, but we have to see if it's again. Is it taking place for the first time or again? Everybody wants to see me and Jabari debate. Most people don't understand what took place 5 years ago because the videos due to YouTube, Sonetter had to take them all off of this channel. History has been erased. Claims have been made, and a new paradigm has been created in Tehuti's. What has happened has been erased. So we're going to discuss if there's a future debate. I have no motivation. I don't have much motivation to debate really anyways, but I don't have a motivation to debate a topic which I supposedly already won. The motivation is not the same. I'm already beat somebody in a match, and the person, unless they're asked for a rematch, now that changes the paradigm. But as far as debating a topic that was already discussed, introduced as the first time, we're going to discuss if that's actually the case and come up with a solution to this. So everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podcast Support. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to put the link in the room so that the beautiful students come up to the panel, and then I'm going to come back and teach this these questions that were asked. Shout out to Miriam. I think Miriam has supported one. I'm not sure, but shout out to Miriam. I'd love to see you come onto the panel with your beautiful energy and that beautiful smile. Those glasses. Marianne Hood says, you're the best and you deserve the best since you all came back from Pathways. Your facial skin looks like a baby. Who is this Marianne? Marianne's great. Who's this? Baby, your face looks like a baby. Wait, let me... Since you all came back from Pathways, your facial skin looks like a baby. Your skin is shining and bright. I see myself with you all next year. Okay, Miriam. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, we got Amun and Amunet. Peace. Miriam says, I came back. Your face looks like a baby. I don't know. Shout out to Miriam and all those that came back with the baby face. What's going on? But that is a beautiful shout out to you, Marion Hood. And yes, you can come to the panel. I believe you've been around for a little bit. I've been seeing your comments pop up, and I'm sure somewhere you've supported. So definitely, she says, I see myself with you all next year. I see myself with you all next year. Okay. I'd love an elaboration on that. Is that next year at the Pathways? That'd be beautiful, or whatever it may be. It's all beautiful because November, December, January. I think next year's in 2 months. Huh? So whatever it is, whatever you're speaking about that's going to happen next year, we love it. It's going to be great, and we look forward to you. Shout out to Marion Hood. Peace and love to Amun and Amunet and Kefa, Eve, Ma'at, Tatu Kemba. I'll let you all speak. Greetings.
Greetings, Hotep Great Saba. How are you doing? Fantastic, wonderful, Tef.
Oh, I didn't know you were done. I thought you were saying about a Tef. Okay, yeah, me a Tef. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. Tua for asking. Thank you for your great appreciation. And I'm doing wonderful. I feel. Let me make the announcement. I was gonna wait for the Jed and Gabby to come on, but I feel wonderful with what's about to happen in a couple of days. I hinted to Amunet that something's gonna be happening, and I put her on a little mission, and she could not accomplish the mission. And I want to tell everybody right now, to show everybody what kind of guide and leader I am. How does Tehuti feel about Amunet not accomplishing the mission? I feel awesome. By Amunet not being able to accomplish the mission that I sent her on, showed me that something out there doesn't exist. And because it doesn't exist, it's an even better, she doesn't have to even do what I wanted her to do. The fact that it doesn't exist is better for me. It's better. It's better. So to you, Amunet, for not being able to accomplish the mission. You did great. You did great not being able to finish because it doesn't exist. This feels like the real Mandela effect, but it's a Mandela effect that's going to work in my favor. So I'm doing great. Thank you for asking, Amun. And we have the good brother. This brother, I haven't seen this brother in a while. This is Silos Congos. Peace, Silos Congos. Haven't seen you. Feel free to come up to the panel. You're definitely one of the supporters. I just peeked into the chat and saw that name pop up. Okay, doing great. Amunet, how are you doing?
Greetings, Great Saba. I am doing excellent, very well. I'm extremely happy to be here, happy that we are all alive and that you are our great partee and for every single thing that you do. Tehuti.
Nini Uk. Wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate and you keep up doing. I was just telling Nana that I was just talking about you and Retetua, and I was like, I say this sometimes about you, Retetua. There's some others, but right now it's you and Retetua. And I was like, if I could take you all's blood and start just randomly injecting it into other women, this would be the most powerful feminine movement, because between you and Retetua's energy, appreciation, all that you all are doing, all that Nana's happy for you all for, the relationship you all have with your mates, the relationship that you all have with your mates. You see, when you go on those other panels, you see a bunch of men screaming. I'm like, where are the women? Are there women a part of Black consciousness? Is there a woman a part of Kemet? Is there a woman a part of Ma'at? Is there a woman a part? Where are the women? It's a bunch of men screaming. How come the brothers aren't up there with their ladies talking, or their ladies should be up there and talking about the love? Even when I see couples up there, they're screaming at each other. So shout out to you for representing great female energy. And I wish we could multiply you about 15 times and Retetua about 15 times. I put harassed in there. I'll put a few females in there, but especially you two, because you two are fortunate enough to have mates and families. And I love to see how a female behaves around her male energy. And you and Retetua are doing great, and your men are very happy with you. That's all I need to hear.
You are very much for your never life-giving words. I appreciate them very much.
Okay, wonderful. And we got Nini Uk. And we got Kefa Ib Ma'at Fatu Kemba, who looks like he's on a ceiling. I don't know. It looks like that's a ceiling behind him, but that's some type of red wall. It looks very interesting. How you doing, good brother Kefa Ib?
What's up? What's up? What's up, Ma'at, Marie, Ma'at, Uncle Jasaneb, Per Aton, Uncle Jasaneb Saba, Tehuti Amun Hutebra, Tua for the Aku, Tua for the life-changing experiences, Tua for the consistency, Tua for the walking Ma'at, Tua for Ma'at, Tua for the Aku. Yeah, and tour all day, every day, Saba. You don't know. Big love, big Ma'at.
Big love, big Ma'at. Excellent. I need you to stay on. After one of the breaks, I'm going to make an announcement. Try to stay up. I know it's hard because what time is it over there right now?
Now it's 1:52.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Stay up. I got an announcement to make. Another announcement to make. I'm going to make one right now, and then I'm going to make an announcement later on in the class after I do the class. I want to do the class first, and I want Tef to be here. And I need to make an announcement that's going to pretty much affect everybody. But the first announcement is about something great that I want everybody to be at, and that's coming up soon. So nice to see you again. Kefa Ib Ma'at. I appreciate you. Yes, thank you. And to it for your appreciation. And on to the Jets, them Hemt Paut Ku. Peace and love to you, good brother. How are you?
Peace.
Thank you. Very low.
Insane.
What'd you say? Can you hear him?
Can y'all hear me?
I hearing you soft. He said this is insane. The same thing, volume low.
Oh, he said this is insane or this is in sync? I'm not sure what the answer fixed. I don't know what's going on.
Nah, it sounds like your volume gone even lower now.
Okay, we're gonna let you fix that, the Jed. Play with that and just say random things as you alter something. Even if somebody's talking, just say peace, and then I'll come back over to you. Play around the sound and just yell out words.
Peace.
Oh yeah, that was.
That's better.
Yeah,
that's way better. You sound like you're in a stadium now.
Oh man, let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Hotep Saba. Yeah. Peace and love to you, everybody on the panel. Most definitely, it's always good to see you, Saba. Definitely excited for the part 2. You said it was going to be completely different from the first one, so yeah, that'll be that's going to be very interesting to listen to and watch, and yeah, hope everything is going well with you, Saba. Hopefully everything is moving according to how you envisioned it, and yeah, Hotep and Henu.
Hotep and Henu, and yes, this is I don't know if you heard, but this is a special one for your mates. I announced that I have the ability to do a part 2, and within a couple seconds of the announcement, she made a request, and I told Nana to send her a message because of how beautiful she is and her energy, loyalty, and our set. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and do that, and have other information in there. So this one is a special one upon your mate's request. Usually when people ask for a part 2, it may be 2 podcasts later, 3 podcasts later. This one is the very next one, and I'm doing it for her and everybody, of course.
Yeah, to that, great Saba. No, I didn't know that, but no, it's always good. Hey.
Oh, you're muted now. I heard 8.
Oh, I said that's beautiful. I said, yeah, no, I didn't know that she asked for part 2. always tell her to just, hey, whatever you want to do, you just do. Like, I don't get in the way and none of those things. And so yeah, too. I'll let her know.
Oh no, she knows.
Oh,
She
okay,
was the first
okay.
one.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she said she's
that's
coming
good.
on.
Okay, good. That's good. But yeah, I'm excited for that.
Excellent. I'm going to take a break. We have a brother that I haven't seen here on a while. He was here really in the beginning, the very beginnings of the pod class, and even in the middle. He used to come on and play drums live, all kind of interesting things. And I'm going to ask, there's the drum right there. So I'm going to say peace and love to you, Silos Congos, and you can give your words, your appreciation, or whatever it is that's on your eve, and then I'm going to take a quick break. So peace and love to you, Silos Congos. And do you see the class topic today?
No, I have not. But I can say this. Greetings to everyone. I'm on tour, but I had to take a break because I'm in what you call celebratory state. I just lost my son transition. One of my sons transition. So I'm at that stage right now, so I just did a ceremony for him, cremated the body, did the ceremony, did everything I had to do. So he's with me. And I'm at that stage right now, but I'm going back on tour. I'll be in Panama City Sunday, Panama City, and then coming back to Tampa to play with the Gary Williams is a Stevie Wonder tribute band. So that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? But I have not seen, where do I find, is it Stepping Out of the Matrix?
No, the class of the title of the class, when you clicked on YouTube, did you see the thumbnail? And you see the title on the YouTube? I'll put it on if you don't see it. Here's the
Okay. No.
Okay,
I
here.
had to mute. Secret Origins of the Whitehouse. Ooh. And President of the White House and the Wings of Peru. Oh, interesting. Okay. Very interesting.
Yes,
and I see a lot of symbolism in there. Oh yeah. Next. Okay, I'm all ears.
Yeah, wonderful, brother. Condolences to your your son. I'm sorry to hear that. And you said you're in a state of, what's that word you use? You're in a state of what?
Celebratory. I mean, celebrating because, well, I kind of lean more towards that part in culture that we don't mourn because we don't want the etheric body to be weighted down, stay in limbo. So celebrate, bring joy and happiness so that he goes on this journey that he needs to go on. So I had to wrestle with that. That was a challenge with some family members because they still in that whole mourning. And I get it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I cry every day. So I get it, but I want him to be remembered like he was happy. He was a musician, also a rapper. I want to remember happy. And I believe that the comedic culture is like that. I think that's where I kind of lean towards it because one is I don't view caskets, actually a physical body in that dead state. I don't do that because I want to remember him. And I think that our ancestors and Kemet did the same thing. Want to remember your loved ones or the pharaoh, Saber are in a happy state, alive. Because that's the last thing you're going to register is that body in that state. And that's just the body. That's not the, there is body in there. That's not the energy there. So that's just one of my things. Yeah.
Beautiful way to view it. Excellent, and you're absolutely right. I did a class on that. That the word.
Oh, you did. Oh,
the word for joy, the word for tears of joy and happiness are the same word, and the mourning, lamentation, and happiness and celebration were the same in Kemet because we never had a word for death. There's no word for death in Metaneder. The word is mut, and it's the same word for mother, which means life. Because we saw a transition that the person didn't die. The person went into a state of mut, which means they're going to be reborn again, so there were happy mourners. There were mourners actually acting out the mourning because they were acting out what a set did for a star. But then there was a happiness that person followed the Purim Haru and continued. But I'm going to take a break right now. Nice to see you. Feel free to stay on and build with the. Are you in America? Are you out of? Where are you right now?
I'm in Tampa right now, but I'm heading to Panama City tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I just wanted to come on. Panama City. It's up on. I believe it's up on part of Florida or Georgia. It's like 6 hours from Tampa. I'm in Tampa. It's like 6 hours.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to actual Panama. I've been there, but no, I'm going to Panama City.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to take a break, and I want to know everybody before I leave. I got a message that my screen looks like Reels.
There's 2 different lives on your YouTube channel. One of the lives looks like the screen here on the left.
Okay. Right.
I like
see
that structure. And then one of the other lives looks normal, like the screen on the right.
Saba, you should see a button underneath your screen that says vertical. You can hide vertical or show vertical.
I have it right now. It says if I click on it, it says show vertical. So I took that off. Then if I click it, it'll show it, right? Show a preview of your vertical broadcast. If I click on it, show vertical, like that. And then if I hide vertical. Okay, I'm not sure. So I have 2 YouTubes.
Yeah, on YouTube it looks like it's viewed from a cell phone. But what's interesting is that it shows like that on my laptop, but when I look at the TV, it looks normal.
Yes.
Yes, there's 2 different lives happening at once. One is vertical, and one is horizontal. So on the phone, you're able to see both. You can choose which one to see.
Oh, so it says 7. I see it now. It says, what is this strange?
So, but you did have 2. You did have 2 notifications that the podcast was going to start in 30 minutes, like the 30-minute warning. And I remember seeing 2 notifications from YouTube. So maybe that's why. Yeah, you see that cell phone icon on that one at the very end of language. Yeah, so yes, it's what Amun said. Like you have 2 different lives going.
Why not have 2 different lives going on? Let me close down. One says 7 watching, one says 15. What is this strange stuff going on here? I'm not sure why that is. Someone find out for me what that is about. I don't know. I never chose that.
Yeah. When I go on YouTube, I just see the full screen, but it's like a delay. And then when I go to the StreamYard, right, I see both. Yeah, like you mentioned. Yeah. The vertical and also the horizontal.
Okay, so it looks like I have. Oh, you know what's interesting? It says I have 7 people in one room, 15 people in the other, but this here says 29 watching. I don't know. I don't know what the StreamYard is. StreamYard is doing some weird.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll find out anyways. But anybody listening, we'll if
24 watching. Yeah.
Said it's good. Okay, I'm gonna take a break right now, everybody. Peace and love. I shall be right back, and when I come back, we're gonna get into this. And I want everybody to know that is watching right now. This Monday, is that you laughing, CeeLo?
Yeah.
Are you laughing because of this?
Well, I'm laughing because I see Jabari and I see the boxing stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this, what'd you say?
Yeah, I see Jabari. Is that Jabari? I'm receiving that. Who's who?
Yeah, it's a Jabari. Oh yeah. So of course they already set it up with Floyd Mayweather punching out somebody, but they
jab.
They put Floyd Mayweather on my side, which
I think that's what I'm saying.
So the guy getting Jabari's called the Floyd Mayweather, but Floyd Mayweather's on my side punching the guy in Jabari. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what these.
I got 5 on you, brother. I got 5 on you.
Say that again, Silas. What did you say?
I have 5 on you. 5.
Oh yeah,
so betting. I'm betting 5 on you.
So this Monday, everybody who's watching the Tehuti podcast right now, come to Sonetter TV.
Oh, okay.
It should be on Sonetter TV. Come into the chat. Come watch what you are about to see. Anybody, all of my students, please record it.
Okay.
Please record it, because what you're about to see happen on Monday, this may be removed from YouTube. So please record it. If you thought the debate
I think I saw that debate. Yeah.
If the debate has been removed, but whatever it is that you think you've ever seen me do, whatever you've seen me do, this that you're about to see on Monday, I hope they don't shut the show down. I hope they keep the show playing. I hope they don't shut down the live. I hope it's not put on private for protection. But me and Jabari are gonna have another conversation on Monday, 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
p.m. That's my time. That's Pacific time. That would be 9:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
Everybody come to this. Watch what takes place when you see me and Jabari speak again.
Well, brother, is that fair? Because you use definitions and your explanations. I don't see it on the other. Is that fair?
Whatever you see me do before, what you're about to see Monday, I just hope they keep the YouTube going live. I hope that it's not. I hope I'm not kicked off of the panel. I'm going to be extremely respectful. I'm not going to say much words. I'm going to be extremely respectful. I'm going to discuss what me and Jabari are to discuss. And where's my thing? Where's my thing here? Where is it? Not that.
I got you.
Donate. Where is it? It's not that either. They must have took it off. Okay. It was. They took it. It's not here anymore. But whatever you all thought you saw before me do, whatever you thought you saw, you are about to see explicit surgery.
Nice.
I hope I'm not thrown off the show. I hope the show continues to go live. I hope it's not removed. You're going to see the most respectful, explicit surgery of a living being.
That's some serious words there.
with anesthetics. I don't want there to be pain involved until the anesthetics wears off. So we're going to complete the agenda. We're going to discuss what we have to discuss. And Nana says she hopes Jabari has insurance. I told him in Sonetter, I said, I want to be exposed. If what I'm saying is incorrect, I want to be exposed that I'm suffering dementia. I want it to be shown that for 4 years I've been saying something about a debate, and if that never happened, then I need to be examined, and I'm unqualified really to be a teacher. If for 4 years I've been saying a specific thing and it's untrue, then I need to be exposed. But while that exposing is going on, I'm going to be performing surgery. we'll see what happens, everybody. And don't be afraid. Let it happen. What was that movie? What was it? Saving Private Ryan? I don't know. The guy was on top of somebody with a knife. He was laying on top of him, and it was like, it's okay.
He needs a dolly also. Get a dolly so you can wheel him out. When you're done, put him on a dolly and just wheel him out. Yeah.
Whatever is discussed, especially, and if the conversation of the Nibiru being real, it's going to come up because people are going to come on the panel and turn it into that. But we have some unfinished business from the last discussion to finish up to see what's really going to happen so that we can move on to the future. Is there going to be a debate? Is there going to be a rematch? What's actually going to take place? And just everybody come Monday, 6:30. I'll be back, everybody, in about 5 or so minutes to continue on with this beautiful question. Peace and love, everybody. And Hotep for now. I'll be right back. You all build. Peace. Hotep.
Thank you.
Peace and love. Enjoy your break, Saba.
Enjoy your break.
Thank you very much.
Anybody know the topic of this debate that they're gonna have? Anybody know the topic
No,
of the debate?
I think they're gonna discuss what topic they want to debate on that. That's gonna be better than on Monday too. It's better than Monday Night Football. That's gonna be good.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know about that. No, I was kidding.
That's that right there.
Yeah.
You're talking about the battle of comedic teachings right there.
Right. Because
I hope it goes exactly how Saba plans it to go. And that's gonna be nice. I like the little picture that Sonnetter put on there, man. That's the jabby jab.
I gotta take it out.
Knockout punch that he always talking about. But yeah, that's gonna be cool. Hey, Kefa, I ain't forgot about you, Kefa. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you up this week, brother. I haven't forgot about you. We definitely we gonna link, man. I ain't forgot about you. Just give me a little bit.
Don't forget.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That it's 2 o'clock in the morning over there with you at, man. We gonna figure some things out. But shouts out to Amunet. Hopefully y'all doing well. You know what? Hey, let's test some things out right now. So you know what I mean. Since Saba not on, let me see if y'all can hear these noises. So let me see. What about that?
You can hear the volume. You can hear the volume is good. The quality isn't that clear though.
Got you. All right. Yeah, we definitely gotta work this out, man. Let me see.
Yeah, your volume good. It's just the quality of the sound.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to make sure I get this right. And okay. What about now?
Now we can't hear anything.
Not hear anything, right?
Yeah, I'll work on that. I don't want to. Y'all can still talk. Let me work. When I play it and y'all hear it, then just let me know. But y'all talk while I figure that out. Let me.
Okay,
well, I had Hotep. I have a little bit of history with Sonetta on that show, so I have to just probably revisit it again. But I kind of like step back. You know, I did a couple of seminars on there, but you know, my life got so complicated with a lot of other things. You know. But yeah, it'd be interesting. It's very interesting. You know, I didn't know it was still going on. To be honest with you, you know, the whole Sonetta and debating. So I'm based in Tampa, where everyone is. Saba is in California. You say Pacific. Tehuti is in California, right?
Yeah. Saba based in California.
That's what you mentioned, Pacific. Okay, and everybody else is from California, or?
No, everybody's scattered all over worldwide.
All over the world. All right.
Yeah,
I hear a heavy accent. I hear a heavy accent there.
Yeah, I'm from St. Martin, all the way in the Caribbean, but I in Europe now, all the way across the ocean, you know. So yeah,
Jamaica?
So Saba say, nah, Soliga, close to Jamaica, almost the same
Okay,
thing.
okay, no, the island,
Yeah. So the islands is like the same Eastern time.
Yeah. Because my parents are from Puerto Rico, but I'm Haitian, raised up in Puerto Rico. My family, Haiti, and went to Puerto Rico. But I'm born in the Bronx, as you can probably hear from my accent. I'm in the Bronx. That's where I'm born and raised.
Okay. I was just in the Bronx a couple months ago.
Nice.
Okay, that's enough for.
Yeah. I haven't been there in 25 years, I think. Yeah. And I see Amunet.
Yes. Peace to you, Steelers Conga. Thank you for being on the panel, and my condolences to
Thank you,
Sean. Thank you all for being here again, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the conversation with Jabari and Saba goes. It'll be very interesting. You can tell that Saba is very focused, ready, determined, and definitely looking forward to seeing how everybody reacts and how Saba goes about handling certain situations and progressing into new things. Everybody make sure to be there, either support Saba Tehuti. There's a lot of people there that definitely support the ISFET, that support the chaos.
ISFET, yeah.
So to have all the support, the love to help build truth, mod with Saba Tehuti is definitely needed. So everybody, please make sure that you're there. Support Saba in the chat. Do what you can do, because you know that in the chat, there's gonna be a whole bunch of different types of craziness. For the Saba for going on and for doing this, I know that Saba, he does a lot of the debates to teach people. Really, at the end of the day, he doesn't have to talk to anybody, debate anybody. He doesn't have to do any of that, but he still does to teach people. Even though the original Jabari debate is gone, I still do remember it. I remember the whole thing about the sun on the head and all that different type of craziness and stuff like that. That was a very good debate, and I watched it a lot, and it really did expose the way that certain people view certain things. It's really interesting. Hope everybody one day can get past the things that they personally made up themselves within their own head or were taught by someone else, by something they made up, and instead look at the artifacts of their ancestors. I know that the original debate was about does the Neteru exist, and it doesn't matter what I say or anyone else says, because our ancestors did say they exist. So,
but let me interject because I like to laugh and come in. We come from the same school, Saba and myself. I'm not going to reveal that, but we come from the same training in school from way, way back. But I can tell you this, he doesn't want me in his corner. Why? Because in his corner, I'm going to be like, hey, Saba, 1, 3, 1, 3. And he's going to be like, 1, 3. But where's the 2? You get that. You know what I'm saying? That's a joke. That's it, you know. I did that with a friend of mine. We went out one time and he wanted to get on a ring, boxing ring in a club. They be boxing. So, you know, we on his corner like, yo, you got this. Come on. Boom, 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 boom. Man. And that's all I kept telling him. Hey, 1, 3, 1, 3. Hey, block the punch with your face. Block it with your face. So we're in the corner hecking him, you know. The guy came with an uppercut. Bah! Got him in the belly. He go, oh, it's time for you to leave. You know what I'm saying? It's a little humor. Yeah. Our ancestors, my ancestors there were a lot of humor. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's good to laugh and get things out, like you know what I've just experienced. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody experienced that. You know, the loss of a child like that. But you have to, you know, again, joy. And I wanted to know the word. I was gonna ask Tehuti the word for joy. Anybody know the word for joy in Kemetic, in Metaneta? For joy, happiness, during the situations like that. Anyone, right?
I don't remember the word exactly, but it is in the class that Saba has about laughter and crying and why we laugh.
Right. Yeah, which is the other side of crying. Yeah, it's so the nature. Well, if you think in duality, you know, pain and pleasure. More pleasure that you seek, the more pain you're gonna get. You know what I'm saying? That's the way nature balances itself. You know what I'm saying? And you know, but
also both of them result in crying. Enough pain when you both of them result in crying. When you have enough pleasure, a whole bunch of pleasure, you cry, and then when you're in a lot of pain, you cry. Yeah.
Yeah, I know people that they laugh and they cry at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I laugh, and when I cry. But crying, after you cry, what I experience, this is a dark, a very strange feeling that I feel. You know, it's like a void. And I notice that when I do cry, let it happen. After that, it's you know, oh man. And the reason why I decided to come here, we're here now. Really, because my son Joshua, I'm forming a foundation. He was a lot. He enjoyed comedy. I taught him when he was young. You know what I'm saying? You know, I gave him the instructions on the Quran at that time. A Sufi, because I grew up as a Sufi for 5 years. I was in the Sufi temple. I was an escort ambassador to the Prime Minister of Sudan, and I was in Bushwick in Brooklyn. And then my son, you know, he always liked this type of knowledge. You know, he enjoyed it. You know, it's like he knew it. A few books. Tehuti Mas had a book about the warrior. That was good. I don't know if Saba has a book out or anything. I don't think I have it. But there was a book out. I think Billy Carson's name put a book of the Emerald Tablets and stuff. My son loved it. But those are Emerald Tablets. Those are old. Those are principles that goes way, way back eons. You know what I'm saying? So when I see this pop up, I'm like, yo, and it's an honor, you know. I got a little time.
Saba have an insane class about 2 months ago about the warriors, Tehutimos. Like, yeah, Saba have an insane class like 2 months ago. He have he have a class on like
on the martial arts stuff from the SMI class on. Yeah, and that type of because if you I believe there are the papyrus that shows the movement, you know, the martial art movements. That's deep, yeah. And I know Tehuti must be pretty good at that, you know. That's the thing. I'm not. Further, I studied was Hapkido with Steven Seagal Hapkido, and I study a little bit, of you know, mixture of different styles, you know, with a pretty good friend of mine. You know, but yeah, all of that goes way back. That's actually in the papyrus. That'd be interesting to get that. But yeah, so the class, wow. I mean, I missed a lot of classes.
This class is like 2 months ago.
So you can still find on YouTube then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back and look for it. Look on the archive.
A real Nefer class.
Yeah, because my brother, I know him for a while, and he's got a very good teaching method. Because you know, I've seen him like when he was young, and coming up as a triad, and he was on it as a triad with 3 brothers, and he was powerful. Yeah, I was a more of a Sufi spiritual master, so it was kind of different. The Kemetic stuff I came into later on with AEO, but I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to learn, and I'm happy that my brother here, Tehuti, is very sufficient in that. You know, very efficient in that study that we can learn from that. You know what I'm saying? To add on to, you know, to our reality, really, reality. Because everything, there is no past or future. It's the present now. And a lot of times when I see them like remedies, you know what I'm saying? Ingredients that we can use in today's life. You know what I'm saying? Property management, because you can imagine the chemistry, man, even thugs, you know what I'm saying? They had thugs. I just learned the other day they had a serial killer. I was like, what? You know, they had, you know, and I'm like, well, what would you do if you young, living in that time, you young and you hanging out with your boys, you probably be in the corner, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yo, you know, kicking knowledge. Like we always, it's something we always did, like in the Bronx, you know, the hip hop. We get in a circle and we kick knowledge, cipher. We held cipher. I can imagine the cipher that was held in ancient time, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a custom, you know, and the custom still carries on to this day, you know? No past or future, it's now, it's happening now, happening always, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Minma
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, consistency.
Yeah.
Saba definitely just echo that consistency.
And that's great. Those are keys and remedies that we can actually draw from, you know what I'm saying? And make you see reality a certain way, because those words have power. If I go see or hui or hika, those are words of power. Those to me, you know, hua, sia, and hika are words of power. For me, I don't know how anybody else would use it, but that's, you know, that's what I see, you know.
For me too, I just use those words. I just take them straight from Saba and then put them in my life.
Apply it to your everyday life. Apply to your everyday life. Like Hotep, I learned, I don't know, maybe you guys can educate me on this, but Hotep, like, it's offering. So I had one of my cousins, the first one I noticed that when she came, you know, the family mourning, you know, that's why she brought a plate of food that she cooked, you know, Japanese. She was the only one that came with a plate, bro, to my house. Like, here, that's Hotep. You know what I'm saying? That's offering, peaceful offering. Here, make this plate, enjoy it, and bring you joy and happiness. That's how I saw it. And I don't know, you know, I mean, you know.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Saba does teach.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would teach that, and because I think I might have heard something in, you know, back to back in a couple of other classes, you know, might have mentioned that. So I saw that in real, you know what I'm saying? I saw it in real time. Oh, that's in real time.
Yeah.
So now when you go visit somebody, you know what I'm saying, or the morning or visit or birth of a baby or whatever, you bring something. You know what I'm saying? Bring something. In the Taino culture, they bring cigars. Every culture has something different. They bring cigars. You know what I'm saying? They bring a cigar, present it to you, and you start puffing on cigars. Natural cigars, you know. I think the Native American, the peace pipe was part of that. You know, you sit down with me, offer you this, because, you know, I think in Sufi, we sit down and play the food, you know, together, you know, offer it, you know. Great instances, real time.
Hotel Nana.
Hi. Yeah, no, I'm like, this is not Tehuti. I'm kidding. Blessings. Greetings.
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see everybody. How's everyone? Haven't seen everyone since the pathways, really. But before I say anything, I just want to make an announcement. But before I do, I'd just like to, again, support what supports you, everyone. You are about to be in for a wonderful, wonderful surprise, wonderful treat, wonderful overdrive, as always. I have no idea what it's going to be, but at the same time, I already know it's going to be. It's going to be the business, as they say. So, so tune in and please support what supports you. Very, very, very important. And also, just wanted to let you know that there will be. Just wanted to announce that as far as in monthly dues, that will be underway. We are working on things for that to get things back going and back running smooth again. With just kind of like how it was before, as far as in where there was a monthly, monthly dues.
That's a good idea. Beautiful.
I'm sorry, were you saying something?
No, I'm just saying that beautiful. Yeah, great idea. I just have to look for my other phone, the Cash App. I don't know, for some reason this iPhone, his Cash App disappeared. Jeez. I'm gonna look to see if I still got. Just excuse me one second while I look for my other phone. And
okay, so yes, I just wanted to let everyone know, because I know there was people that were giving monthly dues, and then, as we all know, it got shut down and cut off. But of course, that is still something that we need to help the HOA exist and flow correctly. So yes. So how is everyone? How's everyone doing? How did everybody enjoy? Or everybody here happened to be at the pathways. So how's it go? How are you? Kefa Eid Ma'at Batu Kemba. How's that going for you? Any changes? Anything happened that you could tell it has to do with your name?
It's just Min Ma'at from here, Nana, from time Saba come in my life, the Heka start, and then I come on the panel, the Heka went up, and then I meet Saba in person, the Heka went up higher again, then I get my rent, and it still feel like it's just the beginning, so to get a rent like that have such a beginning that is so much more to my rent, because I was learning about my rent before I get my rent, and then when I get my rent, I wonder like how come Saba give me that rent, like how we come up with that. And it's just so never cause my rent so deep, and I even went through the things that other class I went through, where the rent popping up in class, but I can't even see that, because I have to Kemba in my rent, so it's every class my rent in there, yeah, Kefa Eid Ma'at. Yeah, 432. Yeah, so I was learning about my rent before my rent, not knowing that would be my rent. So I want to go back and learn those things, and then Sabo going to teach me more on top of that. So it's never infinite.
Okay, cool. Well, congratulations. I'm very, very excited for you. I know because it's more than one, I said this to a couple of the sisters earlier this week, but because it's more than one, it's like you gradually graduate within each name. Each name is a lifetime because there's so much each name means, so it's a beautiful thing. And I am proud of you and happy for you, and just, just keep going, Shem in my eye always. So a very, very beautiful, very, very never. I also, since I do have brothers here, this is not just limited to the brothers, but for November 23rd, there's going to be and it's somebody could put that in the chat too. But November 23rd, which is a Sunday, there will be the SWG is having their last meeting for the year, and as some of you know, it is an open one, and we invite the brothers in the last one. So the time is from 1 to 5. The Pacific Standard Time, my time here in LA. So yes, so just you will get more information on the Discord and in certain texts, and also if you are interested, Amun is Amunette there, or she's asleep?
She's here.
Oh, okay. Amunette, if you can put the SWG if you can put the SWG email up for everyone, so if you are interested, then please let us know. Please let us know. We don't have a flyer, but again, this is just kind of like a flash, just the last week before. And okay, and then speaking of Ren, Ratetua, she may not be able to physically be there, but there's something that her participation will be talking about her name and Amunet as well. And we'll see. And then this will be Harass is part of it now as well. So this will be her first time having one like this, a meeting like this. So I have to prep her as well. But I am looking forward to doing that and sharing with you all the lesson that we'll be having.
To Anna for allowing us males to come to the last womb circle, for all that you do for the sisters, and to for what you're going to do for us as well, and what you do for the sisters that affect us as well. I can speak personally for myself, what you do for Amunet, what you do for Amunet, and what you have her do and guide her to do various different things definitely affects our family, our house. So thank you very much for all that you do.
Oh, you're very welcome, Nini Ook. Yay. Okay. When the Jed, when we were when you were doing the sounds and seeing if we could hear the sounds when you were doing that, we couldn't hear the sounds. We could definitely hear our set.
Man, I should just bring her up here and just let her She likes to do that and let them scream.
Yeah,
just let her cheer. Trying to fix this. I'm over here in the settings. I got some suggestions from Moon, and I'm over here trying to make it happen right now.
Okay. What was happening? It's just not loud enough, or
it's just the quality.
Yes, the quality of the sound, and I'm trying to figure out how to make it sound just as clear as Moon's.
Okay.
When I do that, but it's coming in super muffled, so I'm in here trying to go step by step. So anytime, you know what I mean, I'm mooning them, they need some rest or whatever, at least I know how to just I already got it written down from this microphone right here. Y'all hear me clear now? And I'm like, okay, I know the setting to that. We're not gonna change that. Now it's like, okay, let me. How can I put when we do the sounds? It's gonna be just as clear. So I'm like, and I can only like do it when we're right here, so y'all can hear it. It's hard to like do it on my end only, and then I'm like, man, well, who's listening?
Hey, I see that conga. How does that song go?
Yeah, talking drum. I don't know if you can hear it. Let me hide.
Okay.
You can hear that?
Something. Yeah, I hear something.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that a conga?
No, this is a talking drum.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
You put it on here, and then it has a stick. I got my stick over there, but if you hit it with a stick.
Okay.
It's late.
Is there another name for it? The
talking drum in Goma. I do have congas downstairs. Actually, I packed them up because I'm on tour. I got congas.
Okay.
I got a djembe here, but I got to fix it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can hear. Okay, so he should be coming back soon. So again, it's good to see everyone, and I thank you for being up here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Okay.
Good to see you, Nana.
Oh, Tua, Nini, good to see you too.
Tua, Uncle Justin Neb.
Nini, Uncle Justin Neb.
What's up?
Uncle Justin Neb, what's up?
I don't know how to say wadu. That's new. I don't know.
Uncle Justin Neb. Uncle Justin
What
Neb.
was it again?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. What
We're
is
good.
it?
All the way around?
Yeah.
Even my voice right now? Even my voice right now?
Yes.
Very good.
Oh, we know. Oh, I know what to do now. We said now.
So press.
Uncle Justin Neb, Nani. Uncle Justin Neb.
Okay.
Press the sound. See how we can hear the sound. Do you have the plug?
Oh, let me see. Right here.
Yeah. Very cool. I have one of them boxes. Like in the face. I have one of them boxes. Really nice. Yeah. Now we got it. We're rolling. Now
The only thing we're missing is the Hekau really works.
Hey, we always got that
and
on.
Yes, the Hekau really works.
We always got that ready for you.
Hekau, yeah. I'm remembering a lot of things.
Looking forward to seeing what's up forth about this class. We said this one's entirely different from the last one. Looking forward to seeing why certain things are the way they are. So he's going to go into the Columbia part, why it's called like the District of Columbia. I'm very interested to see that. Always looking the thumbnail, seeing the stuff Sabo puts on there. Always hints at certain things he's going to teach at. Or me personally, I never can look at the thumbnail and understand what's going to be exactly taught. So it gives that perfect mysterious aspect to the class. Makes me very interested. I'm looking forward to seeing what Sabo is going to teach on.
Question, I'm sorry. Are there any Masons present here? Masons? Any Prince Hall Masons? Any at all? No, right? Okay. All right. Beautiful. Okay.
We had one Mason, or we had one Mason.
That's me. I'm. Well, I am.
Oh, okay, yeah. 'Cause I know we had one. He used to pop up in the chat, but I don't know the exact name. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, but I'm initiated from the charter from Liberia, which is one of the oldest charter.
You sending questions to Saba? You sending questions to Saba already?
Well, not yet, because I'm powering my other phone that has a cash app, So I will
Yeah.
make a donation and then do that. But I have asked some questions before, man. It's always been right on time and stuff like that.
Because
But
the Freemason person they talking about, they sending questions to Saba already. You know, I myself get some knowledge out of those classes. So is you and the other one?
Right. We have to know on what line of masonry, because you got Prince Hall, you got international, you got different lines of masons. Not all of them operate the same way. I mean, Tehuti could tell you. I can tell you, like I said, the charter that I was raised under is from Liberia. When the I believe she went to Liberia, they set up the country of Liberia. That charter is a very ancient charter. That's what I was told. That's what I was told. Yeah. I'm not practicing that, like before as much, because you got to pay dues, it travels far and stuff. I just don't see no purpose in it right now, but it did help me at the time when I needed structure in my life, organization and structure in my life. Yeah. Well, he's back. Saba. Saba, is it? Saba.
You're on mute, Saba.
Muted. Saba.
Yes, peace. I'm glad to be back. Yes, Saba is fine. I brought that a few years ago back to the people's ears, and then I hear people saying that it's Saba and different things. It's SBA, and it means doorway and Stargate. Students and pupil. Hey, question for you before I start. Silos, are you still under Malachi's charter? Malachi, are you under Malachi?
No. Right, no, that Liberia, that's the one I was raised under, Tashaka Malik. That charter that he had researched, because he was in Liberia research. That charter came from those abolitionists, I believe, that went into Liberia and formed that, they were Masonic, and they went into Liberia and they formed the government there. Well, that charter was held there. And what I was told when I was raised under that charter, that it came, from Mali, Timbuktu, because I have Millennium blood in me. So that's what caught my attention, is that from Mali, Timbuktu, that charter goes back to 54 AD. Now, that's what I'm told. I don't have the actual proof for that, because you know how we deal with it, but that's what was communicated when I was raised under that charter. Yes. And the Nuwaubians had that charter, but they're not the custodian of that charter. They're not.
Are you still under Nuwaubian in any way? I saw
no.
Sabor.
I mean, a lot of them contact me because I'm what you call an elder. I was there since '78.
I remember.
And I was with Malachi York like day and out. I was at the fruit stand across the street from his base. I was with him every day and being instructed by him every day. So a lot of the brothers who didn't experience that, so they kind of like lean towards me as a spiritual master. But I just offer my whatever I can from my experiences, what I experienced.
Did you ever live on the land? Did you ever live on the land?
No.
Were you gone?
No.
Were you gone by then?
I left by '83. I was there for 7 years. 83. I'm sorry.
No, it was okay. You left. It was still Islam.
Yes.
Yeah. You left before before the two changes, before Holy Tabernacle Ministries.
Yes.
And
Sons of the Green Light. Right. Sons of the Green Light. Yeah, I was son of the Green Light. The Sufi order. Yeah. That's what I was under, believe it or not. But I look at it like, people are confused because I understood early on that's a master of deception. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's better. Sometimes you have to deceive people in order to teach them a lesson. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I caught on early and saying that a lot of that stuff. So I kind of developed a path within myself, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of brothers, they come there. They come towards me. I'm not big on holy tablets. No, I was against that. I'm AO. I did go to AO. I'm Kepra Shu Aseb. Aseb, like you say, Saba Aseb. So I'm Kepra Shu Aseb, and that name was given to me by that sister that took over. It was a sister that took over the tribe. So she took over AO.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you're going way back to the memory lane. You're going way back. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Yes. You're from the date. You're from the date.
I know you. Triad, brother. You were big. You was on money.
You were way before. You were way before I got. I was a child. I was out with the animals in the field when you were. We did 79.
Yeah, 78, 79. Before they even built the temple, it was just a tent. Tent. I am Bush with a tent. Yeah, and then I left in 83. I just couldn't do it. I wanted to go out and experience life.
Okay.
But I was always in contact. Because I was allowed with Fatima, his mother. Yeah.
His mother, what? What's his mother?
His mother, Fatima, was the one that used to feed me, and and she wanted me under her, her wings.
Okay.
Yeah, his mother.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh my God! Thank you for the update. Tua, for that. I wanted to know the time frames of when you were with with Malachi. I saw the sabor in the wording, and I was like, is that the sabor from the Nawabi language, sabor, or is that for the
Sabor? Yeah, Abdul Sabor, Abdul Sabor Abdullah Muhammad, but everybody call me Sabor. Sabor is also in the Meta. He's judge. Sabor. So
oh man,
not that I like judging anybody, but
What'd you say? What's the last thing you said?
Not that I like judging anybody, so I don't know how well I fit that name, Sabor, but it's high play. But now I did spend a lot of time playing congas. Well, I do fight. Have you heard the congas? I know they did it in the land, but in Bushwick, when you heard those congas, that was me playing.
Okay, yes. Okay, we're gonna get on to this podcast question, but thank you for letting me know all of that information. I always wanted to know what time era you were with Malachi, but it's always good to know those things. But thank you, and everybody, we're about to get started with this podcast answer. Here we go. We have 35 people in the room. Any new people in the room watching, go ahead and press a 7. I will give you a shout out and say peace to you. So the class today, the questions that were sent in from last week, it's actually a series because from last week, $180 support donation was given for a podcast question. That's sometimes 5 times the amount of support given for one question. So as soon as that was given, I wanted to do a part 2 anyways, and then more support was given for there to be a part 2, and I changed up everything. I changed up what what started coming to me. You will see anyway. But today we're going to get into these topics and much more topics that couldn't even be fit in the title. But the Euclidean Pythagorean math from the Kemetic Ka of immortality. I want to ask if anybody here has heard of the Euclidean Pythagorean math. What is the most popular Euclidean Pythagorean offer in math to the people today? And also the secret origins of the Whitehouse. Yes, we're going to get into that. We're going to get into the president of the White House and the wings of Heru. I put these little hints in that I know nobody is going to figure out, but I put these little things in the title, but they just create mystery because nobody can look at these titles and guess what is about to be taught. But we have House of, and then we have 33. Why is that there? 33, and then we have 33rd degree Mason. Above it, we have the District of Columbia. Tehuti versus Jabari. Tehuti and Jabari have a sit down to clear up things. That's going to happen this Monday. Everybody go to that. But we're going to discuss so many things today. The racial agenda, from the racial agenda all the way to immortality, to the naming of the White House. How many people here even know, raise your hand, who named the White House? The most basic, the first thing in history you learn, right? The seat of government. The seat of government of the United States of America. It's called the White House. Anybody know who named it?
Benjamin Franklin.
We're gonna get into that. Anyone know why it's called the White House? Why is it called that? Is that the only color that was available when? Does anybody else you know have a White House?
I don't like the White House.
You have a White House. Your house is all white.
Yeah, Tampa. Yeah, the Cubans living in Tampa.
Yeah, and what do you say, Emma?
There's actually a house here that literally they built their house to look just like the White House.
Right.
That's it.
Yes. So they did it purposely. But other than that, the Jet, how many of your friends you go visit their crib and their entire house from garage door to back door is white? That's the only paint they had for the door. The same paint for the doors, the same paint for the doorknobs, the same paint for the windows, same paint for the roof. The roof is white. How many of your friends you have roof that's white?
Saba, I know one Babalao that is like that because he's got
He did it purposely, right?
everything white because he's Obatala.
Yeah,
everything
he did it purposely.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So everybody else's regular house on your street, Kefa, wherever you live, do you know anybody who has a house with white roof? The same color of the roof is the same color as the doors, the same color as the garage, the same color as the wall, the same color as the window. Any of your friends like that, Kefa? Your house like that?
Nah, Saba. Nah.
All right.
I in areas will have projects everywhere, brown, bricks, red.
We're gonna find out all that today, everybody. We're gonna find out the symbolism behind that. What's the purpose of that? Who named it? Why? And then we're gonna get into what was going on prior to a certain date inside the same structure. Was anything going on in that building prior to a particular date inside the same structure? We're gonna find that out. We're gonna find a lot of things out, and then it's gonna go into the Euclidean math and into the Pythagorean math, which every architect has to use. If you're an architect and you've ever built a house or built a building, at some point in time, you're going to use Euclidean, what they call Euclidean Pythagorean angles. And where did that come from? And what was removed from the teaching of the Euclidean math, which pertained to the relevance of it when it was originally invented? And does it go back to a female? We're going to find out a lot of things today. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class, everybody. Get your pens, your pads out, get your iPhones, get your iPads, get your eyeballs, get everything ready because we are about to break it down. Support the Tehuti pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Shout out to Nutheh. I forgot the last part, but his name is Nutheh Ma'at, I think it is. He sent us support for what did he call it? I'm gonna go back and check. He was a great title of a support called something about killing the cabin. But I received it after the class. It was the cabin the cabin in the woods class. And he sent one and it was called what is this? Gavin sent one. Oh, Nut Hassan Ma'at. Oh, sent this one here. I'm gonna give a little shout out to him and put this up on the screen. He sent this after the pod class was shut down, so I didn't get a chance to read it. But what a great name for this class. I didn't even think of this, so we're going to give a shout out to him and give a clap to him for this support here. And then we're going to move on to the class. So shout out to where'd he go? Nutheh Sama'at 1661 for cabin stabbing. Cabin stabbing. That was the cabin in the woods class. I like that name. Cabin stabbing. Stabbing a cabin. Spear to the neck. And that was a great class. Give him a round of applause just for that title. I like that. Cabin stabbing. Give him a little clap for that. Cabin stabbing. Okay, let me That sounds like something that Harass would have said. All right, we're gonna go over here to Origin of the White House Part 2. Oh, I even have video footage. Oh boy, man. Okay, everybody, here we go. We're about to get started. So support the podcast, support the movement, support the phenomenon. Oh, it's not showing. Let me fix this, everybody. I have to fix this right now. Interesting. No sabotage. Let me move this over. Problem solver is here. Let me solve a problem. Here we go. Move it over here on the. Okay, good. Over on the desktop. And now let's see if it starts. Do not try to sabotage. We're going to close all this. Euclidean by. What's this? Triangular. Oh boy. We're going to get new words today, everybody. You're going to get a new Metanetter House of a 10 word. New House of a 10 words pertaining to the immortality that you can use in your ritual. You're going to get you're going to get the new word for the wings. The wings that are chanted in the Purim Haru when you're doing an out of body. A lot of interesting things you're going to get today. Did we give a clap to Nuthe Samaat? Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. All right, we got Maharu in the building who says blinded white light of manifestation, cabin stabbing. I thought I saw the brothers of Tepi somewhere. It'll be up. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim if he is in here watching. He's also a supporter. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. All right. Yes, you're gonna get new Metanetter words on the out of body wings, and it's gonna be beautiful. So here we go, everybody. Get ready. Let me get the timer out. Shout out to Gabriella. Did Gabriella ever come to the screen yet? I mean, not Gabriella. Shout out to Retetua. Did Retetua ever come to the screen yet? Or is she coming after?
No, so she'll show up on one of the breaks. She's handling some things right now.
Okay, cool. Okay, great. Okay, let me get and everybody, yes, get ready. We're gonna get started, and it's a beautiful thing. A little quick, interesting situation. I speak a lot now, especially recently, on me having the frequency of conversion, the Kepara frequency, the ability to take someone that is, when you could be a Buddhist, you could be a Hindu, you could be an atheist, and I will come in contact with you and transform you. There's a 80% chance that you will be transformed, and that is what's needed in order to build any type of nation. You have to be able to have the ability to, can you cleanse somebody from whatever state that they're in, take them from the very bottom and build bridges with them, and in the end they're giving testimonies that they worship and give homage to the Nitiru, and they want to be a part of a movement, or they want to be a part of the truth and reading the Purim Haru. Because it's very important to know, everybody, I'll stress this every time, the Purim Haru by itself has never converted anybody on the planet. The coffin text by itself has never converted anybody on the planet. The axioms of Ma'at, the writings of Ankh Shesh Ankh, the writings of Amenemopi, the teachings of all of the teachings that you're reading right now, none of them on their own has converted anyone from a base level of Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, where they just walked into the library and said, let me just look at the Egyptian Purim Haru, and they read the first few lines. Hey, I believe in the Nitiru. Let me throw Christianity away. It's never happened. There's no testimony of it. No one has come with that. It takes a frequency of consciousness to be able to interact with other consciousness to cause the conversion and the change. It takes a filter. You have to take a book, which is unconscious, until it comes in contact with another consciousness. Then that paper now comes to life, and then you can take that and filter that into someone else's soul, and then they begin to transform because they have something relatable to deal with. But if you just take the Purim Haru and throw it at a Christian, they will not convert. If you take the coffin, anything, any of the ancient, the Egyptians are perfect, just throw a papyrus at them, they're not gonna convert. So I always stress that, and it's very, very important. because we're in a matrix now where we're surrounded by Isfet and negativity, and everybody's confused. And there's not one movement that exists on this planet Earth right now, a Kemetic movement that uses Kemetic papyrus that converts anyone on this planet other than the House of Aten into the belief of the consciousness of the existing Netzaru. If anybody has the name of that movement, please type it in the room. It doesn't exist. And Isfet's goal is to create atheists, to bring belief away from the Netzaru, to try to prove to people that the gods never existed and they're just principles and nothing exists other than human beings. We're here to change that. And some people are so self-sabotaged that when I go to teach them, this one sister, so I'll tell you all, I put into a frequency, I did a ritual, and I put into a frequency. I'm going to go out there, back onto the streets, back into reality. I'm going to talk to people in reality and convert people off of online. And I put that out, and the same day, I got a text message from a stranger. And the text message was about one of the animals. It had nothing to do with knowledge of self, nothing to do with Kemet, nothing to do with anything. It was about one of my animals because I breed and sell animals. And this person, good-hearted person, wanted one of their animals, wanted to know how to rescue one of their animals and how to re-release them. It went from talking about animals to she said something about dreams. I didn't know if it was a he or she yet, but the being said something about dreams. As soon as I heard the word dream, I'm texting now. We're talking about lizards. I take the word dreams. It turns into a podcast. This person's about lizards. It just said something about dreams. Next thing you know, it's the next question. Next thing you know, it's the next question. Answering that. It got so good. This is a person about lizards. It got so good and so powerful that the person said they have to stop talking to me because they think that I'm AI. So the person was becoming a student, listening to information from an animal world. I never saw the person. Random texting, never heard my voice. Just in texting, I'm transforming this person, an animal person, into all type of deeper knowledge, giving deeper me. She said, "This is too perfect. You are too perfect." It seems like it's your AI catering to my wants, and it's feeding my dopamine to really like this. And I forgot the exact words, but it was basically that I'm too perfect, and the answers are too good, and there's no way that I could have answers like that in text messages. You must be AI and stop talking to me. Self-sabotage at its finest. Solution is, hey, is it possible you could FaceTime me? But a couple days later, 48 hours later, apologize, you're not AI. And she sent me a picture of the Tehuti pod class. She sent me a person from a lizard room, a lizard forum. It has nothing to do. My name is not Tehuti. My name is not Tehuti on the text. Nothing to do. Oh, sorry, Letterman. Nothing to do with any knowledge. And she went, and from the words that I spoke, from what I was saying about dreams, upesh, illusion, the words that I was teaching, she put the words I was teaching into a search and found out that I was real by sending a picture of me like this in the Tehuti pod class. She says, "Oh, I know you're real now. I found you." I never said nothing about the word Tehuti ever in my life to her. So, but she still disappeared. So this is an interesting thing. These are the live things. So I'm going to start going out back into the streets, and all I got to do is walk into the near park. I don't care if you're walking your dog. I don't care what you're doing. I'm going to walk into the park, and I'm going to start a conversation with you. And at the end, you're going to see people popping up into the pod class saying, "I met this man at a park with a snake, and now praise to the netter." So that is the power of Kepara, and I want that to be passed on to the students. Can we take people from whatever stage they are in and build them up? And you should be able to, but it does take time. And the reason being is the same frequency that the Kemetian people were able to convert the Greeks, the Babylonians, without even trying. All of the people that surrounded Kemet wanted to wear namuzes. They wanted to take the mathematics. They wanted to take the science. Greeks are being buried with Purim Haruz. Canaanites being buried with Purim Haruz. And not one pharaoh went out to teach any of these people, but just the frequency of the truth was converting them. If you have that frequency of truth, take it with the podcast answers, and go out and do that job. Until then, I'll be doing that. And you will see people pop up in the room about maybe a year from now, a few months from now, saying, I met a man in a park who told me his name. I don't tell people my name when I go out converting people. I don't tell anybody anything about me being Tehuti. I'm walking like this. I'm walking like some type of homeless person. I'm just walking. I just start dropping knowledge. One sister bought my book. She's gone now due to whatever happened to her. One sister bought my book, became a part of my family, and didn't know that I wrote the book. She had stepping out the matrix. Oh my God, this book is deep. And I'm like, yo, get this book. This book is nice. You check this book out. Man, this book is great. It's breaking out such and such. And she went and got the book. Where did I get the book? I said, I got one for you. I give her the book. She's breaking it down. She's happy. I never told her I wrote the book. I put myself through tests like that to let people, I want to say, can I convert somebody without them even having the bias that I'm the Tehuti on YouTube? I just wanted to think my name's Ralph Loren. Hello. So I'm going to continue to do that, and you will see people pop up in the chat. But shout out to all the people that do cleanse themselves. We're about to start this podcast. Everybody get ready. Get your pen and pads out. I'm going to give a shout out. Peace and love to you, Amun. Peace and love to you, Amunet. Peace and love to you, the Jeds, the Dem, Ma'ah, Hempt, Pautku. Stelos, go ahead and tell me the full name so I can say it. What's the name? What's the frequency? What's your REN? What is it? You're on mute. When I want to say it, I want to say that name.
Kepra Shuaseb. Kepra, yeah.
Kepra. What's the other word?
Shu Aseb.
Aseb. Shout out to Kepra Shu Aseb. Peace and love to you.
I'll put it on here.
Yeah, type it in the chat. I look at the chat every once in a while. Shout out to you. Shout out to this beautiful name here, Kefa Eve. When you get a Ren at the house of a 10, nobody on the planet. Everybody else has names. I got my Egyptian name. What is it? Aset. My name is whatever the popular names are. My name is Sobek. Sobek Hotep. You get a name here at the house of 10, and you get a name based on a picture and images that I had of you that you have also since you were 5 years old. Is that what happened, Kefa? You have pictures of anything in the background of your Ren from when you were a child? From when you were young?
Got pictures from the place where I was born.
I give you your Ren, I give you your name, and you look on it, there's codes on there, and there's a picture, and with his brother here, Kefa, when he got his new name, on the picture is the place where he was born. How'd you get that, Tehuti? He looked at his name and he said he's seeing that he's getting a name on the picture, and then he's looking, saying, wait. I said, look in the background, look close. He said, wait, right there? He said, that's where I was born, man. That's where I was born. I said, yep.
Wow.
Welcome. Welcome to the nectar. All right, everybody. Oh man, shout out to you. Let's get started, everybody. Get your pens, your pads, your iPads, your iPhones, your eyeballs, and everything ready to get into this answer, everybody. So shout out to you, Kefa, Eve Ma'at Fatu. Shout out to you, Kepara Shu Aseb. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Got it on the first try. Okay, good. I'm gonna put you in the chat. We're gonna get started, everybody. So peace and love. If you don't know how to get back there, I'm gonna put you back in, help you out. Okay, here we go. Boom. Move from stage, and okay, it's gonna say okay, good. You're in the chat. You're just in the chat. Boom. Here we go. Everybody ready? The timer is out. Let's get into it, everybody. What is this? Part 2? This is gonna be like part 99. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom. Are you ready? Okay, Betet, are you ready? Are you ready? You ready? You're jet black. You're ready. You're complete. Here we go. Boom, boom, Boom. Here's what everyone waited for, and let's get it in. Share. And there we go. Ready? Okay, boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, billions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from. Does immortality exist? What is the original religion? What are the original languages of spirituality? Who are the Nitiru? What about my physical health? What about purity, mental purity? What about mental detoxification? What about, oh, somebody popped in. Who popped in here? Oh, Telos, everything okay? Oh, I thought it was, okay, I'm gonna put you back out, okay.
I'll put me
I thought
out,
it was, okay. I thought it was Amun saying something was wrong with the screen share. Okay, here we go. Okay, boom. All right, so what about mental detoxification? What about out-of-body experiences? Are they ancient sources from that? Or is it just New Age teaching? What about government psyops, which we'll be talking about today? Telepathy, is there such thing as that? What is quantum entangled consciousness? Unfortunately, now that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know you've stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and is infiltrated in the form of New Age consciousness and atheists who have disguised themselves as quote-unquote conscious teachers, but they're really atheists. Quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, but they're really atheists. Esoteric guides, metaphysical teachers, but they're really atheists, with the agenda of the Matrix to just focus on the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. They will not have classes on the actual teachings. Excuse me one moment. Let me grab some agua. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but they just wear the ancient symbols for fashion, egotistical self-gratification purposes. They themselves do not actually live by any written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or pictures on the wall. They'll walk through a museum or they'll walk through somewhere and they'll show you pictures, but they'll never show you what the writing says behind the pictures. Or they show you just their Facebook is full of memes, but not any actual written teachings with translations to them that apply to you today. Or they do what's called counter teaching, which is just to go against someone else's teachings. They only do I debate you, I debunk you, I expose you videos, I challenge you videos, I challenge other people's belief videos, while not standing on any belief system themselves. Their subject matter stays on the beginning phase, which is limited to, it's a good topic, but limited to, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, which are great subject matters to help somebody break out of the matrix, but after showing them where it's stolen, none of them actually stand on the specific part that it was stolen from and give you the original teachings of that specific part and how to apply it to your life. They do not stand on the actual original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is just to show you it was stolen, then they leave you right there. That is called breaking something or someone down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in its original mind state, in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. So the next topic of focus is usually the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are Arabs. Everyone trying to prove what race the Egyptians are, focusing on that, but at the same time saying, I'm not going to follow any of their conscious discipline. I'm only proud about what they look like. Now back to the next game, pizza and weed. I'm just proud that they have a big nose or that they have pale skin or dark skin. Now back to Doritos. Back to non-discipline. I just like how you look, which you couldn't help because you were born like that. So they're only proud of their physical look, but as far as the discipline, forget about that part. Or they say, let me tell you what's wrong with this particular people. Slander videos. All their titles and arguments are opposition arguments, such as if they believe that they're Native Americans, their videos are now called the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt, or we are American Indian, but never just on what the pyramids in America are for and how they can enhance you or your discipline ways of life, or what the Native American way of life is that you can actually live that can enhance you spiritually. They only do counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture they claim or ancestors that they live by, that they should be disciplined in like the ancestors were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can actually stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention for views. They're all about views and contentions and fights and arguments and shock value for more views and views. And they themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place and what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice. When the computer shuts down and nobody's viewing you, or what to do when the debate is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheist individualists, segregationists in disguise, actually don't believe in anything. That they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention, thus to hide that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage, mocked, something negative said against you, you're insulted for your inquiries, because their hidden agenda is really individualism, which is to disunite under the disguise of knowledge. A lot of knowledge, but no unity, with no structured unity system, as all of the ancient ancestors did that they talk about. Thus, they have no movement, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived. No accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture, or from group to group, or from movement to movement to justify whatever their feelings are for that day, with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone telling them that they are wrong or they have slipped up in their cultural ways, because there's no elders in their culture. Thus, they are about loneism, individualism, separatism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior. Why? Because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet evil. Isfet is about disunity, separation, which causes people to have breakout splinter groups or be individualists or introverts. Splinter off are to show disloyalty. Unlike the bees of the beehive of the ancient people of Kemet, Isfet will cause their mind to find a reason to disunite without any witness-proven reason, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mentally unified group, not individuals hiding behind a computer screen, teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you need to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original cultures were a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life, discipline. Disunity, separation, is the New Age conscious community teacher's goal, which is to mirror the consciousness of that of the European Egyptologists, who were outsiders, just collecting knowledge on Egypt and discussing and debating Egypt historically, not spiritually, but historically, to see who is the top scholar, who is the top academic, but not from a disciplined person who actually lives the spiritual system and unified as the united followers of Ma'at that created Kemet, in which the outsiders study, which had discipline, structure, and a ranking system. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos are mainly on complaining about what is wrong with other people. Here are wise words that the House of Aten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up, how you helped their mind and transformed them into the following of the Netter or following of Ma'at, how you gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just a lone complainer and not a disciplined solution provider for the people, because you have no testimonies from the masses or even one individual who are in need that was in a specific way of life in Isfet or Matrix, and you converted them to the Natiru. your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the clean glass of water, the House of Attend, the Tehuti Pod class, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and get subconscious matrices broken for you. It's here at the Tehuti Pod class. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? Now, on November 8th, 2025, for the first time in history, I revealed the origins unknown pertaining to the magical placement of the Whitehouse, the direct center being architecturally formed to match the building. Oh, what's this in the screen? Something's blocking the screen. To imitate the Nitiru, Ptah, to the biological imperative symbols the Medunetter embedded into the White House, the pediments, the psyops of the Masonic Brotherhood, keeping the design continued from Ireland to dualistically spiritual rivers of the Algonquins being channeled, and much more. Go back and watch last week's class because of the impact that class had, and the donations, the question and donations of $180, and the donation for a part 2 and reciprocity and request. I received the receiving of the request of a part 2 of the secret origins of the White House, and because this is a continuation, guess what we're going to get right into, everybody? Guess what time it is for right now? This is a continuation, so we don't even have to have the intro. What time is it for, everybody? We're going to start it right now. What time is it to get into? Type it in the room. What time is it to get into? So look at the screen. None of this has been broken down in history before. None of the center of the building being Ptah from Hespesius, and the pediments with the semicircle, and the Getty Museum saying the pediments are from the crown, which is a biological imperative. None of this was taught before November 8th, 2025. But now we're going to get right into it, everybody. What time is it for, everybody? Type it in the room. Somebody said overdose. Overdrive. Here we go. Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Boom. Are you ready? Are you ready to the overdrive? You are all absolutely right. Here we go, everybody. Let's get started because oh boy, this one's going to be a little scarier and a little different from the last the last one. But that's right. That's what we're here for, everybody. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's start right now. Tehuti overdrive. Ready, everybody? The fastest overdrive in Tehuti history. Overdrive in a Tehuti class in the first 13 minutes. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, right into it. One of the major psyops that was created for neuro-linguistic programming, neurological racial anchoring for the doorways of hypnosis was the term white and the term black, and how to apply it to people. When in all logic, no one on this planet is white and no one on this planet is black. So is this definition a definition with a hidden meaning? Does it have a government meaning that was passed on through the ages? So is there a dictionary meaning, and is there a governmental meaning that was passed on through the ages that they adhere to? What does the term white typo there, light, actually white actually mean in governmental patriot terms? That means there's a governmental patriot term definition for white, which is different from the white that you may use when you're using to describe a color in a crayon box. Is there a governmental patriot term? Have you ever wondered why the people in control of America were proud call themselves white, the color that they actually were not, and insisted that the United States flag and the Confederate flag has white as the middle color between the red and the blue? What color outfits? Let me ask everybody. What color outfits did the Ku Klux Klan wear? What color outfits did the Ku Klux Klan wear? And why does the seat of power of the government that these people sit in constantly echoed as the White House? What does the term white mean in an American patriarchy? Does it mean something different from the white paint that you get at Home Depot to paint your house? Uh-oh. Now we look at these symbols here, very interesting. Whether it's the white power Ku Klux Klan flag merging with the Confederate flag, or it's the United States of America star and stripe flag, or whether it's the royal white Ku Klux Klan flag. It seems to be these colors, if you notice. And the white is actually a center color. The white is a center color, and you're programmed to say it as a center color. If you look at the corner here, where it says royal white, and it's bent, you'll notice that white is the center color. Does everybody see that? White is the center color. If you look at the white power Ku Klux Klan flag, you see that white is the center color, and the white is in the center of the lines. If you say the American flag colors, in what order do you say it in? Type it in the room, everybody. What order are you programmed to say the American flag color in? You've always said it in this order. And what is that order, everybody? Type it in the room. What's the order that you've been programmed since you were 3 years old or 5 years old that you say the color of the flag in this particular order? You got it. Ding, 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 ding. You got it, everybody. Yes, sir. RWB. Yep, yep. Red, white, and blue. Yep, yep. Huh? Why in that order? Because the white is in the center. Here we go, everybody. Red, everybody. They never say blue, red, and white. Blue, white, and red. White, blue, and it's always in a particular order. This is all called neuro-linguistic programming, where it doesn't matter if you're in California, New York, Hawaii, Colorado, Wyoming, Africa. When you say the American flag, you must say it in that order. Let me take you to the Library of Congress, the Century of Lawmaking for New Nation, U.S. Congressional Document Debate, 1774 to 1875, to the exact pages, page 102. Here we go. Silos Kepra said, "Is it fair?" You and Jabari talking. Is that fair? There we go, everybody. Ready? Is it fair? There we go. Boom. What's going on here? Uh-oh. There we go. Library of Congress, the Century of Lawmaking for a New Nation, U.S. Congress Documents, Debate 1774 to 1885, pages 102 of 982, Journal of Confederate Congress, Volume 1. Here we are. So we're going to go down to where the red lines are. Here we go. So they felt no inclination to borrow. A second hand would have been pilfered. This is about the American flag, by the way. They appropriate by a free Negro community and a race of savages. It must be admitted, however, that something was conceded by the committee to what seemed so strong that incarnates a desire to retain at least a suggestion of the old stars and stripes. Okay, we move up here. Okay, the committee humbly think that the flag which they submit combines these requisites. It is very easy to make. It is entirely different from any national flag. The three colors of which it is composed, red, there's white in the middle, and it must be echoed like this. Red, white, and blue are the true Republican colors, because remember, I taught you Republican there was no Democrat at first. When you say your Pledge of Allegiance, it's the Pledge of Allegiance to the Republic. It means to repopulate. So the Republic colors, recolonize. And heraldry, they are Emblematic, there's the emblematic of the three great virtues. So they're telling you that these colors are not just colors to them, they represent virtues. And they say it in order. Valor, that is like defense, warrior, bravery. Purity and truth. You see where purity lies? It lies in the middle of valor and truth. So there's valor, purity, and truth. It is red, white, and blue. So which one of these red, white, and blue, which one means purity? So white is purity. Here we go. We'll skip down here. Your committee therefore commend that the flag of the Confederate States of America shall consist of a red field with a white space extending horizontally through the center and equal in width with 1/3 of the width of the flag. The red spaces above and below to be the same width as the white. The Union blue extending down through the white space and stopping at the lower red space in the center. The Union, a circle of white stars corresponding with the number of states in the Confederacy. And it goes on to say this will be a cherished symbol of valor. It has to be in this order. Valor, red, because that's war, bloodshed, bravery. Purity, white, and truth. Truth. That's why they have the term true blue. True blue. You'll see what that blue is later. But they have true blue. Okay? So purity is the white. And this came from W.M. Porcher, Miles, Chairman. Mr. Withers moved that the whole of the report from the committee on the flag be answered upon the journal, and it was so ordered. So this is the definition of the white, the red, white, and blue, and what the color represents, and what the white represents. It is in the middle, and it represents purity. And down here, at the Negro Committee and a race of savages. There we go. All right, so boom, we see white, according to governmental power, equals purity. So it's not a color. It equals purity. And the Negro black race associated with savagery. Let me take you to the etymological dictionary of white. And let's see what its color is. Okay. Uh-oh. It's not a color. White, meaning morally pure, was in Old English and Middle English, figurative use. Gracious, friendly, favorable. The color is associated with royalists. You see that? So white, in governmental definition, is purity, and in the etymology, it's morally pure. The definition is not describing any color. Because when you ask for a crayon, you don't say, "Can I get the morally pure crayon?" And what color are you painting your car? I'm painting it morally pure. No, in layman's term, white is a color. In the powers that be term, white represents morality, morally pure. And it goes on to say, the slang sense of honorable, fair. White is associated with being fair. What does fair mean? Fair means equal. It also means beautiful. That's why when I did that class and I said, name 5 fair-skinned people, all of you named light-skinned people. Because fair became associated with white, when fair really means beautiful. It has nothing to do with the color, but that's neurolinguistic programming. So now, based on race prejudice, the meaning of those races, chiefly European or European extraction, characterized by light complexion, is recorded from 1600, meaning characteristics pertaining to white people. So now around 1600, now the term morally pure gets transferred to the people. And from 1852, English American white folks, white people. Ironically enough, in Black English. White supremacy is attested in 1868. White supremacy and Negro subordination. White chauvinism. White flag of Caucasian out of inner city areas attested in 1866. White privilege. Preferential treatment of Caucasians. Originally in South African context, although there is an associated American use from 1928. So you can see that white in its inception in English and in governmental language is not talking about a color, but is talking about moral purity. So boom, again, white, moral purity, aka closer to God. That's where morals come from. If you ask any Christian, Christians always love to ask atheists this question. If you don't believe in God, where do your morals come from? Because in spiritual teachings or Christian teachings, morals come from God, and that's why tigers don't have morals, and apes don't have morals. Morality comes from God. So the more moral you are, the closer you are to God. Honorable, fair, white people. And who else attests to this European supremacy and ill racism? That white is advanced and the darker are savages. Let me take you to a book called The Winning of the West, Volume 1, 1908, to the exact pages, pages 77, pages 58. Right from the bat, off the bat, you can see the book is called The Winning of the West. Who won the West? Those who call themselves white people. So this winning of the West, who is doing the winning? Let's go, everybody. Let's check it out. There we go. I see Native Americans, and I see European people. It says Lewis and Clark. I'm sure people here are familiar with the Lewis and Clark expedition by now. Here it is, winning of the West, 1908. Let's see what winning of the West says. Let's check it out. Winning of the West. Ready, everyone? Here we go. All right. We're back to the Appalachian Confederacy. We're at the Appalachian Confederacies. Page 77. I have the words underlined in neon red. But focus. All the traitors, though facing danger at every moment from the fickle and jealous temper of the savages, wielded immense influence over them, and none more than Elder McGulliver, far-sighted and scrupulous Scotsman, who sided with alternately with the French and the English, interests as best suited for his own policy. Here it is, winning of the West. Let's scroll down a little bit. Okay. All right, so right here, it speaks about general culture, which are more like, it's talking about the Indian nations, general culture, much unlike whose civilization was much higher than almost that of most other American tribes. Appalachians were the barbarous rather than the merely savage state. So the regular Native Americans, to whoever wrote this book, the regular ones are just savages, but the Appalachians are worse. They're barbarians rather than merely savage. They're not just savage, they're barbarians. You see? They were divided into, and who are these barbarians? Who are these savages and barbarians? Divided into 5 confederates: Cherokees, Choctaw, Creek, Seminoles. These were not just the regular Native Americans to the author of this book were savages, but these particular Appalachians, they were barbarous rather than in merely just a savage state. They were barbarous. They're even worse. Here we go, everybody. So now English-speaking people, we're on page 19 now. Here we go. But above all, the novelty of their arms gave them a very great advantage, but the Indians soon became accustomed to the newcomers' weapons and style of warfare. By the time the English consolidated the Atlantic colonies under their rule, the Indians had become what they have remained ever since, the most formidable savage. So, the Indians have remained ever since, have become what they remain ever since. What have the Indians been ever since, to the author of this book? The most formidable savage foes ever encountered by the colonists, European stock. What else does he say about darker skinned people? Relatively to their numbers, they have shown themselves far more to be dreaded than who? Who else the Zulus, or even the Mores. These are African people. So these are the people grouped into the formidable savages that were even more dreaded by the Europeans, because we all know the story of the Zulus fighting back and killing the Europeans. So they were formidable savages, and they're similar to the Zulus. So the Native Americans, the Appalachians are the barbarous. The regular Native Americans are the savages. These Native Americans that learned how to fight the European, they became the most formidable savages, similar to the dreaded ones, the dreaded the Zulus or the Mores. You see? Okay, here we go. So now we're going to South Africa, and we're down here at the bottom. Then in course of the centuries, whites of South Africa, what about the whites? They will suffer a fate akin to that which befell, like the Greek colonists in Tauric, Cherasinoni, and be swallowed up in overwhelming mass of black barbarianism. So the author of this book, the Appalachians, the Native Americans, are jealous, hot-tempered savages having a bad influence over the European. They're barbarous. The rest of the natives they're just merely savages. But the Appalachians, they're barbarians rather than just merely savage. And they're the most formidable savages. You know, they're dreaded because they learned the way. So now they're formidable savages like the Zulus and the Mores. And if you all Europeans don't be careful, like the ones in South Africa, you're going to suffer a great fate that's going to befall upon you, like the Greek Europeans. You're going to be swallowed up in overwhelming of black barbarianism. Whoever the author is, whoever the author is of this book, is definitely, would you say, is the European supremacist, to say the least? Who's the author of this book, though? Let's go. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Who's reading this book? Who's this book for? There we go. All right. Natives are savages compared to the African Zulu, the most formidable savages. And if you're not careful, white people, if you're not careful, you can be overwhelmed by the black barbarianism. But who wrote this book filled with references of whites being advanced and blacks being savage, barbarian, Native American savages? You're being overwhelmed by black barbarianism. You're barbaric, unlike just the regular savage. Regular natives are just savages, but these ones are formidable savages, you know, like the Zulus, the Africans. The winning of the West. Here we go, by the way. But who wrote this book filled with references of whites being advanced and blacks being savages? Who's behind this, and who's this book for? Let's find out, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. There we go. Who wrote this? What's that? What did I say? Who? Theodore Roosevelt. Who? Who's Theodore Roosevelt? Tehuti? What? Wait. I know who Theodore Roosevelt is. Theodore Roosevelt, wasn't he? Boom. Theodore Roosevelt, president in the White House in 1901. Again, the government concepts of white and savage echoing for over 100 years. The government definition of white, moral purity. Now the rest are the savages. And this is the president of the White House at the time, 1901, writing all this. Oh, by the way, how and when did the seat of government called the White House officially get its name? Because we see now, I've just walked you through the government, the governmental definition of white. It's morally pure and it applies to European people, and the others are savages, written by the president himself. So how did this White House get its name? Isn't that the first thing you should be learning about in history school when you're 7 years old? How did the White House officially get its name? I got the document. What's this? Executive Mansion. 1901. 1901, that name sounds familiar. Dear sir, I am directed by the president to bring to your attention his desire to change the heading or date lines of all official papers and documents. Required his signature from Executive Mansion, the White House. So it was really called the Executive Mansion. Somebody in some mind state officially changed it to White House in view of the approaching session of Congress that will become necessary in preparing nominations for the Senate, as well as messages for either House of Congress to observe the above change. Very truly yours, John Hay, Secretary to the President. Huh? A president? Which president officially changed its name from Executive Mansion to White? And what was that president's mind state? Who was it changed by? By who? Who changed it? Who applied the word white to executive office? Uh-oh. Boom. Theodore Roosevelt, the author of the... Boom, yes. Theodore Roosevelt, the same author of the Race of Native American Black Racial Inferiority book, The Winning of the West, on October 12, 1901, chose for this seat of government, which is called the Presidential House or the Executive House, to now be called White. Boom, let's go to Politico. On this day, Theodore Roosevelt dubs it the White House, October 12, 1901. Boom. 2018. There we go. Talk to us, Andrew Glass. On this day, 1901, President Roosevelt officially renamed the nation's arguably most famous address located at 1600 Pennsylvania Ave Northwest, the White House. At various times in U.S. history, the White House had been known as Presidential Palace, President's House, Executive Mansion. Every president since John Adams has occupied the White House, but it was never called the White House. It was called President's Place, President's House, Executive Mansion. Here comes the author of The Winning of the West, talking about the black savages. Don't be overwhelmed by black savagery, and the Native Americans are barbarians. You whites better watch out. These are the most formidable savages, and the blacks and the Zulus, the black and the black. Oh, here comes the same man. Let's change the President's Mansion. We're going to change this name. What are we going to change it to? The White House. It wasn't originally called that. What's the mind state of the man? Now go research. A little extra. Go research. What is it? Who is it? Tell me. Go research Theodore Roosevelt and the accusation of the black military men from Europeans and how he removed them even though they weren't proven guilty. And go look up the racist acts of Theodore Roosevelt. I don't have time for that in this class, but that's the one who named it White. Bing bong. Here we go. Let's go. Ready? Uh-oh. Tehuti, you made it all up. Tehuti made it all up. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast, House of a 10. Yes. Racially white supremacist origins in coloration, chosen symbolism, white. It's not the deception of any skin color, but it's not the description of any skin color, but the description of moral purity and supremacy that is controlled by a group of people that label themselves that skin color, not bad typo, that skin color for the reasons that I've shown you, and which takes us to the ground floor of the White House. And let's look how beautiful the ground floor of the White House appears. It's so gorgeous. Let's go to the ground floor. You all ready to go to the ground floor? I want to go to the ground floor. Let's go take a tour to the... Oh, this is gorgeous, man. Look at the ground floor. Woo! Oh my goodness. Huh? Even the inside of the place is white? Go to the ground floor, huh? The ground floor. Beautiful. What else on the ground floor? Huh? And onto the beautiful White House kitchen on the ground floor. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Onto the beautiful White House kitchen on the ground floor. Gorgeous, man. My kitchen doesn't look like that. Ground floor. Oh my. Ooh. That's beautiful, right? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Beautiful. And now that you have learned the racial agenda origin of the presidential house, name changing by the racist Theodore Roosevelt in 1901, let me take you to the origins of the ground floor and the ground kitchen of the White House, according to who? Tehuti made it up, or according to directly the official White House Historical Associations. Let's take a trip. Come through the museum with me. We're going to take a trip to the official White House Associations footage. Let's go. I want to go to the ground floor. Oh, I want to go to the ground floor. Let's go to the ground floor, everybody. Ready? Let's take a trip to the ground floor. I want to know what's on the ground floor, man. There we go. Ooh, they look gorgeous to me. Does the ground floor look gorgeous to you? Huh? There we go. Ooh. Okay. There we go. Let me, you know what I'm going to do for you all? We're going to video walk it. Let me play a video. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Here's what I'm going to do. Let me go directly. I'm going to go directly for a quick video walk, directly sourcing from the White House Historical Association. We're going to go to the White House Historical Association and see what they say, because Tehuti makes stuff up. So we're going to go, here we are. We're at the White House official White House Historical Association. And it's shown on the screen. Gorgeous, right? There's that same picture. It looks beautiful. Gorgeous. Look at that, man. Ground floor. Let's see how the ground floor is looking. Official White House Historical Association. Can you tell us about the ground floor? I want to know about it. Talk to us, official White House Association.
The ground floor originally housed most of the enslaved and domestic servants for the White House, and they lived on this floor in extremely dark, damp, and even rodent-infested conditions, and the space was considered to have extreme temperature disparities.
I didn't hear that. Did I hear it clearly? Let me play it again. Hey, that looks a lot different in the kitchen today. Tell us about that ground floor.
The ground floor originally housed most of the enslaved and domestic servants for the White House, and they lived on this floor in extremely dark, damp, and even rodent-infested conditions, and the space was considered to have extreme temperature disparities.
Nothing happening here. Just look the other way. Nothing going on here. Hey, Theodore. I didn't learn this in grade 9. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. Miss Duncan didn't teach me this in grade 7. Miss Duncan, why didn't teach me this? Woo-wee. Uh-oh. That's coming from the official White House Historical Association. That's where that picture is from. You see the sister there? It said rat-infested, damp, and extreme temperature extremities. And it says they lived there. They lived there. They lived there. Of course, because they couldn't escape. That's where they live. The most. It said most. I'm going to quote them. Let's quote them. Let's quote them, everybody. Boom. And I quote. I want to quote. I want to direct quotes. Let's quote them good. Boom. And I quote, the ground floor, remember that beautiful ground floor, originally housed most of the enslaved domestic servants for the White House. The White House had domestic slaves and servants, and most of them were housed there. They lived on this floor in extremely dark, damp, rodent-infested conditions, and the space had extreme temperature disparities. Let me know if you think this has anything to do with the agenda of white supremacy, racism, or the seat of power of America being one of the largest slave houses of blacks, conveniently called the White House. Hey, they didn't teach me this in grade 5. Huh? White House Historical Association ground floor, the library, Vermeil room, China room, diplomatic reception room, and the map room. Slavery in the White House? So what are you talking about, Willis? Slavery and the White House? Construction on President's House began 1792. The decision to place the capital on the land ceded by 2 slave states, Virginia and Maryland. I told you that. Masonic code. I told you why they chose that, why they call it that. Back to Virgin Mother Mary, Virginia, where America started from. And of course, that would be Mary's land, Virgin Mary's land, Virgin, Vagina. Here we go. Ultimately influenced the acquisition of laborers to construct its public buildings. The District of Columbia, we'll be getting to that soon. Commissioners charged by Congress with building the new city under the direction of the president initially planned to import workers from Europe to meet their labor needs. However, response to recruitment was dismal. Soon they had turned to African American slaves and free to provide the bulk of the labor that built the White House, the United States Capitol, and other government buildings. They worded that very nice. Huh? They had to turn to, no, you are the slave owners. They're working for you. They're your slaves. They have no choice. They're black slaves that you own in the slave house. You have to turn to them. A major concern in the construction of the new public building in this remote location was acquisition of building materials such as stone, lumber, bricks, hardware, and nails. African American quarrymen, sawmen, brick makers, carpenters fashioned raw materials into products used to erect the White House. Enslaved people were trained on the spot at the government's quarry at Aquia in Stafford County, Virginia, 40 miles south of Washington. There they had quarried and cut out rough stone that was later dressed and laid. Huh? The White House. Huh? Let us walk through all the origins. Huh? Here we go. A little summary from the class last week of the origins. Let's walk through. So let us walk through all the origins of the White House. Yes, the White House, officially and originally named the White House by the racially agenda-motivated President Theodore Roosevelt. Yes, the White House, the original President Master Mason George Washington, the original chooser that there should be a White House, and the original chooser of the location of the architect of the White House, James Hoban, called the first original Master Mason of the Federal Lodge, which was the first original lodge who designed it after the Master Mason, Duke of Leinster. So here they all are. Here's the Duke of Leinster, Master Mason, whose house was chosen to mimic to create what was called the President's Mansion at the time. Here's the Master Mason, George Washington, who chose the area of the Algonquin spiritual river, of the pathways between the physical world and the spiritual world. And he chose someone from out of country, not a patriarch, but someone from Ireland, who was James Hoban, who's called the first Master Mason, designer builder of the White House. And then here's Theodore Roosevelt. One of these kids is doing his own thing. One of these kids ain't none of it. Huh? Theodore Roosevelt. Okay. So we walked through all the origins of the White House. Yes, the White House, the official original name, the White House by the racial agenda motivated President Theodore Roosevelt. Yes, the White House, the original president, Master Mason George Washington, the original chooser of that. There should be a White House, and the original chooser of the location of the architect of the White House, James Holden, called the first original Master Mason of the Federal Lodge, which was the first original lodge. Who's that? Is that Jesus? The first original lodge, which was the first original lodge who designed it after the Master Mason, Duke of Leinster. But something doesn't match here with all of these first originators and designers of the White House. All of them are Master Masons, but the first to have the original name officially calling it White House was Roosevelt Franklin, who doesn't seem to look or dress like a Master Mason. This was almost perfect, right? Look, all the firsts are all Masons. There's the first president who chose the first builder, who was called the first Master Mason, who chose the first design of it to be after the Master Mason Leinster. But then you have Theodore Roosevelt. He doesn't seem to match this. One of these kids is doing his own thing. One of these. It was almost perfect, man. Wasn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Tehuti's not going to let you get away that easy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So here is Duke of Leinster, the Grand Master Mason, whose house was used as the first blueprint of the White House. Then we have the first president, George Washington, who was the first chooser of the competition, who chose what's called the Federal Lodge. Here it is, first Master of Federal Lodge, James Holden. These are all the first, and they're all Master Masons. And uh-oh, bing bong. Boom. The first to give it the name White House. Boom. Theodore Roosevelt, Master Mason, the origin of the official name of the White House. There he is, in apron and garb. They all match now, don't they? Welcome to the Matrix. I'm glad you know nothing of this. There's no Masons and no just foolishness in your world. Huh? None of that in your world. Huh? Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome to the Matrix. Theodore Roosevelt, there's your apron. You match right along with them with all the first, yes. All the Freemasonically encoded. Let me ask the class, what are the first? Let's stick with the first. What are the first degrees of where you're receiving the Freemasonry call? We got Kepera called Silos Congos. He's the only one that was in the panel. The brother said he's a Mason. So Silos, if you're listening, Kepera or anybody, could you tell us? We're dealing with this pattern of the first. So what's the first 3 degrees of where you're receiving some Masonry called? What's the first 3 degrees called? It's called something, the lodge of something. I'm going to give you all a minute. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll give you all 2 minutes while I step away, and you all just type it into the room. What's the first called? The first 3 degrees of where you've received into Master Masonry. What is that called? It's called lodge something. I'm going to put it on the screen and step away for just a minute. I'll be back. Here's the screen. Boom. Let me come off. Boom. Okay. I am back. Let me see what the answer. Anybody know what those first three are called? Let's see. Somebody put. Oh, we got it. I have two that went here. Maybe the Blue Lodge. Maybe the Blue Lodge. Okay. I don't know. Okay, that's cool. Maybe the Blue Lodge. Everybody ready? Everybody, here we go. Ready? Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. So I left off with yes. All Freemasonically encoded. And let me ask the class, what are the first 3 degrees of wherever you are, first 3 degrees of where you are received into Freemasonry called? What are the first 3 degrees of where you are received into Freemasonry called? And ding, 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 ding. Got it right. You got it right. The original 3, there we go now. The original 3 is called the Blue Lodge. Yep. Here it is. Blue Lodge. You see it right there? Here we go. Blue Lodge. Blue Lodge. Boom, 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 boom. You see 4 corners there? You see 4 corners right here? You see a candle at each corner? You see that? Except for this one. There it is. So there's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 around the square. You're gonna please make note of all of this. Make note of the number 3. Make note of the square. There's 3 candles around the square. There's the Blue Lodge. The blue, so because blue in Freemasonry represents ascension. We know where that came from. But blue represents ascension, reaching a heavenly state. Ask Kesbetu. It's his name. He just got his whole Ren class a few weeks ago on the blue and the ascension, reaching the heavenly state. Of course, the Freemasons take that. The blue is reaching a heavenly state where, of course, the main decision maker in heaven is in the seat of God. So the blue is where you're received into the heavens. So the heavens is every religious person's goal of where they want to be received. They work hard so they can be with Jesus and God. Why? So you can be received. Make note of received. You can be received into God's domain. The first 3 degrees where you are received into Freemasonry is called the Blue Lodge. Blue, which represents ascension into a heavenly state, because of course heaven is where the decision maker God is, who sits in his seat of control, and him and Jesus are the one that receive you. Please make note of this. There we go. Oh, yep. There we go. Let's go to North Raleigh Masonic Lodge. J.J. Crowder. 3 degrees of Freemasonry are. The Blue Lodge consists of 3. Make note of that number 3. 3 separate degrees. First, entered apprentice degree. Second, fellow craft degree. Third, master mason degree. The word. Oh, let's do that. There we go. The word degree in its primitive meaning signifies a step. The degrees of Freemasonry are then the steps by which the candidate ascends. There's the ascension from a lower state, from a lower to a higher conditioning of knowledge. Albert G. Mackay, The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, 1873. The degrees are entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. Each of the degrees requires the candidate to participate in the drama being presented. They're all very serious. They're all of a very serious nature, and not in the least the meaning of the candidate Masonic catechism are a series of memorized questions and answers pertaining to a specific degree. So here's where you are received, and it represents making your steps into reception into the Blue Lodge. Blue representing a heavenly state, of course, because heaven is the highest point of ascension where one can be received. So there's your 1, 2, 3. I want you to make notes. 1, 2, 3. Blue Lodge candles, square, but 1, 2, 3. You don't see a 4th candle. Make note of the 1, 2, 3, because now we're going to echo this 1, 2, 3 into the echoed numerology that's going to echo all throughout this class with the Whitehouse and back to The origins. Here we go. And again, you can see the 3 symbolized by the blue, the 3 degrees of reception. That's where you're received, because they are 3 degrees that one is received into Freemasonry. And in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry by Albert G. Mackey, 1921. Here we are. It's an encyclopedia. My mistake, I said duh. An encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Here we go. Let's shrink it down. Boom, boom, boom. Scottish. Right, consists of 33, that's 33, which are divided into 7 sections. Each section being under an appropriate jurisdiction, and are as follows: symbolic lodge, 1, entered apprentice, 2, fellow craft, 3, master masons. These are called blue, are symbolic degrees. They are not conferred in England, Scotland, Ireland, or the United States, because the Supreme Councils of the Right have refrained from exercising jurisdictions through respect to the older authority in those countries of the York and American Right. So there's your blue symbolism again. 1, 2, 3. That's page 762 of an Encyclopedia of Masonry. Excuse me. By Albert G. Mackey, MD. Now we're going to go to page 474, where you have Master Blue. Master Blue, a name sometimes given in the Scottish Rite to a Master Mason of the 3rd degree. Master Blue. In contradistinction to some of the higher degrees, in reference to the color of their collar. In your society right now, in your neurolinguistic programming, the Master Blue, which is represented by the color of their collar, right? A Mason, an original Mason, is a worker who builds things, okay? Not a scientist, but a builder, one who has hands-on job. And now it's in your neurolinguistic programming today with the 3 in the blue. What do you call a type of job or a worker where it's more hands-on job as opposed to a rocket scientist? That's something to do with the word collar, by the way. Let me get some water. Huh? What is it called? What is it called? Something to do with a collar. And it's called a something collar job. You ever wondered why? It's in your language now, neurolinguistic programming. What kind of collar do you have? If you're like more of a regular worker than a rocket scientist or a surgeon. The person who's a surgeon, he's not called the something collar. But the person who's more hands-on worker, what collar is that? Anybody know? My screen froze. Blue collar. Now you know. November 15th, 2025. None of their collars are blue. It's encoded Freemasonry. Right there. Master Blue, known by the collar. Who's the Master Blue? The Mason, the builder. Now the hands-on job, as opposed to a surgeon or a rocket scientist or an astronaut, they're called blue. Can I get a blue collar job? Oh wow, it's in you now. Blue collar worker. There you go. Blue collar, blue collar, blue collar, huh? Blue collar. Oh wow. Ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, House of a 10. If you're getting this kind of class anywhere else by simply asking a question of the origins of the White House, let me know. If not, understand the phenomenon that is happening here and only here at the House of a 10, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru. It's happening anywhere else? Send me the link, send me the page, send me it. If not, understand what frequency this is and the phenomenon before it is gone. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. There we are. So there it is, huh? Master Blue. Name sometimes given in Scottish Rite to Master Mason, a 3rd degree. in contradistinction to some of the higher degrees in reference to the color of their collars. See, their collars, blue collar, worker, mason. Today, your blue collar worker doesn't have a blue collar. Here we are, Templar. Let me go down here. Test of those whom they fully wished to confide it, and they gave them at first only the symbolic secret of Haram, in which all of the mystery of blue masonry was founded. Blue masonry. There's the blue. There's the blue is associated with 3. Blue and 3. Blue and reception. Received. There we go. Let's go, man. Blue, 3, and reception. It's a nice nice ottoman over George Washington's head. Nice and blue. I like this little podium here with the blue. Do you see the blue collar now? Huh? That's the collar. That's the thing around their neck. Blue, blue, blue. There we go. There's your original blue collar. Nothing to do with your workplace, buddy. There we go. What is the official reception room? There's a reception room, by the way. By the way, in the White House, there's a room called the reception room. Anybody heard of it? Go ahead and type it fast before Tehuti makes up something. There's the reception room where you're received into the White House. Anybody know the name of that room? Anybody know the name of the room? Anybody know the name of the room? Okay, we got a Oval Office. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oval Office. What's the name of that room where you're received? You're received. Ready, everybody? Woo-wee. What is the name of that room? I wonder. That's right, Harass. A bricklayer would be a blue collar worker. That's the original blue collar. That's the original. Because the original bricklayer were the Masons before there was Freemasons. So they were the blue collar of the Blue Lodge, the first 3 lodge, which represents reception and being received, and the heavenly realm where you're received. And there's a the blue room. Robert Williams, that's the first. The blue room? No. Don't tell me. Don't tell me the room where you're received into the white. Wait. Let's see. Ready, everybody? Hey. What is the official reception room of the White House called? Ready, everybody? Uh-oh. The oval-shaped blue room on the state floor is used by the president to formally receive the blue room. The oval-shaped blue room on the state floor is used by the president to formally receive. It receives guests. It's the reception room. It boasts blue upholstery, blue curtains, and blue carpet, and it stayed the same color since 1837. Ding, 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 ding. The reception room, the blue room. Boom. The blue room, which is a part of what is part of what is called state parlors. State parlors. Remember the blue? The blue is the reception section of Freemasonry, where it's 3 degrees. See? Enter the apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. So the blue represents the 3. The blue represents the reception room where you're received, because ultimately the Christian's goal is to be received into the blue, the skies, which is the heaven, and to be received by God. The first 3 degrees is the blue lodge, where it shows a podium, but there's only 3 candles because it's associated with the number 3. Now there is a room in the White House, that's the reception room where the president receives people, and it's called the Blue Room. It's a part of what's called the state parlors, by the way. State parlors, and how many rooms is that? State parlors. Let's look at the floor plan. Uh-oh. 3. There they are. What in the middle? The blue room. There they are, the state parlors. 1, 2, 3. And the reception one, there's your 1, 2, 3. And the reception one is, of course, the blue room. There it is. 3. Ding, 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 ding. And, let's go back to James Holben. James Holben, I'm not done with you yet, James Holben. James Holben, the master architect, who was the master mason, who was told to us won a competition, and thus he was chosen to be the designer of the Federal Lodge. The Federal Lodge, that is now the 3 state parlor rooms, the main one being the blue in the center, equaling 3, the Freemasonry. Guess where it's Freemasonry? Guess where the first meeting of Holben's Federal Lodge was? How many attended? I want to know. How many attended the first meeting of the Federal Lodge of the White House? And how long was the distance they had to travel, The Masons call the traveling man, the journeyman. So talk to us. Tell us, what was the distance they had to travel to meet, to have this Federal Lodge meeting for the White House? And how many attended? Could you tell me? Talk to me. Here it is. The Federal Lodge, which of course is the White House. The history of Federal Lodge number 1. Does it look familiar? Yes, it's the White House. The history of the Federal Lodge number 1. The character design architect, the charter design architect, James Holben, was the worshipful master. Clotworthy Stephenson as the senior warden. Andrew Eastwave as the junior warden. Okay, here's the White House, which is this house is this house. This is this. This is the Federal Lodge. Federal Lodge number 1. A lot of people at the meeting. How far did you travel? And what's the first meeting of the Federal Lodge? The first meeting of the Federal Lodge number 15 was held on Sunday, September 15, 1973, in a home of the lodge member located on the site of the President U.S. House of Representatives office buildings. Okay, so they're having Federal Masonic Lodge meetings in the House. Anybody heard of the House of Representatives? So it's on the site of the President U.S. House of Representatives office building. Here they are. How many people attended this meeting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many people attended the meeting? Let's go. How far did you have to travel, man? I want to know. How far did you have to travel to attend this meeting of the first lodge? Let's find out, everybody. Let's go back. First lodge meeting of the Federal Lodge. The first meeting of the Federal Lodge, number 15, was held on Sunday, September 15, 1793, in a home of a lodge member located on the site of the U.S. House of Representatives office building. The Masons working on the construction of the White House and U.S. Capitol had to travel 3 miles. Of course, you had to travel 3 miles. Yes, it's exactly 3 miles. 3 miles. Couldn't be 4, couldn't be 2, couldn't be 9, but of course you have to travel 3 miles to Georgetown to meet at lodge number 9. Of course, you travel 3 miles to meet at lodge number 9. It was a long journey through woods, swamps, streams, traveling on foot, and horse bridle paths. For this reason, a few others, they felt it was time to establish their own lodge. How many Masons were there? You walk 3 miles to meet at lodge number 9. How many Masons were at this meeting by the House of Representatives? 9 Masons. 9 Masons came together to formally establish Federal Lodge with a sense of urgency. They wanted a new lodge constituted in the time to be present at the laying of the U.S. Capitol building capstone set for September 18th, 1973. Okay, man. So you traveled 3 miles to meet at lodge number 9, and of course, there were 9 Masons, of course, which is 3 by 3, right? Boom, 3 miles, lodge number 9, 3 by 3, and 9 Freemasons at the House of Representatives, by the House of Representatives, representatives office buildings. Masonic Lodge, first White House meeting at the House of Representatives. The entire story is Masonically encoded, and the numbers 3s and 9s, 3-9 at the House of Representatives. 3 miles at lodge number 9, and of course there was exactly 9 Freemasons there. That's 3 and 9. Oh, by the way, what's this? The House of Representatives? You think the House of Representatives is just some random title the Freemasons had? This first meeting in for the White House? House of Representatives. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Uh-oh. House of Representatives. Let's get into it. 19, 12, 6, 8, 2, 67, which is 12. Again, 12, 21, 33. Representatives 9, 22, 11, 9, 22, 8, 22, 13, 7, 26, 7, 18, 5, 22, 8, 209. What does that equal? Uh-oh. 39, 309. House of Hey, man. That is so awesome that you traveled 3 miles to lodge number 9 with 9 representatives at the House of Representatives, which equals 309. Boom, everybody. Here we go. Let's go. And let me ask the class, what is the most popular symbol of the Freemasons that you may see them wear as a ring that represents architecture? House of Representatives 309. Let's go, man. Tehuti, you made it all up. What's that symbol, everybody, that you see the Freemasons wear? They wear it as a ring. You may see it on the most popular as a ring. What is that? Everybody know? House of Representatives. I walked 3 miles to lodge number 9. There was 9 of us at the House of Representatives. 309. What is it they wear on their finger there? What's it called again? It's the most popular symbol that they wear on their finger. Anybody know? Yep. Compass and compass, square, compass. Yep. The compass in the square. Yep. Okay. What's the little symbol in the middle? The letter in the middle? Yeah, there it is. Big Babe's got it. Detailed compass and square with G in the middle. Okay. Boom. You all got it right. Woo. You're right. Ding, 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 ding. You all got it absolutely right. Excelente. Wonderful. Thank you for your participation. You are absolutely right. Give it a little hand clap, and here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Let's share the screen. You are right. There it is. The compass in the square with a G in the middle. That is literally the most popular Freemasonic symbol in the world. You see it on rings. Everyone who knows anything about Freemasonry, you pull this symbol out and they say, yes, I've seen that. I know that. I'm very familiar with that. So you're right, everybody. Compass in the square with a G in the middle. Ready? Let's go green letters. Let's go to the matrix. Of course, the most popular symbol of Freemasonry. But have you ever wondered what the actual degree of the compass is? The degree of the compass is in a particular degree. We know the square is 90 degrees. What's the degree of the compass, though? Anybody know? I taught about it once. What's the degree of the compass? The square is 90. That's going to come into importance in a couple of minutes. What's the degree of the compass, though? The compass has a certain degree. Anybody know? Brap, brap. Woo, John Rashid, that's right, blue collar job. What's the? Anybody know? You probably wouldn't know if you weren't at the Tehuti pod class. If you had all the other classes, all the other Kemetic people, you have to go through 50 more years of the Egyptians are black and the Bible is still the Egyptians are black. The Bible is still the Egyptians are black and the Bible is still the Egyptians are black. Oh, but there's about another 50 years of that before you get into some other thing. But anybody know? What's the degrees there? It would be very relevant to a Freemason because everything is right and exact in mathematics. So the compass, they make sure that's 90. You're going to see why that's 90 in a few moments. Anybody know? Probably not. I'm going to go ahead and tell you what the degrees are of the compass, not the square, but the compass. What's the degrees, Tehuti? You made it all up. 47. Why? Why? You go back to my matrix classes, I elaborate on the 47, the Alice in Wonderland, the Neo, but now why is it? This is before the movie Alice in Wonderland came out. This is before the movie Matrix came out. Why did they have this compass in the square, where the square is 90, but the compass is 47 degrees? Are you ready, everybody? I'm going to go another couple minutes and then take a break. Here we go. What is the relevance of the number 47 in architecture, in math? For it to be so important, at 47 that 47 degrees would be embedded into the most popular Freemasonic symbol in the world. So when you look at the most popular Freemasonic symbol in the world, you make sure you look at 90 degrees and 47 degrees. The regular person wouldn't know about 47 degrees, but looking at this, you can easily tell that's 90. But it's hard to tell the 47. But why? What's the importance of the 47 degrees? What's the importance of that? Ready, everybody? I'm going to go a couple more on one more line and take a break. Here we go. Because of the mathematical code of what it takes to create the right angle, the mathematical code of what it takes to create the right angle of the square itself. So you notice the square, they call it a square. Let's go back. Square, but you only see half of it. Is it really a square? You see the bottom part, but you call it a square. But the 47 is important for the mathematical code equation of what it takes to create the right angle. What do you mean, Tuti? 47 degrees doesn't have anything to do with the right angle, because it takes us to the Euclidean elements book. Whoop. It takes us to Euclidean elements. There we are. In a right angle triangle, the square described on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares described on the other two sides. So here are the squares that create a hypotenuse triangle. You have different triangles, but there's a isosceles, but there's a hypotenuse type of triangle. Let ABC be a right angled having BAC, and it goes on. It is required to prove that the square described on BC is equal to the sum of the square described on AB. Construction on AB, BC, CA describe the squares AG, FB, and BDEC and ACKH, respectively. Prop 46 through a draw AL, BD, and or CE. Prop 31, and it goes on Prop 14. But this mathematics here is needed to create the hypotenuse triangle, which is a triangle that has 90 degrees in the corner. Okay? Triangle that has 90 degrees in the corner, because when you're looking at what you're calling a square, you're calling it the compass in the square is actually just a triangle. There's no square on the Freemasonic G ring. But we know that the other half of it, the half that you can't see, if you put it on the other side, it creates a square. What you're actually looking at a triangle. See what I can do with my finger. The triangle, and the triangle is 90 degrees. And you're calling the triangle the square. That's your square in 4 and 3, again, convergence. There it is again, just like you saw. The podium was the square. The blue lodge was 3 levels. And the candles around it, though supposed to be on every corner, is only 3. So now you're calling this thing a square, but it's really only 3-sided because it's it's a ruler hitting another ruler that forms a 90 degree. But if I go like this, you wouldn't say that's a square. The other side makes it a square. That's actually a triangle and a square simultaneously. But how does the 47 number tie into the hypotenuse triangle? Ooh-wee. What does 47 have to do with? That's not a degree that's inside of a square or the triangle. What is that, everybody? Let me break the matrix for you. Here we go. You may be saying, Tehuti, I see the 47 degree and the Freemasonic compass and square that you have shown, but where's the 47 in the hypotenuse triangle? Where is that? So get a good look again. Your mind has been telling you that this is a square. But if you were to draw this in your grade school, if your teacher said draw a square and you drew this, you would fail. The other side of this is invisible. This is a 90 degree hypotenuse triangle with 3 sides. 1, 2, 3. So you're actually looking at the number 3 and calling it the number 4. Through visual, neurovisual hypnosis and programming, you've been calling this a square. No square that you ever drew in school looked like this. But what is this 47? So they're getting you to subliminally look at a 3-sided thing and call it a 4-sided thing. Squares have 4 sides, triangles have 3 sides. Similar to the mathematics of the Aku, that you call a triangle. When you look down from the top, it's actually a square, but that's another class. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. So what does that have to do with 47, Tehuti? What if I were to tell you there is no 47 degrees in the hypotenuse triangle? And the Freemasonic compass is a symbolic code of the triangle. What do you mean, Tehuti? Well, you see, typo, we've seen the Euclid's elements. There are these mathematical equations and problems called propositions. Guess what the proposition of the hypotenuse triangle is called? Here's the hypotenuse triangle. There's your 90 degrees right there. There's your 90 degrees right there. There's no 47 degrees in here. But guess what the proposition is called in the hypotenuse triangle? Let's go back to the Euclid book. Proposition 47. Euclid's book, book 1, Proposition 47 creates the 90 degree triangle. It's called Proposition 47. The 47 degrees represents the Euclidic proposition that creates the square at the bottom of the Freemasonic symbol 47, the triangle that you all have been calling a square, formed by 3 squares. 1, 2, 3. There's your 3 and 4 consolidated again. There's your 1, 2, 3, but it forms a triangle. And it's in Proposition 47. Thus the term square becomes echoed through the culture that you're in right now, in your Freemasonic influenced neurolinguistic program culture, due to this Freemasonic code by the hypotenuse triangle, formed by a triad of squares coming from Proposition 47. Let me ask the class, as I've asked before, going back to the number 3, how many meals are you supposed to eat a day, and what shape are those meals? Huh? How many meals are you? What are you taught subliminally, subconsciously, and openly? How many meals are you supposed to eat? And all of a sudden, those meals have a shape. How many meals are you supposed to eat a day? What's the shape? 3 circle meals a day? 3 rectangle meals a day? There's a shape to the meal, right? Boom. 3 square meals a day. Now you know. There's your convergence. There's your 3 to 4 convergence. It takes 3 squares in Euclid's Proposition 47 to form the ABC triangle that has the 90 degree that forms what you're calling a square on the Freemasonic ring, which is really a triangle, but you call it a square because it has a 90 degree. The other part is invisible, and there's your 3 squares that form the triangle, and your triangle that forms in your mind called a square, and now you're eating, and you're calling your meals a shape. 3 square meals a day. And I say, what is square meals? 3 square meals a day. That's programmed in your mind. And you're like, if I'm who? If I'm a 3-year-old child, or if I'm Usain Bolt? Usain Bolt and a 3-year-old child are supposed to eat 3 square meals a day. Ronnie Coleman, Mr. Olympia. Mr. Olympia and tennis players are supposed to eat 3 square meals a day. What's square? That's your Freemasonic coding to converge the 3 into the 4, which you're seeing consistently, and they show you every time you look at that ring and you see a triangle, but you call it a square. The compass and the square, the compass and the square. Nobody in your life prior to today, November 15th, 2025, has ever said the compass and the triangle. The compass and the triangle. Never. Why are you calling that a square? Programmed in your mind. Same reason you call meal square. Whew. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Welcome to the Matrix. There we go. Ratetu, are you watching this? This is your question, which was really from the brother, anonymous brother. Question turned into part 2. None of this was a part of my answer. When I said I was going to do a part 2, none of this was a part of my answer. All this came to me. I was trying to sleep. Trying to sleep in the TT bed. Here we go. 3 square kids cafe meals. 3 square meals a day. Is it a luxury or a necessity? Why do y'all keep calling meals square? And why is there 3 of them? Huh? I eat 7 meals a day. There's no way me, Tiger Woods, a 3-year-old child, Jay Cutler, Mr. Olympia, Kamzat Shemaiah, and John Jones are all surviving off 3 meals a day. And they have to be square, right? No, you eat based on your calorie intake, your calorie requirements, based on what you're trying to do with your health. Boom, there is the 3 again. Nana, I'm to break about 3 minutes. Boom, there's the 3 again. 3. There's a 3 again pre-programmed into you since you were a child, pertaining to your survival, your biological imperative. And there is the square, both programmed into your survival, which is eating 3 square. And how is the original creator on the White House, the original creator of the idea of having a White House president, how is he standing, and what is he standing on? Huh? Uh-oh. Hey, George. How's your feet look? Let me check your what is it called? Pediatric? I'm not sure what it's even called, but I'm going to check your feet out. What are you standing on? Hey, man, your foot's in a square. Wait, you're standing on squares. Huh? With the G, the compass, and the square, you're standing on the squares with your foot in a square because the 3 and the square is the Masonic code. Because the feet, the foundation of what you're standing on, can't form the 2 other sides. This is 1, 2, 3. but yet they say he's standing in a square. He's standing in a triangle, which forms the hypotenuse, 90-degree angle of proposition 47 of Euclid. Brap, brap. I don't debate anymore. Yes, with his feet in a square, standing on squares, what specific area did he choose? And I'm going to take a break after this. What specific area did he choose that I taught you about last class that surrounds the Potawatomi River with specific coordinates that the White House will be placed on in the entire District of Columbia? Here it is, everybody. This is the District of Columbia, right? There's the area that sits all of those places of government and the White House, the District of Columbia. Huh? The District of Columbia. What's this over here? Something's over here. The District of Columbia, everybody. Are you ready? George Washington chose a specific amount of miles to form an area called the District of Columbia. Have you ever seen it on the map? I'm going to show you on the map, and I'm going to take a break. Here we go. District of Columbia. Want to take a look at it? Uh-oh. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, buddy. Huh? What's happening now? District of Columbia is a square. Huh? There it is. District of Columbia, perfect square with 90-degree angles. You like that? Boom. The District of Columbia, area of the White House and government is a square. Welcome to the Matrix. I'm going to take a break right here and let the class come in and you all build. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. District of Columbia, the square. Here we go. Boom. Put up a link in the room. You all supporters, jump in. Talk. Let them know what you saw. Let them know this is happening everywhere else or nowhere else. Jump in the room, supporters. There's a link in the room. I'm going to take a break. There you go, Rhett. I'm not done yet, though. Can I end right? I could end, right? I could end and leave the rest of it for part 3. I'm still going. There's still more. We're about to close up, and I'm going to take a little 5-10 minute break. You all jump in the room. And there it is. 3 square meals a day. Huh? Of course, Amonette, the first to always jump in. 3 square meals a day because it ties into your biological imperative, which is the 2 things that the reptilian brain does. What are those 2 things? I wonder. It's not even part of the class. Just getting this now again. Here we go. What is it? Huh? What is the reptilian brain? What is the reptilian brain over? It's the biological imperative. What are the 2 things it does? Anybody know? I'm going to ask you, Amonette. Hype up the class. Let's hear about it. Talk to me. What are the 2 things that the reptilian brain controls? It deals with FF.
Firefight.
Ah! You got a good man there, Amonette. He got your back. You don't have to say a word. All right. All right. I want to jump in here. Where's the jet? Jump in here, everybody. And I'm going to say something. I'm going to take a break. You all support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you want to see this phenomenon continue. If this answer is happening anywhere else on the planet Earth or has ever happened anywhere else in Earth's history, somebody on the planet must have asked, what's the origin of the White House? Get any kind of answer like this, let us know the teacher's name, the page number, the book, the YouTube channel, the timestamp, and let us know. And we'll invite them to the podcast, and they will be our special guests. Until then, support the Tehuti podcast, Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to drop one last jewel, and I'm going to take a break. Where's everybody? There's the Jed right there. Boom, boom, boom. All right, what do you think so far, the Jed? I don't think you can hear us.
Hotep. Can you hear me, so?
Hotep.
I didn't hear what you said.
Well, I said, what do you think so far of your?
Oh man, they up in there and they just lodging around. They're all in the lodge. You don't really look at it anymore the way they present it on television. It just seems welcome. Hey, welcome to the lodge. This is where this is where business is conducted and doing all kind of things. And man, and then the way you broke down that what we've been calling the compass in the square. There is no square there. That was good. I never knew that it was 47 degrees on the compass, which is very interesting. Yeah, this is really good. Shouts out to your boy Theodore Roosevelt and James Hoban. That is wow, what a lot of influence. What a lot of influence that's still being used to this day. So yeah, that's crazy. To it to you, so.
Nini Uk. I never heard any of this when I went to school. That's why I left. Nini Uk. All right, we got I'm gonna let you all build and Keffa scratching his head. I'm gonna let you all build, but I'm gonna say the last jewel before I step off. I'm just gonna give it a little extra jewel. Ooh, a little extra jewel. Ready? Yeah. Where are we at? Oh, we were at the reptilian brain. So biological imperative is controlled by the reptilian brain, which controls fight or flight, and the dopamine, which controls you need to eat to survive. It's all survival. Reptilian brain is all part of the survival. It's either running, fighting, or eating for you to survive. So they put it and encode it into the meals, 3 square meals a day. They make sure that square and 3 is encoded into you eating. Ever since a child, I'm eating 3 square meals a day, Mom. 3 square meals a day. When you're really not eating that, and meals don't have a shape, right? So that's the eating part. Now, where does the fight or flight come from? How does the fight or flight tie in to their programming? Want to know how? No? When you're going to fight somebody, what do you call it? I'm going to...
Square up.
That's right, everybody. I'll be back. Peace, Hotep. Support the pod class. Peace.
Enjoy your break, Shaba.
Peace, Shaba. Enjoy your break.
I will.
Just in it.
Hey, he says, "Hey, square up." Like, yeah, we so. Oh, hey, they used to say that all the time. Square up. Man, yeah, I guess there's hypnosis everywhere, man. The things that we pick up and we run with those things, man. This is a good class, man. Make sure everybody whoever's watching, you know what I mean, make sure you support. Shouts out to everybody here on the panel, everybody in the chat. Shouts out to Saba, man. This is I like part 2 more than part 1. Part 1 was cool. We got the foundation of things, but this one right here, man, this is your boy Theodore was had his apron on. He was squared up. He was standing on his square, man, and that's a popular book too. The Winning of the West. That is a very, very popular old book. Heard of that book before. I've never read it, but I've heard a lot of comments on it. So yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, shouts out to Saba, man. This is definitely something that I didn't know anything about, and everything is, as you can clearly see, everything is set with intention. the way they put certain things in locations, and it's not just, hey, here's an open land and we're just going to build on it. It's like, no, it's going to be this amount of distance. We're going to put this here. We want this in the shape of A, B, and C. And it is like, it's all laid out with precision. And their intentions are completely it's in a ritual manner. And yeah, that's amazing, man. That's amazing. That's amazing that Saba can find these type of things out and give us the class that he's giving us right now. So yeah, shouts out to Saba, man. So yeah, Hotep Hinu.
What a opportunity for this beautiful class. Definitely shows how deep these Masons are, how dedicated and consistent they are, and how every single thing that they do and they build has to do with what they follow, and then even more so, they have all of us, especially people that are deep in the matrix that don't know any knowledge, following this as well. It's like our Saba show with the 3 square meals, standing on your squaring up. People say these things, people follow these things, and they don't even know that they're partaking in the rituals and being a Mason themselves. And like I've debated or argued with Masons and stuff like that about this type of stuff, and I never can tell if they're all just, not all, but like the ones I'm speaking to, they always deny this type of information, and I don't know if they just don't know it. Like, how deep does it go for you to have to know this information, or do they all know this information? That part's always confused me. I've had conversations with Masons about certain information about the building of like Washington D.C., like the obelisk, the minaret, the Min, the Sar. Saba's taught about that. I've talked to Masons about that, and sometimes these people are super shady. They're super like secretive. They're really good at acting like they don't know what's going on, to the point to where it really makes me wonder, are there some that don't know what's going on? Like they're just there like a gentleman's club, and then there's others that are deeper in it that know a lot more. It really makes me wonder how deep it really goes and how many people know more things than others. And then something else that was really impactful to me was when Saba showed the Whitehouse and how the kitchen used to be where the slaves lived, and how he said that the slaves were the ones that were building like the White House and these different buildings and stuff like that. And it made me realize, like, wow, the building that represents this country, this nation, kept our ancestors in it against their will as slaves. And that just echoes out to this day, in the sense that they hold down the descendants of those ancestors, being us, like how they did our ancestors in that place. Like, that's just absolutely, that part was absolutely mind-blowing to me, because it just seemed like such a important thing that people should learn, or like the conscious community should talk about more. I mean, I understand why they don't teach it in school. Imagine teaching that in school. All the dark people would be like, what's going on? What am I doing here? like I'm not listening to school or anything anymore. So it makes sense when they don't teach it in school, but I mean, I've never heard that before, ever. And for Saba to bring that forth here the first time, that's beautiful. That's a great thing, and it really makes me think about this country and these people and what they have done to our ancestors and to people in the present day. And I like how Saab went over the white part as well. That reminded me of the elf class. They see themselves as supreme white beings looking up to other beings of that sort. And that was crazy in itself. One day I might have to ask a question on in depth what caused that psychology, what caused them to think that, and develop that mindset in that detail, because it's crazy that the way that they see themselves, and also very intelligent, very it's like a bad intelligence, like diabolical. Like they're really smart with the way they do it. Like they know they're not white. They know that we're not black. They take these colors, these attributes, and then they apply it to the people around them and superimpose it, and then convince people to think that they're it. And it just creates this giant, big cycle. And I hope more people see this class. It's a very impactful class, very powerful class. It really, really shows that everything is a play. Everything is really not what it seems. Like you can go and look at the news really at any time, and there's all these people. They'll have their own opinions about like the president or this person or that person. And one thing this class shows me is that all these people that just have their opinions about politics and stuff like that, they're really just being misled, and they're like giving energy to creating the false separation in this play, when in all reality behind the scenes there's something completely different going on, and it's very serious to the point where they're laying out the White House in this way. Something else I wonder too is, I've heard this, I mean I was taught this, I don't know if this is true or not because I don't know anymore, but I had learned that a while when I was a kid that the original White House had burned down from the British. They had burnt down the original White House. So I'm wondering if that really did happen, then was that one laid out the same way? And if it was or wasn't, and if it had to be rebuilt and then they rebuild it in this way, is like they're that dedicated to lay everything out that perfect to continuously go over and over and over again and just keep doing what they do, keep doing their nonsense, their isfet. It really is mind blowing. This is a great class for people to see. Everybody knows about America. Everybody knows about the White House, USA, about the color of the flag and everything. So for people to see this, and so many people, so many countries, they look up to the United States as well. I talk to foreigners, and so many people, they love the United States. They want to come to the United States and this and that. So for people to see this class, this really can change a lot of people's perspective on what's going on in the world and the illusion that is put in front of us and put around us mentally and physically. So to a great Sabo for bringing this forth. So for having the courage to bring this forth. It's very powerful. I know that there's a lot of people out there that wouldn't want this information to be out. So to all very much for bringing this information out, for being brave, strong. I know that you're going to have the talk with Jabari. Like Jabari is nothing compared to the other forces that Saba battles every day, constantly. Like Bill Gates and other people, the people's names we don't even know. Like these are real life evil people, like real, like devious. They have armies, militaries. They have all these different tools and assets they can use to destroy people that they want to destroy and build people up, and Saba challenges them and tells the truth about these people all the time, every day. Like this is very deep right here. And something else I wanted to point out too is when I was younger for school, I went to Washington D.C. And when I saw the White House, when you go and see the White House, it's nothing like it does on TV. Not at all. Completely different. The layout's completely different. The angles they get on TV are from a different aspect. And that made me think, does that play into the whole illusion as well? Because on TV, I always had this image of the White House. You always see the picture, you always see the stuff on TV, and it's like the new thing. You always see one thing, and then you go, and you learn, and you see the truth, and now it's a whole other thing. So I wonder, does that play into it as well? I mean, it's all so deep. So to all very much, British Saba, to all for being brave, for teaching us, freeing our minds, bringing this to everybody here. I hope everybody supports. It's a very powerful class. Everybody watching now, everybody that watches in the future, please support, because this is extremely powerful. At this point, if you don't support, you're just evil. You're just part of this. But if you don't support, you are literally evil, because Saba here is bringing the information forth to you to help free you from this spell that these people have put you under. Especially if you consider your ancestors, the melanated people of the past, these people that our ancestors were slaves, they did not care whatsoever. So we can support somebody here who's bringing forth this light, this consciousness, this love to us to help free our minds. Something that our ancestors would love to have. Our ancestors would love to have a Sabatuti there telling them about how they're building the White House this way and all those different types of stuff. That our ancestors would love that. So on our ancestors, we definitely can support. We definitely can dedicate ourselves towards Sabatuti, towards Ma'at, because he's truly freeing our minds. So please support. And I will end there. Hotep. I'll be listening.
Hotep, I echo all that Amin said, and I agree completely. We support and give back to what Saba's providing all of us here. There's 40 people and watching here in the chat, and for those who are watching, please support, because there's nothing like this happening anywhere else. It's the only place that this is happening. I've never heard these things that Saba's bringing forth. This is the first time I've ever learned a lot of these things that he's bringing forth, and as Amun said, it's extremely powerful, and there's just so much. It's so deep, and it's extremely important to know this, and please support to keep this going, and show Saba to see that you are enjoying this and that you are thankful for what he's bringing forth. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I echo what Amun and Amun had said. Support. Support you. Don't be a parasite. Don't be a succubus in the flesh. Even if he's a succubus or he's a parasite, you gotta seek the isfet, hack it out, and chop it out. You know what I mean? So you just find the isfet, seek it out, hack it out, chop it out, and get my heart out of it. And then you can be part of the reciprocity cycle, currency, or nature. You know what I mean? And then you're going to get more out of it. Yes, we keeping Saba here as a Awut. So taking away from it, it would be real foolish, So pack up that isfet, Send the support. Send the support that you could send. You know? Then one day I'll be like the big supporters, you know what I mean? The big supporters like Tehuti, like Mahiru, Robert E, Williams, Bassetut. You know what I mean? Cause Betu, you know, be like the big supporters them, so yeah, just hack out the ISFET. Don't be a parasite, a succubus, and support war, support you, and yeah, don't be sucking and leeching and vampiring off of the vibes, you know, because dying the vibes is my art. Yeah. And these man them is like wannabes, you know what I mean? These man they are doing all kind of measurements. These man is like some real imitation material, some real imitation part. You're doing all these mathematics and they aim in my art, you see? And a lot of these Freemasons, they don't know what Saba know. These man is not in my art, you check? So people just catch different obsessions, and like Saba does follow the animals, learn from the animals and these things, and does pick up on the biological imperative. But like Saba say, man them does have all kind of emotion and be in and out and thing and all these kind of thing, you know what I mean? So I know these man them don't know what's up. I know these man them is not in my art. These man ain't even my art, you know? So to Wasaba for keep exposing and bringing light, a co-ascension to our father knowledge, you know? Every time I think Saba bring a lot out about something, he just bring out a lot more, you know? And I just learn so much off of what he bringing out. I would think I know a lot about a subject, and then when he bring out again, it is just like brush through everything and just new information. I don't know how Saba to do it. I know how much more he got on one subject, but it really never, you know. So tour for the main my art, you know, every week bringing these Jews, bringing this Aku, tour for who sent in the question, the anonymous support, tour to the anonymous support for sending in that question, tour for your support. Yeah, I just got a lot of Jews after these questions, you know, so everybody was sending me questions. Tour, you know what I mean? Hotep Ma'at to Dr. LaRoche. Everybody was sending the questions that just bring me the knowledge, you know. Dua Sakem, Uncle Jason Ebsa Watuti, Amun Hotep Ra, Henu Tuya Awud, Henu Tunana Asetmer, Titi Amun, Sekem, Uncle Jaseneb, Dua, and yeah, I appreciate all of the Ma'at, you know. Yeah, from the last Whitehouse class to this one, and to the trees and the tree names. Yeah, I like it a whole lot. So support. Everybody with us support. I appreciate you. I appreciate the whole program a ton. Dua to the people in the chat. Dua to everybody on the panel, the Jed, Amunet, Atef, Rem Kim, Ma'at, I appreciate seeing everybody with the out. You know what I mean? I'm just be the real deal. So, salute to that. You know, everybody have the out. I'm on it. The jet we out. They have a different camp. Yeah, I respect how our heroes move. I respect how our heroes roll self-set. So, yeah. You know, we're gonna keep it kicking. This is just break time. Getting ready to head into the another half of the session. We're looking forward to it. Welcome back, Saba. Hotel. Uncle Justin.
Hotel, one more. Okay, Hotep, I am back. This is one of the first times that I've left and came back, and it's still the 40-something people watching. Usually it drops down to lower than that, but this is good. To everybody for all your appreciation. I'm glad you all truly, really appreciate this. Robert Williams giving fire. Mentor first says like and comment. Nicholas No Thing. Is that Nicholas Noatic? Big Out. Black Love. Big Out. Black Heart. Hotep Sabatuti. Must be a Nicholas Noatic. The symbol looks familiar. All right. Everybody who's watching, we're about to get peace to you. Shout out to the city of London called the Square Mile. We got people coming out the woodwork. Catching on. Sam Khan 77. The city of London called Square Mile. There's a lot. I'm glad that this is I'm glad the White House gets support. Where's the White House gets your support every paycheck. And let me tell you something. Me and Titi were talking just yesterday, and one of the reasons for this government shutdown that they claim for the public is all the misspending monies of Biden. And if you see the list, it looks like the list of a nut man, the list of a madman. Rwanda, $7 billion to transgenders in Rwanda. It's the craziest. It's all Africa too. It's all Africa and Haiti. Haiti, 10 million to Haiti strippers. It's some crazy. I'm gonna get the exact list. We were laughing at it yesterday and saying, look at all the millions of dollars of reciprocity that the Americans are paying. You should see the list of Rwandan transgender sex change movement. 7 million, 70 million. It's craziness. And that's where the reciprocity is going. So support the Tutsi Pod class if you all feel that this isn't anyhow better than Rwandan sex change or anything else that's happening. Support the truth. I'm going to get the list. Maybe next pod class, I'll throw it in there. It's a whole list of madness. All Biden spending on. It was all LGBTQ stuff, transgender stuff, and all in Africa. All promoting it in Africa. Transgender school education. It's a crazy list. I'm going to get the list. But at any rate, that's where everybody's reciprocity is going to. Every day. So support the Tutsi Pod class. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, because this is a phenomenon that must continue. There's an old brother from a little way back. Salute Champ. A lot of the old names I'm seeing pop up today. Peace, y'all. Love this channel and the info. Don't stop, Champ. I remember Salute Champ. Salute Champ. I think it's a brother. I think I remember it being a brother, but I remember the name. Salute Champ. Peace to you. Okay, everybody, we're about to get right back started. Here we go. Let's get right back started. Everybody, we're on the 47. The 47 is not even a degree. The degree is made to symbolize Euclidean math, which is about to go into Pythagoras math to show the 3 Euclidean squares that actually make up the triangle. And it's proposition 43. That was the original proposition before the government ones. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to get you all to jump back in the chat. Peace and love to Amun, Amunet. Peace and love to Kefa, Eve, Ma'at, Fatu, Kemba. I heard a little bit of what all of you said, a little bit of what the Jet said. All the appreciation for this type of class, which is happening nowhere else. And you would think, what a common, I mean, no one in consciousness ever asked the question, hey, what's the origins of the White House? Like, is that, and no. I just want to see the other versions of this class. That's all. Because I've never seen anybody teach. I just want to press play and watch and see what's out there. Because I don't know. I don't really watch much stuff other than some sonnet when I'm working out, because they motivate me for extra reps. All right, everybody. So I'm going to say peace and love to all of you. Jump back in the chat, and we're going to continue on with this beautiful class. First supported by the brother who's making the museum, with Stepping Out the Matrix book as one of the foundations of it for the original question, and then Retetua giving support in the request for a part 2. So here we go, everybody. Ready? The timer, I hope it hasn't been going on. Hope the timer's been paused, right? Let's see. Yes, it is. Timer's been paused. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let me do a sound check. Press 9. If you can hear me, press 9. I'm going to come off the screen for just a second. Press 9 if you can hear me doing a sound check. Woo! Sound check. Press 9 if you can hear me. And here we go. Everybody ready? Let me see the first 9. First 9, maybe a little. There's definitely a lag. Here they go. They all pop up at once. Up. Let's see. You can see. I'll put on the screen. They all pop up at once. Angela Gates, 432, Amonet, Ja Rashid, all pop up at once. All right, here we go, everybody. We're ready. Here we go. Let's get right back into it. Thanks for all the 9s. I'm glad you all can hear me. And for those who just tuned in, we are changing. History is being changed today. Euclidean, Pythagorean math. We didn't even get to that part yet. Euclidean, we have the Euclidean part. Euclidean Pythagorean math from the Kemetic Ka of immortality, because now we're going to show where the 47th proposition actually comes from. Originally, what it meant to the ancient people. Then secret origins of the White House part. Zeus part 2. The president of the White House, the wings of Heru. There's actually a lot we haven't gotten to. I finished this one, House of Representatives, 309. That's where they met in the area of the House of Representatives, and there was 3 miles, large number 9 members. House of Representatives equals 309. Tehuti and Jabari have a live sit down to clear things up. That is coming up. Everybody who just tuned in, if you just tuned in, that is coming up on Monday, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Look out for that and watch history change with that conversation. All right, everybody ready? We're about to get into it. Boom, 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 and boom. Here we go. So what do we have here, everybody? Put the timer back on. You're too good. You must be AI. I love it. All right, so there we are. So we got the District of Columbia in a perfect square. There it is, right there in the perfect square. I already showed you the documentation last class of George Washington choosing the exact miles that would actually create the square around the river of dual spiritual connection to the physical world, the Potawatomi River of the Algonquins, and he chose that area to make it as the seat of the district of the White House, and he chose the mileage that they would equal an exact square. And there's the square. There's him standing in the square, which is really the triangle and the square convergence, and he's standing on squares. And they have the G, which is the 47th degree, which is the visual symbol of the 3 to 4 convergence, because you're really looking at a 3, 1, 2, 3 sided, and you're calling it a square because it actually took this 1, 2, 3 to create the hypotenuse triangle. Boom! The District of Columbia area of the White House and government is the square Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Ooh-wee. Now the right, what's called the scalene triangle, it's called the right scalene triangle now the right scalene triangle is of imperial importance to an architect to build a structure and derives from the mathematics of a squared plus b squared, 2 squared equals c squared, called today the Euclidean right scalene triangle, or the Pythagorean right triangle of proposition 47, which is why it is within the degrees in the Freemasonic compass, and the square forming the square to create the region of the District of Columbia, because again, proposition 47 is the 47th degree in here, which is proposition 47. And then this right here is a 90 degree. You're going to see the 3 forming the 90 degree in the Pythagoras 3, 4, 5 triangle. Here we go. Ready, everybody? What's Tehuti talking about? I just want to learn that the Egyptians are black. Here we go. And that's all. Here we go. Here's the right scalene triangle. And it's a squared plus b squared equals c squared. The right scalene triangle is also the 3, 4, 5 triangle of Pythagoras, which we're going to get into. And so we see the triangle actually forms a square right here. But this part of the square you can't see. They show you the triangle because it's 90 degrees. And then the other 90 degree that doubles this side makes it a square. And that's called the right scalene triangle, which came about through your school system teaches. It came about through Euclidean mathematics in proposition 47. Not really. We're going to break that matrix here today, where it really came from. But of course, where does this originate? It originates with the Nibiru, and before it was called the Euclidean or the Pythagorean right scalene triangle forming a square calculated by 90 degrees. It was invented and created by the followers of Tehuti, the first sacred mathematicians on earth. The followers of Tehuti. Here is the depiction of who gets the credit for the invaluable architect's scalene imperative triangle, Pythagoras and Euclid, that forms a square. And you see a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Pythagorean theorem. This is what you're learning in school. And this is the Pythagorean theorem. Pythagoras, in actuality, saw the followers of Tehuti use the rope and the mathematical cord to improve the stability of the aku that people call the pyramid walls. This is stability. And I think I heard the brother Amun Min Roster Atum ask, what's the meta word for support? It's the jed. So here we go. Just a little extra for you. Here we go. Pyramid walls, then used for a rope with 12 knots tied evenly spaced, which resulted in the famous 3, 4, 5 triangle, formulating a 90-degree angle. And guess how it looked? This is the original. Boom. Does that look familiar? There's the 12 forming the triangle and the square with the 12 knots in Kemet. Boom. There's the origin of the Euclid and Pythagoras, who Pythagoras apparently discovered scalene triangle. So here's the origin of the Euclid and Pythagoras apparently discovered, invented, scalene triangle, which became proposition 47, creating the 47 degrees of the compass and the square, of which the Freemasons, which was really the mathematical knots used to strengthen the great aku, which people call the pyramids, and the temples, which represented the ascension of Osiris. Because this image that looks like a geometric shape is actually an ancient Medu-Neter word. You ready, everybody? This looks like this is the geometric shape called the Euclidean and Pythagoras scalene triangle. It was the original symbol of ascension, building the temple of ascension called the Aku, made from the 12 knots and 3 knots going up the side, 5 knots going down the slope, and 4 knots going down the base, creating the 90-degree hypotenuse triangle, this was actually a metanetter word. Are you ready, everybody? Let me reveal it to you in context for the first time in history, November 15th, 2025, only here at the House of Aten, under your Tehuti. Let me come to the class and see what metanetter word is this. Anybody here study, look at metanetter? So the scalene triangle is actually a metanetter word. Does anybody know what word that is? It's not just a random shape that represents the triangle. It was used as stability for the symbol of ascension, which was the Aku, or what was called the Ara. Ara is the word that means ascension or to move up, but it's actually a word. That image is a word in Kemet. Does anybody know the word? Anybody know? Nana Amun has appeared in the building. We got great. Anybody know the word? It's a word. I wonder what that word is. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Euclidean Pythagorean math from the Kemetic Ka of immortality. What word is that? Is that a word? Metanetter readers? Anyone? So you're given this in school, and it's attributed to Pythagoras and Euclid, and it's just given to you as math because that's what they do. They take the Ma'at, they take the students of Tehuti, the inventors of mathematics and geometry tied into symbolism, and they just give you the mathematics and geometry, and they remove the symbolism because their goal in the matrix is to create atheists, to take the spirituality away, whereas the original people had that symbol, which was an actual mathematical architect tool of ropes used to stabilize buildings, but the symbol was a word itself that dealt with what the building did. Huh? Let me go to it. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom. I think somebody put something. Somebody put Ka. I have no idea. Ka. The chat. We got Min. Okay. The Ka symbol. That's this, right? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Uh-oh. We're going to reveal this for the first time in context with the mathematics. And I revealed this before, but I never revealed it as the word. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Boom. November 15th, 2025, Tehuti Pod class. So boom, there's the origin of the Euclid, and Pythagoras apparently invented and discovered scaling triangle, which became proposition 47, creating the 47 degrees of the compass and the square of the Freemasons, which was really the mathematical 12 knots used to strengthen the great Akus, which is called the pyramid today, which represents the ascension of Osiris, because the image that looks like a geometric shape is actually an ancient Medu word. Let me reveal it to you in context for the first time in history, November 15, 2025, only here at the House of Aten, under your Tehuti. Ready, everybody? Uh-oh. Boom. There's the image of Osar, which I've shown before, on the Ara of Ascension, representing resurrection. And look at that. Ka. You see it, everybody? Let me blow it up. The same word that we use, the same sound we use for what they call the spirit, which I taught you is the bioenergetic template, is Ka. That's a word which means what? To ascend, to exalt. That's the resurrection. That's the ascension. Exalt means to go upwards. That's why you see the symbol of Asar Min, Netter of resurrection, and he's on this symbol right there. That was your hypotenuse, original Euclid triangle forming the 90-degree slope. You see the ka? I thought the ka was the hands up. Do you see the hands up? Now you know at the Tutti Pod class, the hands up are the symbols of ascension, because that's what the ka is supposed to do when it turns into the ba. Boom! Yes, revealed in full for the first time in history, November 15th, 2025, the ka, the ascended arms up, also written in the Medu, so let me start again. Boom, yes, revealed in full for the first time in history, November 15th, 2025, the ka, the ascended arms up, also written in Medu as ka, exalted ascension, resurrection of the immortal bioenergetic template that produces the double body as a star in the erected state, is today your Euclidean proposition 47 triangle and Pythagoras theorem triangle, which was originally the symbol of the ascended immortality rising out of the body, ka, which is also spelled ka. If your current Kemetic teacher has taught you this before, please put the link, the page number in the room. If not, appreciate what you are getting for the first time in history at the House of Aten under the Sabbath Tehuti and support with reciprocity that has never been done before or focused on before in Earth's history, the resurrection of the Netter. That is what's never been focused on before in Earth's history since Kemet, is the resurrection of the actual Netter. Even if asked about the origin of the White House, you can ask about the origin of the White House, and somewhere in there is going to be the resurrection of the Netter. If that's done anywhere else, please put the link in the room, book number, page number. We'll ask your teacher about the origin of the White House and see if it leads to the ka symbol in the Euclidean 47 proposition, 47 degree of geometry that creates the ka, the ascension of Osar. See if you get that. After about 10 hours of the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. After that, I guess this comes next, or will never come. Here we go, which brings us to the original royal measurement that is the conversion of the 6 to 7, as I elaborated, converges into the golden mean ratio, seen as the square Fibonacci sequence. The square Fibonacci sequence is the conversion of the 6 to 7. I taught about that in the class called class on the number 5 sequence. But for now, let us look at the ruler cubit rod of Amenemopi. Let me shrink this down. Let's look at the ruler cubit rod of Amenemopi and see that there are two dual mathematical cubits in Kemet. One is the cubit 6 palm, and one is the royal cubit 7 palm. Now we're going to see the 6 converge into the 7. So there's two different types of cubits in Kemet. Why is that, Tehuti? You're about to find out. Why? Why would there be two? How could there be one measurement called a cubit, but there's two measurements of it? One going to the number 18, class was done on that, and one going to the number 21, class was done on that. Here we go, 28, 24. Here we go. Ready, everybody? But why? You will notice that there are two different cubits the scribes would use to build. Why is that, Tehuti? Because, boom, only those two exact numbers, one having the 12 plus 12 digits, will create the hypotenuse of 36.88 that will create a perfect 90-degree triangle that will represent the ascension of the ka step pyramid of your resurrection, your rebuilt, reborn, ascended, resurrected double body. Let me show you them together and tell me what these two cubits form. Put those two cubits together and what happens? Uh-oh, hypotenuse 3688. There is the royal cubit at 28, and there's the cubit at 24. And when you put them together, forming the 46.6 and the 49.4, what do they form? They form this. That's the 90-degree compass that's in your G of Freemasonry. The hypotenuse formed by the two cubits of measurements, because they were the original master mason, master builders. And when you take their cubit and royal cubit, that's what forms the 90 degree. You take a line and join them together, and it forms a 36.88 hypotenuse, which is what created the right scalene triangle, one right angle 90 degrees, which is A squared plus B squared equals C squared, and there's your hypotenuse triangle. Bing bong. Huh? Tehuti made it all up. Yep, 36,000 years ago. Here we go. Boom. The Ka, which is Ka and Ka, which became, they say that's different too. No, it's not. I remember, I think the Smash guy came on and said, there are two different Kas. There's Ka, the ascension, triangle, and there's Ka with the two arms up. Ka and Ka, mathematics, which became the right scaling triangle of the 47th proposition, which is the ascension of the immortal you, the real Trinity. What are you talking about, Tehuti? The real Trinity? I didn't know we were talking about a Trinity. Of course, we have been talking about a Trinity. The whole thing is a convergence of 4 into 3. Huh? The 3 candles in the Blue Lodge over the 4 podium. The 4 and the 3, you're calling the thing a square, which is a 4, but it's really a 3. The 3 rooms, the 3 degrees of Freemasonry, this all deals with the immortal Trinity, because all of these 3s come from the Euclidean 3, which is 3 squares put together that forms the Euclidean scaling triangle. In the middle, this has all been about the Trinity, but that Trinity is the real Trinity, the real you. Where else do we see this? Let me take you back to the Aku again, that people are miscalling the pyramid. Are you ready? Tehuti, this is too much. It's just enough. Uh-oh, what's that? Huh? Take the slope all the way down the base to the half. Take the tip, the apex, and put it down the center, and boom. There's the hypotenuse triangle of the cubit 6 and 7 converged, the ascension of Asar, because the Aku pyramid, as you're calling it, represents the hypotenuse triangle, which is the word Ka, that means ascension, which is the Ka, the immortal body that ascends as the Ba is built, mathematically equated using the golden mean. No, let me get to that. What is it used here? So here we have the 3 and the 3. But what mathematics is used to form this particular 3 that forms a square in the center? Could it be a triad, a trinity? Bing, 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 bing. Yes, you have the key numbers which form this. See the 3? 1, 2, 3. What's this? Golden mean ratio that creates the body, 1.61. Pi, 1.34, and a new one you're going to learn about today, E, which is 2.71. There is your Trinity mathematics that forms the hypotenuse Trinity in the center of the pyramid. Boom. Let me get some water. For those who aren't throwing in support and donations, at least I deserve some water, right? Let me get some water. We don't support Tehuti anymore. We don't like him anymore. Who teaches different as of 3 weeks ago. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. As of a month ago, we don't like him. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There's your Trinity right there. 1.61. Boom. There's one. 3.14. Boom. And a new one. E. 2.71. That's what forms that's the Trinity that forms the hypotenuse Trinity inside of the pyramid Aku Trinity. Ready, everybody? Huh? Boom. The hypotenuse 90, which is Ka, also Ka, directly mathematically encoded within the Great Pyramid, as they call it. The Great Aku forming the 3 again. There's your Trinity again. The Aku's mathematical original Trinity, 1, the golden mean ratio, 1.61. 2, the pi ratio, 3.14. And here's a new one I'm going to introduce you to today, November 15th, 2025. E, which is exponential mathematics constants. What are you talking about, Tehuti? Egyptians are black. The Bible is wrong. That's all I care about. No. Exponential mathematics constants, which is 2.71, is significant in mathematics because it is an approximation of the mathematical constant E, which is 2.71, which is one of the most important constants in mathematics, alongside pi and the golden mean ratio. There's your 1, 2, 3. These are your consistency, your golden mean ratio, which is the consistency of the Fibonacci sequence, which we know is not called Fibonacci sequence. I revealed a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. It's really called the Heket sequence. So the Fibonacci sequence originally called the Heket sequence, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 21. Excuse me. All right. Fibonacci sequence, 8, 13, 21, which keeps on going into infinity. Same with the golden mean ratio, same with pi, and same with the exponential mathematics constant, 2.71, forming the hypotenuse, which is the ka, the ascension of immortality inside of the aku, which represents immortality, which is in the shape of ascension. Which, if you look at it from the side, it looks like a 3, but if you look at it from the top, it looks like a 4 square. Boom! This represented the ascension of the immortal Ka, or Ka represented by flying wings, raising a sun, which is the inner light of you. This was called the Pa Kennen. Here's the word. First time, ready, everybody? Here's your new word for the House of a 10. Pa Kennen. Pa Kennen and the Tenhi. So Pa Kennen and the Tenhi, new words that you will learn today, November 15, 2025. They are shown as a goose and a wing, or two wings, and transformation, as seen in the oldest and first mobile book of immortality, the Per-Em Haru, in chapter 77. Tehuti, what's going on? Under the Whitehouse leads to the Per-Em Haru. Here we are. Here we are. Chapter 7. Here we are. Right? What is it? You, may I, what? Ka'a, rise. There's your Ka again, because Ka means rise, resurrection. So there's your Ka'a, rise again, the same as Ka. Ka, even I, in what the Sheshet chamber. Remember that class in the Sheshet chamber? Go back to the, what was it called? I think Kepra asked the question. The chamber, Epipet chamber class. One of the first explosion pod classes. There we go. Sheshet chamber. Like a hawk, a bak of noob of gold. That's a light hawk coming from his sahut, egg. Here I have the arrows. There's the wing that you all see on either side of the, what they call the sun disk. There's the wing, which is Pa Nakinin. So Pa Kinin. Pa Kinin. There it is. So Pa Kinin. May I fly, may I alight. There's a symbol of a goose and a wing. Then there's the two wings, which is Tenhi. There's the two wings. May I fly, may I alight, like a hawk of what? There's the cubits again, meh. And remember, I revealed this to the world years ago about the original chakras. I don't know if people are using this yet, but we'll see. There's the facet, there's the spine, the spiritual spine the chakras are on. There's a Sefek, which the name I put in Basatut's name. Basatud Maka Oxafek. I think I gave it to him in his sleep, in his dreams. But there's a Sefek, there's 7, and there's the two wings. So may I fly, may I alight, and may I rise. The rise is the Ka. Okay, I'm okay. Am I back? This is so different and strange. Am I back? What is this? It's in half. Okay, there we go. Am I back, everybody? Press the 9 if you can see and hear me. Am I back? Can you hear me? I'm frozen? Am I frozen? Or did that happen when I was kicked off? I'm gonna put a fire. I'm gonna put a fire. Ooh. Yes, Jason Kirkland. Is that the triangle shape? The SARS on? Absolutely. Salute Champ says, boom. Okay, I'm back, everybody. I'm back. Let's get back into it. They're not stopping us. Remember music used to sound like that? Music used to sound like music. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Do they make, what's that music called? They don't make that anymore. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And here we go. What kind of music they don't make it? Wake up, everybody. No more sleeping. All right, here we go. Boom, boom. We're back. Here we go, everybody. So I'll do this again. The Pa Kennen and Tenhu are also seen as the wings on either side of the resurrecting sun, with a Kepara transformation beetle underneath the sun. And that's why you look at the exact design. You see the wing has this inner part, then it has the feathers. That's the exact design here. The inner part and then the feathers. The inner part and then the feathers. The inner part and the feathers. That is called the Pa Kennen and the Tenhu. Okay? Here we go, everybody. It represents ascension. Let's go. Ready? Ooh-wee. There they are again. The ascension. Oh, and back to the White House. As if we ever left. Back to the White House. Remember who I taught you was the Freemason president who gave the official, was the president, not Freemason. Yeah, the Freemason president who gave the building the official name of the White House. Let me show you the image of him. In his Masonic garb, and I want you to take a look closely. Ready, everybody? So this is the Pa Kennen and the Tenhu, which are the wings. It represents the resurrecting sun, the transformation, which is your Ka and your Ba and your Ku. And that's why the Kepara beetle is pushing it up. That's ascension. That's called Ka-A. And that's why Ka, which is your pure energetic template, as it ascends, it becomes the Ba. And there's Ka, which means rise. And we see the hypotenuse triangle is the word for Ka, which means rise or exalted. And what's rising? Your Ka out of your body as your Ba. And it is represented here as may I fly, may I alight, as the two wings being pushed up as you transform. And back to the White House. Remember who I taught you was the Freemasonic president who gave that building the official name of White House. Let me show you the image of him in his Masonic garb type of there. And this time look closely. Ready, everybody? Roosevelt, where are you? Uh-oh. Bing, 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 bing. Can you see it, everybody? Should I blow it up? Can you see Roosevelt? What is he surrounded by? Do you see it? Huh? Boom. What do you see surrounding him, everybody? Let me come to the room. Maybe it's too dark. What's that surrounding him? What's surrounding Roosevelt Franklin? Huh? Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt. What's all that surrounding him? Do you see that, everybody? Huh? The president that named the White House. What is that surrounding him? Was it too dark? Or am I on lag? Let me take this couple-second break to sip some water. Is it lagging or am I offline again? Am I on there, Nanny?
Yes.
Okay. Am I offline? I don't see the class moving. I don't see any responses. Maybe I'm on super lag. I see Minty saying peace. Otep, Nebhenu, Mary Saba. Peace to you, Minty. You see me? Did you see the the Theodore Roosevelt? Did anybody see what was surrounding Theodore Roosevelt? And was that part on? Did you see it then? When I showed Theodore Roosevelt with his in the Masonic garb? Okay, you all saw that? Anybody saw what he's surrounded by? 40 people. Can anyone hear me? Maybe it's on the lag. I don't know what's happening here in the chat. Must be unfroze or something. Okay. Amonet, anybody saw that? Theodore Roosevelt, what was he surrounded by? End of the gate said, "We see you." I think there's a major lock on my comment section or something. I don't see anybody pressing one thing. And all of a sudden, they're all going to pop up once. Boom! Okay. Who saw it? Boom. The Kepra beetle. We saw the wings. There we go. Bing, 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 bing. There it is. There he is, everybody. You see that? Right there. Right here, right here, right here. There's his Freemasonic picture, and he's surrounded by the Pa Kennen and the Tenhu and the wings is what he's surrounded by. Because it all represents the hypotenuse, ascension, the Ka. Let me move this over here. Boom, the ascension wings surrounding Roosevelt Franklin, the one who named the White House, surrounded by the ascension wings, which represented ascension of the Ka, the hypotenuse triangle that formed the 47th proposition of Euclid. Welcome to the Tehuti Pa class. Oh, did I ever tell you what they call those three rooms together? Remember the three rooms with the blue room in the middle? The entrance room, the reception room, and the blue lodge being the reception where the Masons are received into in the blue. What are those three rooms called? Here it is right here. The blue room is one of three, what's it called? State parlors. See where I have it underlined in blue? The blue room is one of three. There's a three again of one of three state parlors on the first floor of the White House. The residence of the president of the White House in the distinct first oval shape. So this is the blue room, and these are called state parlors. See? 1, 2, 3. State parlors. Ready, everybody? Yes, state parlors in the White House. Huh? You think that's a word? State parlors. 1, 2, 1, 2, 5, 7, 1, 9, 3, 6, 9, 1, 47. Huh? That's what state parlors equals. That's the reception rooms and the blue room and the blue lodge. It's called state parlors, which is Gematria 47. Welcome to the Matrix. Ready, everybody? We're not done. State parlors 47. Who told you that, Tehuti? They did. As soon as they thought of it. Here it is. Boom, ready? Named White House by the Master Mason scene surrounded by the Kemetic wings of ascension, which represented the hypotenuse ascension triangle, which eventually will symbolize by 47 proposition of Euclid. What a beautiful name. White House. What a great name. White House. Boom. 4197413684. Whitehouse 47. Hotep. Hotep, I am done. Ooh-wee. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you spent on movies or July 4th or Thanksgiving or whatever it may be, donuts, or if you have learned and appreciated this class has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity of appreciation called Whitehouse Origins Part 2, Ma'at Math, Ka First Revealed, or We Squared Up, because I just squared up with the Matrix. Hotep, I am done. There it is. If this is done anywhere else, the link in the room. If not, support the phenomenon that's happening right in front of you. Whitehouse 419-471-3684-47. Boom. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I appreciate it. And I hope you appreciate this. Boom. Robert Williams, you still there? I'm gonna let you still have a brain. Wow. Boom. There we go, everybody. I'm gonna put the link in the room. Supporters, step into the room and support. If you saw this class and appreciate, oh, by the way, hold on. Two hours and 18 minutes. Two-hour and 18-minute answer on a question, what are the origins of the White House? Combined with the last class, almost 3 hours, that's almost 5-hour answer on what are the origins of the White House. Support the Tehuti Pod class, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. We appreciate what it is that you just saw. There was 50 or so people watching. As soon as I'm finished, boop, it drops down to 38. They grab and run and on with their life. But please appreciate this as much as you appreciate all the French fries and everything that we bought, all the cotton candies and the movies and everything that we bought to keep this matrix going. Appreciate this. Boom. There it is, Amonette. Boop.
Well, so much. This was really, really deep, and I really liked how you ended that. That was really mind-blowing.
Yeah. I had one other thing too I took out. I don't want to make it too crazy. But there's one other gematria and I took it out. Maybe I'll give it later, but maybe I'll see the support in this class and I'll give the other gematria, which is crazy. But I'm glad you appreciate this. 2 hours. 2 hours and 15 minutes. 18 minutes of an answer. 34 people now from 50. Support the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to go now to the support because this has a reciprocity system. For those who saw this and appreciate it, send support, a tip of what you type of message of what you appreciated. Oh, let me refresh this. I don't see anything. Wait a minute. Let me reload. Maybe that's a lot. That's before the power outage or something. Let me reload. Support this, everybody. We have, let's start to read some of the support that's sent in. Only a couple came in so far, but I know you all are still loading it up. We have Silos Congas. And everybody jump on the panel. Gabriella, where's everybody? I mean, Tetua, jump on, everybody. And let's go through these. Let's go through the supports and see who actually appreciated the class. Whitehouse Part 2. Let me pull it up. Whitehouse Part 2, Origins, November 15th pod class. Oh, here we go. All right, here we are. I see some supports now. CeeLo Green. Who just came in the room? The Jed. Jara Seed said, greatly appreciated. He that wins souls is wise. Thank you, Sabatuti, for the wisdom of Ma'at. You're welcome. John Rashid, I'm glad you appreciate it. Named by the Master Mason himself. All right, wonderful. The Jed, did you see the class? Most of it, all of it? I want to let him fix this thing. Okay, they're going to go to the support, everybody. Here's the supports. Here's the first support that came in for the appreciation of this class, coming from a brother who was on the panel who I didn't know, but said, "Hey, I'm a Mason." So here's some support from a Mason. After it came, I'm not sure where it came from. If it came in the middle or the end of the class, but here it is. Silos Congas, who's also Kepara Shu Ashiba, something to that effect. All right, read that for us, Amunet, for us, please.
$20 from Silos Congas for keep sharing.
All right, give him some hand claps, please. I can't hear any hand claps. Is that you, Aminette, doing that, or is that the Jed?
That was me. Let me see. Let me try again. Those who are watching, not just this class, but appreciate, as far as me doing this consistently in this format. It's been about 4 years of this. Appreciate the work that's put in. Support to keep these answers, to keep my time so that I can answer questions with this type of quality. There has been some people that have ran away and they stopped supporting the truth. They have testimonies that it was truth, and now they stopped supporting it, which means literally they stopped supporting the truth. But for all those who acknowledge the truth and the time it takes to do this and the many other things to bring this quality to you, support the Tuti Pod class. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let's go to the next support that was sent in. Let's see what's happening tonight. Let's see the support. Son of Henry. This was actually before the class started. Son of Henry is Soze Mania. Soze Mania. Are you in the room, Soze Mania? All right, let's put his support up on the screen. Okay. I wonder if Soze Mania made it through the class. Let me see, this will pop up. This computer's doing a weird, strange thing again. Chrome tab, no. Oh man, I have to do this manually? No. Okay, for some reason I have to do it manually. Let me do it manually then. Open. Okay, Soze Mania, boom, boom. For all those who are here, shout out to Nana Amun. He's a great supporter. I'm not sure what happened to Philip Holler. Philip Holler and Owen Height.
Can I be heard?
Oh, I hear a little voice. Let me come to the screen. Let me see something. One moment, everyone. Oh man, I can't. Okay, let me come to the screen. Is that you, Ratetu? I hear something. It's really low, but I hear something.
Otep, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard. Yeah, yep, we hear you.
Otep Murray to everyone. How's everyone doing?
Wonderful. Focused.
Doing very well. How are you? What's up?
I'm doing phenomenal. Just here with the out and watching the class and just absorbing, being a sponge.
Okay. So go ahead, Restatua. This class was for you.
This class was phenomenal. So much that went into it. Man, I can only imagine what you went through getting all this information, Saba, and the time it takes.
Say that again. Sorry, you said you can only imagine what it cut. Someone cut.
The amount that it takes to put all this together. And I love how you just, how you say you break the matrix for us, but this is really eye-opening. Like, they make the White House seem like this very important, very like, just, I don't know, fancy place, and then to hear how they had the conditions and that there was slaves there, and it's just like, man, so like it's just how you get to see the profit from slavery, and just, oh man, it's frustrating. It's disgusting. But Tua to you, Saba, because now when I look at places and just structures and buildings and signs, and just really look at my surroundings, when I'm out and about, and things look different, things have a different meaning now, and now the White House to me is just it has a completely different it's a veil that's been lifted, and that's all I can describe it as, just like this veil lifted from my eyes, and you're just opening my eyes, and so that I can look for the clues and the magic that they're performing in front of us that we're not even aware of. And so Tua to you, Tua for allowing us to grow and always giving us the clean water that continues to heal us and make us better. So Tua to you, Tua to the Out, for always being your support, and always being there to just be what you may need. And I appreciate the time that you took to make this class. This class was phenomenal. I loved part 1, part 2. Is there a part 3? Because if so, I'll just go ahead and let you know I'm going to go ahead and send you the reciprocity for that, so you can get started.
Oh my goodness.
Because it's just mind-blowing stuff, man. I'm what I think just mind-blowing to me, finding out about Roosevelt. Like, how come nobody's talking about that? Like, it's so disrespectful to do something like that, because of how much they benefited from having slaves and those conditions. And it's just and like I said, you giving us the backstory on how just this quote-unquote White House was created and why it's called the White. Like, I've never thought of that. Like, why is it called the White House? And yeah, and it's just
crazy.
Phenomenal. Tua, Saba, I appreciate you so much.
Nini, I'm glad you greatly appreciate it. Now everything you said was correct. There's someone trying to come in called Hostile Hypoborean. I'm not sure if you could type something in the chat. Let us know what the Cash App name or the PayPal name was. The people coming into the onto the panel are supporters of the Tutti Pod class. So just let us know. Type in the chat what you thought of the chat, what you thought of the class, what your Cash App name was so I can match it. I don't recognize Hostile Hyperborea, and I don't see anybody on the screen either. So we're going to go on to the support. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Thank you, Retetua, for your beautiful appreciation. And now here's the support coming in for the class, $17, Son of Henry. I'll read this one. It says, Peace, Saba, from Soze Mania. Thank you for that, Soze Mania. The people that support are those who want the pod class and this phenomenon to continue. I appreciate those who really want this phenomenon to continue. We have Sarah Jean, which is Harass Did. And yeah, shout out to I haven't seen Philip Holler in a while. A lot of people disappeared at the same time. I haven't seen Philip Holler, Owen Hythe. I'm not sure, but shout out to those who appreciate what is that's happening here. And they're the ones that keep the pod class and this movement going. So I don't know if Hostile Hyperborean can hear, but I don't see him typing anything in the chat. Maybe his volume is down, but Hostile Hyperborean, if you can hear me, type what you thought of the class in the chat and type to us what your PayPal and Cash App is, and then come to the camera and then come on the panel. The panel is for supporters of the Tutti Pod class that want this phenomenon to continue. Okay, wonderful. So here we go, everybody. Boom. What is that? You're typing my PayPal in? You're typing the podcast PayPal? Okay, shout out to maybe it's from another country. Now I'm saying type your PayPal name in and Cash App name in so I can know who you are that you supported the pod class so you can come to the panel, and then you have to come into the camera. You have to come to the camera in order to come on this screen, and you have to be a supporter. So shout out to Sarah Jean, Tua Netter. I'll go ahead and read that first, Amonette.
2121 from Harass for Tua Netter.
All right, give her some hand claps, please, for the two. Okay. So Hostile Hyperborea says the cam is broken, busted laptop. I don't have a PayPal. Okay, let's send it into the Cash App. Appreciate the support. Let us know when you send it, and that you're supporting the time and the and what's happened. All right, we have Retetua, who was the one that sent in the original request. Original support for the part 2, and let's see what her support is. And boom, thank you for your great support, continuous support. Retetua is constant. Okay, let me see where her support is. Where is it? I'm going to get the video clips out of here. Video clips, class. Is this her? Here it is. All right, shout out to Retetua, and she can read it when it comes on the screen. There you go. Boom. Go ahead, Retetua, and read that for us, please.
Yes, Saba. It says, for the truth on the matrix, Tua from Naut. Purple Eve, Black Eve, White Eve, $22.22.
Thank you, Tua, for that support. And Amonette, give us some noise, please.
Yes, that's how we really work.
Excelente. Wonderful. Thank you for that. I'm glad you truly appreciate the phenomenon that is happening and how it's affected your beautiful family. That's good. Yay. Okay, we have okay. Oh, we don't have much support tonight. Yes. We don't have much support coming in for. Whoa. Okay. This is interesting. Where's all the support, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying my best to continue this level of phenomenon and this experience that is happening. Oh, it's not coming up again. I don't know why it's doing that. That's strange. Let me try to cut off some windows. Boom, cut that off. Cut off this, and let's see if it pops up now. Okay, here we go. Windows, still not. How interesting is that? Okay, what is this? Okay, we're gonna do it manually. Here we go. So shout out to the support that has come in from. Where is it? The support that is coming from Robert E. Williams. Here we go. Beautiful Robert E. Williams, who is also Mr. Consistent over and over, on and on again. All right, Robert E. Williams, there it is. And Gabriella, could you read that one for us, please?
Yes, Saba. It says Robert E. Williams Jr. for I'm Glad Standing in My Art is the original. Min mit $33.72.
Tua, for reading that for us, Tua. And give Robert E. Williams some big noise, please. Big noise.
You are watching a master at work.
All right, everybody. It went from 50 people to 28. All the 50 people that were watching. Where is Atef? Atef needs to come on here and talk to the people because we're almost done. I can't. Maybe I got to refresh the page. No. All right, everybody. This is the Jed. The Jed is here. Here we go. The Jed. The Jed is let's see if it pops up. I hope it does. If not, I gotta do it manually. Man. Wait. I gotta do it manually. Okay. Very strange. All right, shout out to the consistent support of the Jed. Is the screen sharing yet? No. There it is. All right. Ratetua or the Jed, either one of you can read this one, please.
Yes, Saba. The Jed Sadem Hemti Paud Ku for tip for today's class. Tua Saba, Henufis, Black Eve, and Ra, $20.
Okay. Tua for that. And Monette, give the Jed some big noise, please.
Yes, that's how we really work.
Okay, there's the Jed. And now I go back here and I see who's this? Oh, there's Nana Amun. Oh, there we go. Okay, there is Nana Amun. It doesn't, with the PayPal's, it doesn't show the person until I click it. So Tua to Nana Amun. Consistency again. Tua Nana Amun for your great, wonderful consistency, and still doesn't show up, huh? Okay. All right, Nana Amun with the great support. There it is. Okay. And Amunek, could you read that for us, please? Boom.
Yes, I can. 3417 from Terry Patty for Hotep Saba Tua for your exemplary consistency. Support for Whitehouse Part 2. Whitehouse Part 2.
All right, wonderful. Tua Terry Patty for your consistency, and Tua Amunet for reading that.
Yeah.
All right. And give him some big noise, please.
There is no spoon.
All right, thank you. Is Amun in the Upesh realm?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Rest well, Amun. Tried your best. All right. Here we go. To Nana Amun. Now we got oh, I see 2 emails from Kefa Eve. Kefa Eve, are you around? Ooh, it's cold, man. Please, he's not on? Oh, okay. Woo. And then come in here and close this window for me, please. Thank you. Icebox, scan it. Scandinavia in here. All right, shout out to hey, Amun and Amunet. Oh my God! Shout out to Amun and Amunet, great supporters. So we have 8 supports in from 50 people watching. In about 20 minutes. 8 supports in from 50 watchers. Okay. Shout out to Amun and Amunet, the great couple. Boom. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
$45 for Tehuti is the best Tua for this mind-blowing class.
Nini Uk. And give yourself some beautiful noise.
You are watching a master.
All right. What was that? What was that last sound, Amunet? Was that a word? Was that a word, or what was that? What did he say? What did he say?
He said bam.
Oh, bam. Bam. All right, thank you for that. All right, shout out to thank you Amu and Amunet for your great consistent support over and over again. And I like how you have the best capitalized to it for that.
Yeah.
Let me address the Honorable Angela Gates. What's BBX? BB8VX. Okay. Let me address the Honorable Angela Gates, who says, "I'll send support this week, Sam." But see, that's honorable. If you watch the podcast, if you watch the experience, the 2-hour experience going on for 4 years straight, consistently, only breaks upon hospital visits, snake bites, people passing away, and ritual performances that need to be done for protection. Is the only time I've ever taken a break here at the Tehuti Pod class. And if you're not going to send in support during the pod class, then yes, this is honorable. But the sister says, I'll send it this week. And that's very, very reasonable and honorable. To you, Angela Gates, one of the greatest sisters in the Tehuti pod class, one of the greatest sisters in the House of a 10. All right, wonderful. Look forward to that this week. All right, we got Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect. Yes, with a great message. What does Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect say? And Tatu, did you fade away? I wanted to say something with you to hear it. And Bijan Farrow, are you still here? All right, Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect. To you for your great consistent support. As always, every single pod class, as you say, Ma'at forever. Consistency is the only one struggle that people mainly have. Whether it's consistency with your health, whether it's consistency with keeping your word, whether it's consistency with anything. Consistency is the only thing that can build. You can only build if you're consistently doing something. That's the only way you can build your mind, your body, or a movement. So I appreciate all those who are consistent with me. I am setting the example of consistency. And if everyone follows suit, great things will be able to be built here, and this will be able to continue. Shout out to Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect. Go ahead and read that for us, please. You read the last one, Amonette?
Yes.
Okay. Retetu, if you're there, could you read this one for us?
Yes, Saba. It's Basa Tut Mak Ox Effects for Ma'at. Ivor, maybe he meant over. Mason squared up. Dua Saba Tehuti.
Give him some big noise. I think this is the biggest support of the night so far. I'm looking for the monster supporters that used to be here a couple years ago. Used to be some monster supporters that came in and dropped some really big donations. And there's been a couple like Tehuti, Sarah when she could, and a couple monster supporters, but haven't seen them in a while, other than those two really. So shout out to Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect, the largest support of the night. Give him some big noise, please.
Yes.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting knowledge be born. Then after that, I live forever. You listen to me, you never will follow me.
Watching a master at work.
You like that last noise? What is that? All right, wonderful. I threw some extra ones in there. StreamYard gave me the ability to put sounds in without cutting off the sound of the pod class. So it's more fun now. I can add them in. All right, wonderful. Let's go, everybody. Shout out to the last support that came into Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect. Largest support of the night so far. Appreciate that. He wants to keep this pod class and this phenomenon going. And here is my brother, Anpu, another consistent young man who will be at the next Pathways of the Awakening. He said this last Pathways is the last one that he is missing. He's not missing any more Pathways of the Awakening. That is wonderful news. And there is none other than the one that I showed on the screen as the example of someone who actually changed their physical body based on the guidance of the House of Atten, based on the guidance of Tehuti. His physical body changed. The before and after pictures is proof and testimony. And that is none other than the great brother and Pooh, Ma'at Pekka. I'll read this one. TFTK up. Squared up. Yes, I squared up. Thanks for the knowledge. I think that translates to as Sabatuti squared up with Pekka, Ma'at, and chop their heads off. That's my translation of this. So, and Ampu can come in and correct or add to it, but that is what I get out of this one, which is fully TFTK. Thanks for the knowledge. Tehuti squared up with Pekka, Ma'at, and axes to their heads. Boom! Give them some big noise. Amunet shakes her head, so she approves of that translation. It's a big noise.
Thank you for the knowledge.
Nice. How come that sounded so so studio? Thank you for the knowledge. Did you reverb it or something?
No.
Huh. Sounded like a studio production. Okay. Okay. Where is the rest of the support, my beautiful people? I see an anonymous here. Anonymous supports. Oh, what's this? Anonymous supports. Okay. I'm gonna just let me see this. Oh, a picture came up now. Okay. Anonymous supports. $10 anonymous supports. I'll go ahead and show this. It is pouring rain down here, cutting off electricity and everything. And other things. All right, so we have an anonymous support that came in for $10. Boom, Tua to the anonymous supporter for the $10. I appreciate you very much. Boom. All right. You know, the brother that sent in the original question for the White House, he had sent in support, then a tip, which I read last week. But he has no idea that I did a part 2 for him. He's going to be flabbergasted when he sees this one. The first one was like an introduction to this one. He's going to go crazy. Oh my goodness. I didn't tell him I was doing 2 parts. So yeah, he sent us. Yeah, he loved it and sent support. Okay, I'm going to read a couple more, then I'm going to take a break. Is there even a couple more? Oh, big vapes. Okay, we have big vapes here with what's this? like a tip for the Masons of the Gods. Okay. So shout out to Big Vape. Big Vapes, are you in the room? Shout out to Big Vapes if you're in the room. And that's a tip for that for us on Rotetua, if you can, please.
Yes, Saba. It's Edward Latortu for Mason of the Gods. Tip for Potable Damo, $5.
Okay. Thank you, Tua, for that. Thank you for reading that, Rotetua. Okay, and next up we have Gavin. Gavin, this is it before the class started? Okay, we have a tip from Gavin. I think this is before the class, though. Everybody who's watching the Tehuti Pod class, send your support if you appreciate what you saw. 50 people saw the class. And send your support of appreciation. Tonight's appreciation, to for all those who did support. But as far as the amount of supports, tonight's support is not reflecting what I feel the class I did. I don't know. Out to Gavin, who sends $4 with 3 axes and a scroll. Is that on the screen? Gavin with $4, 3 axes and a scroll. Okay, and we got the consistent at Tefrem Kem Ma'at. And yes, everybody who sees this and sees what's been going on, and go back and watch all the classes and teachings on Killer Priests, and understand on that at that time there was no support coming in for me. I was doing all that out of just love of answering people's questions. So now we have a pod class, the House of 10, where you can actually send your support, which you do appreciate what it is that you're seeing. And send your support in for it. If you want to keep this going, I'm trying my best. I'm offering my best with the highest quality of answers done on the planet. And support I'm asking for everyone. I'm not asking for the highest support ever given on the planet or anything like that. I'm asking just for some appreciation for what it is that I'm doing. And Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios, and donuts never have to ask for this. They just get their support by all of us, by the millions, without asking for it while they're actually killing us. So send support for that, which is giving life. If you see this as a great skill, talent, and attunement with spirituality that can actually come with such answers to questions that have never been given before. Putting not 5 minutes into the answer, 10 minutes, half an hour, but 2-hour answers, 2.5-hour answers, 3-hour answers. I don't think there's 3-hour answers on any level given anywhere. Shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Could you read that for us, please? Amunet, boom.
Yes, I can. 777 from a Tefrem Kem Ma'at for Otemat Tua Ishin.
Okay, thank you, Tefrem Kem Ma'at. I'm going to put on the next one, which is him, and then give him his sound for both of them, because he sent back to back as he always does. And these were sent even before the PAW class began. And Nukpu, if you can, I would love for you to come to the panel. I want to make an announcement. I want to say some things, and I want to see the faces of the certain people when I say it. Shout out to Tefrem Kema'at, and he has, it's not on the screen. Your browser can't access your screen. What? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Here it is. Is it on the screen yet? There it is. Tefrem Kema'at, $22.72. Read that again for us, Amwinette.
Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Thank you. Give him some noise, please.
You are watching a master at work.
Thank you very much for reading that, and thank you for your sound selections.
You're very welcome.
All right. Okay, we got Nukpu saying, I was listening in my Opesh. Okay, you're sleeping the whole class? He says, Hotep, yes, I will come on, Dua. Okay. All right. Interesting. He fell asleep the whole class. All right. I'm going to scroll up. And where's Maharu? Maharu, did you see the class? Are you here? Maharu. Terrence Coward must be. Terrence Coward Tehuti. Oh, Blickett, yep. I see the Blickett at the end. Oh, it's Terrence Cowherd. That's that word he keeps saying that I do. I'm like, what? Terrence Cowherd. You got a wild ride coming up. It must be Farad. For Desbetu. Okay. Shout out to Tehuti. And read that for us, Retetua, please.
Yes, Saba. Terrence Cowherd Jr. sent you $11.11. And it says, Tehuti's always building our minds like forts. I didn't catch the class, but you can catch the support. Blick it!
Okay. Thank you for reading that. Retetua, and thank you for adding your version of Blick It at the end. Well, let me put that on the screen. You said Tua? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yay, Tua to you, and Tua to Jehuti. Wonderful. Excellent. Excellent. Jehuti has let me know that he gets very busy at times. He does refereeing, so sometimes he just can't make it. But it's very honorable for him that he has so much faith in the quality of my teachings that even if he doesn't see the class, just the fact that he knows that I took time to teach one, he knows it's going to be top level 100 quality, and he sends support anyways, and he'll watch it later. Very honorable. Thank you, Jehuti, for that. We have Nukpu. I was going to wait for Nukpu to come on the panel to read it himself. So here is Nukpu. Nukpu, you coming up right now, or should I give you a minute? Shout out to Kesbetu. Well, thank you. Retetua?
Yes, Saba.
Do you have all set with you? Or are you able to turn the camera on in a moment?
I can hand her off.
You can hand her up? Okay. I'll let you know when. I'll let you know when.
Okay. To
Nini. Okay, come on up, Nook. I'll give you a moment. Let's see if there's any other support that came in. Angela Gate giving massive hearts. Massive hearts. Thank you, Angela Gate. Is that for our set of podcast? Us. Random hearts given out. Beautiful. All right. Let me scroll down. I receive. Oh, I never read this one. Oh, this is let me give a shout out to this is the brother who originally sent the question. Let me see if I can. Does he have a message? Okay. Here's a brother that originally sent and sparked this whole Whitehouse beautiful event off. And I'm going to go ahead and show his support, even though it's for last week. Let's see if it pops up. And he gave 1804. He originally gave 180 for the support. So we're going to give him some noise for the 1804 on top of what he gave originally for the White House question. Give him some noise, please. Excellent. Okay. Let me go back and put that on unread so I can add that to the real support time. Okay. Okay, let me see. I'm checking to see if there's any more support given for tonight. If anybody else, there's 50 people watching. There's 16 supports and 50 people. Let me go ahead and see if there's any more. Let me scroll and see where's the where to go. Anonymous support, read that one. Okay, this one is going to last week. This is for last week. Oh, reciprocity. Oh, okay. He sent a message too. Let me I'm gonna put up his message. Let me first go ahead and do this. Origin of the White House. Is this part 2? Okay, we're gonna go to podcast inf. We're gonna go to not April, November. Let me fix something here, everybody. I'm gonna go to November 8th was last week. Origin of the White House. No. And we're gonna go to 27, and then I'm going to screen share the memo. Here it is. So he gave a memo with that podcast answer, with that podcast extra support for the question that he sent in. And here's the memo that he sent in. And Amina, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. It says, reciprocity contributions for a superb breakdown on the U.S. White House. Lost opportunity.
We need to for the read. Appreciate it. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, let me. We're waiting for Nukku. On Nukku to come up, and then Gabby to come on the screen in a moment, and then I'm gonna make a little update announcement, and then we'll keep moving on. Hopefully more support will come in. This, I don't know. Strange tonight. Hopefully more will come in as the night goes on. I'll stay on here for a little bit longer, and hopefully people are just tuning in. And Tef needs to come on the panel as well. So I'm waiting for Nukbu. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. I'll be right back in just a minute. You and Amunet, you and Gabby can build. And Amunet, you know to let people on the panel? Good. Okay, good. So thank you for not automatically letting on Hyperborea. What was it? Hyper something, because you didn't recognize them, right? Okay, good. Thank you.
I didn't recognize him.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back, everybody, in a couple of minutes, and I'll go ahead and make the announcement. By that time, hopefully, Kesbetu will be on, Brett Tetu will be on the screen, and the Jed will be in the background listening. And I'll be right back, everybody. Hold up for just a moment.
What's up? Peace and love to everyone who is still watching, who's still here in class. I appreciate all the Nefer supporters, the beautiful supporters who want to keep this going. This is very important for all of our growth, and it is very unique and very life-saving. It is saving my life every day, every single question, no matter what it is. As I say frequently, it always helps me, and that is very, very powerful to have this and to consistently grow in the 2D podcast and have something like this to help me grow, purify, and learn, and especially the things that we are learning about the matrix, what's really going on, and to give ourselves more power and understand the matrix around us, to protect ourselves and strengthen ourselves as well. And it's very important to continue learning. And I'm very appreciative for this platform, for this Nefer class that Saba creates, for every class that he does consistently. He is extremely consistent, and that is what I strive to be as well. Every single day, I do my best to be as consistent as possible in everything I do. And that's because of the great Saba Tehuti and his Nefer guidance, and for all that he does for himself. He's a very Nefer example, and it is life-saving to have an example in this life to follow and to be able to have it in real life, a real-life example of an echo of the ancient followers of Ma'at and the Netzer. So that is very, very powerful and beautiful, and that's one of the most important reasons why everyone here who is watching and taking in this information, you're changing while you're taking in the information. So it's very important to support what you see here, because this is actually the Netzer. Sabakuti is imbuing the Netzer. He is a Netzer, and that is extremely powerful. That's super powerful to know and to be here and to be a student of him is extremely beautiful. It's a huge gift in my life, and Sabatudi is helping me on my mission on this earth as well, and I'm very thankful for his mission as well. What he's doing here is extremely important. It's extremely important, and that's why I support. I understand a lot. He's taught me so much on what's happening, and the more and more I learn from him, the more and more I remember, and the more I understand the importance of being consistent, supporting what's here, and I also get more and more thankful as well, because I begin understanding on deeper levels on what's actually happening, who I am, who all of us are, and it uncovers why I'm here personally as well, why I am in this body, who I am, and um, that's so important. And it's all because of Tehuti, why I am able to grow in this way. It's so deep and intricate, very magical. And the way he does everything is so intricate and magical. It's beautiful to see and witness, and to be a part of this is life-saving. So please keep this going if you appreciate what you are seeing, what is happening on this earth. Please keep this going as it is here. But we never know what tomorrow is going to bring, as Babatunde states, as he taught me. I never know when I'm going to pass. We never know what the next day is going to be, if we're going to have a next day. So I definitely do my best to do as if I were to die tomorrow, I would be thankful for what I did today, basically. So that is extremely important. Please support and continue your own growth. I appreciate everyone who is doing their own growth within, with their families, or with themselves, building themselves up, and continuing what has begun from Salva Tehuti. This is extremely important, extremely is not happening anywhere else, as we all know here, and that is very magical. And Retetua, are you here? If not, okay.
I am here.
Okay, how are you? And I also want to know how you've enjoyed the class a little more, or what's on your eve, or anything that you want to share. What's up?
Hotep, Mary, to you, Amunet, and to everyone in the chat. I'm doing well. Just here with Aoud, just enjoying their company and things like that. And then this class was just, phenomenal. How you said there's layers to understanding what's really at work, and what's around us, and how they function, and just all that stuff. And like I said earlier, it helps me see the matrix for what it really is, and the more that Salva does classes like this, the more that the Matrix movie starts to make more sense, and I find myself almost comparing, a day-to-day to what the Matrix kind of wants to send a message about, right? And so, yeah, and it's life-changing, because once you start to learn the symbols, and the meanings behind certain things, and the shapes, and how they use waters, and certain land structures, and just certain layouts and things like that, you just it's just a different perspective that is just not what I guess what I thought, or whatever. And I guess being in that spell of the Matrix, and then realizing that there was a spell, that there is a spell, and that most people aren't even aware of what's going on, and aren't even aware that they're in a spell themselves, and so it's just feeling, like I said, definitely mind-blowing answers, because it just adds it shifts my perspective, and now I can't unsee what I see with the truth. I apply the truth to the day-to-day, and to certain situations, and it makes a lot of sense. It all starts to make sense, like it's all just a game, a puzzle. You gotta make sure you're going on to the Matrix protected, and making sure that you're always within that frequency of Ma'at. And because the matrix will just, it's just never ending, never stops. They work. They don't. It just doesn't sleep. And so we gotta keep going. We do sleep. We look forward to rest. And the matrix is just never ending, and there's the different layers to the matrix. Like, there's just all these different aspects and all these different lies that you start to see, and because Saba unveils all that truth, and it's just like, man, like, this is really deep information, and the way that it changes your life, the way that it impacts you, the way that it makes you shift into a different direction, and just shift your state of mind. And it makes me want more information. What else do we have to know? What else is going on around us that we're not even aware? And Dejad and I were talking about this today. It's all about the fear tactic and presenting things a certain way, so that when there's fear, there's control. Control is fear for them, so it's just like I said, it's life-changing, and I'm so grateful that Saba is able to get this information and even have this information, because I know he talks about having just classes ready, and I'm curious what kind of classes those would be, because those are if these are questions that just we're all just asking, and we're all over the world. I can't imagine the knowledge that Saba has already prepped, that could help us even more. And so just grateful, like I said, to just have this knowledge, this doorway. Our Saba, that's what he is, our doorway to the truth, our doorway to revealing things that most people could never even imagine, and or some people just are not even aware, like I said. And it's a little sad to see the cycle that the Matrix has everybody. You start to see the shift, and we're in the month of November, so you start to see the shift into the quote unquote holidays, and how heavy it is. Like, they're already starting early in September, October, pushing out all their holiday stuff, and everybody's so caught up on it. Like, oh, I gotta get this cup, I gotta get this thing, and I gotta get this certain theme, and it's just like, man, that's so overwhelming. And classes like this make you realize, like, it's a reason it's so chaotic. It's a reason that it's not a peaceful time. Like, they advertise holidays to be like this loving and caring and unity time, but yet, like, you feel stressed out because you gotta cook, and you gotta have a clean home if you're having family come over, and like all these expectations that are so unrealistic that it's just, I don't know, I always felt like, man, like, it shouldn't be this chaotic, or this crazy busy just to enjoy some food, and some family time. And then it's like, sometimes you're not even hanging out with family that you get along with. Like, it was like, what's up with that? Like, no, there's no real healing. It's just, I don't know, it's just the Matrix stuff, and so now I take a step back, and I'm like, man, yeah, that's serious. This right there, it's just like, there's no loving peace. Like, you see all those videos of people getting into fights over all the specials they got at the store and stuff. Like, where's the peace and love in that if you guys are fighting over a TV? Like, fighting over clothes, fighting over things that are so materialistic. And it's sad to see how caught up people become and are in all the material things around, uh, you know, and it's sad, like I said, because they advertise holidays to be this loving, peaceful time, and it really isn't. Like, you start to see, people start like, you just, man, you just see the isfet in all of it, and I'm so glad that we have Saba to just unveil the truth and just guide us and protect us, because this is a giving this kind of information is life changing and eye opening, and so I'm grateful to even have this because I could still be stuck in the matrix and then doing A, B, and C, and just living that lifestyle, and I find myself a little bit at times like just chuckling to myself like we really think that all of these material things are really important, and yet we don't realize that the importance of having our crew live on, not just in this realm but in other realms, in other places, in other lives, is much more meaningful than any material thing you could have, down to the house you live in and the clothes you wear, and none of that matters. Like, at the end of the day, you're fighting over a TV that, guess what, like, that's just a material thing, because you can destroy that material thing with water and fire. Like, it means nothing, and it won't help you and your crew live on when it's time to leave this realm, this experience. And so that's just a piece of how I feel that Saba has made an impact on my life. But it's an effort feeling, like I said, to be free, or becoming free, becoming awakened, really looking at things for what they really are, and finding out the truth. These classes are, like I said, life-changing. Because how much variety have we seen in all these classes, and they're all so healing and like I said, life-changing. We're talking about the Whitehouse right now, and Saba will answer a question. I've had all my different questions I've had, and and those are life-changing for myself and for others. So it's just super an effort to be here. Like I said, to be able to have access to this knowledge and really make a change for the out, for self, and it's for me, I keep wanting more. What else? And Robert E. Williams said, "Are we eating turkey, or are we the turkey?" That was funny. That's good. Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, Hotep, peace. Glad to be back. For all your beautiful words of appreciation. You're going on and on because there's so much to love and appreciate in your life that's changed, and I love it. You're on a great roll, and I'm glad I could cause such a change in the out life. The teachings has affected everyone in your life, which is a beautiful thing. So with most people in the pod class, it's an individual thing. The unique thing about your situation is it affects, you see everybody changing. Your man is changing, you're changing, Aset's life is changing. The little inquisitive one, I'm going to call her the inquisitive. She got to get her rent next year. the questioner, he's constantly questioning, and it's just changing everybody. So I appreciate that this is having such an effect on you, and you're verbally, openly speaking about it.
Tuasabe and Niniuk. And you know what? She has a question, and so I gotta send her question in. So I'm looking forward to that question.
Okay. I love it. She's great. Great. Okay. All right, we have Mr. Blue has entered the room. He's in blue snow. Not sure what's going on. He's traveling light speed. He looks like one of those beings you see when you get to the other side. It's like just a blue frame of a being. How you doing there, Kesbetsu?
Pablo. Everybody in the chat. Yeah.
The audio and the video is really messed up. We can't hear you.
Man. And there's two lives going on at the same time. Even when I go on the panel, 2 different panels. It's real nefra.
So when you go on the panel, it shows you on both, right? That's good.
I'm in 2 worlds simultaneously.
Yeah, I think StreamYard is doing something where they have something for people who are looking at it on their phone and YouTube. I'm not sure what that is, but we're all in one chat, we're all on one stream, but it's showing in two YouTube, which is interesting. Okay, wonderful, everybody. I'm gonna go check and see. Kesbetsu, you're say a couple more lines. Let me hear how you sound. It's a little bit choppy.
Hotep, Uncle Jashanev. Can you hear me better?
Great. What did you do? What just happened?
I don't know. I don't know, man. But Tua Saba, how you feeling, Saba? I was in the past realm the whole time.
Oh, interesting. You were up for the beginning of the class, though, right? Were you typing in the chat? Yeah, I remember seeing. And then you fell asleep while the class was going. Oh, well, I love falling asleep to certain classes and knowledge. It's a beautiful sleep, like it's in your dream. You feel like you're still surrounded by it. I love falling asleep. I used to fall asleep to different Malachi classes or documentaries, or yes, and it feels good though. You missed it, but you didn't miss it. Okay. Okay, everybody. Let me check the support. See if any more new support came in. Oh, well, this is Nookpoo from earlier. Was that everybody? Is that it for the night? Is that it? This is Kesbetsu from earlier. Let me go to Origin of Whitehouse 2, right? No, Origin of Whitehouse. Where's Origin of Whitehouse 2? 15th, Origin of Whitehouse. Okay. Oh, it's not looking too great tonight. That's odd, huh? Okay. Well, shout out to Nookpoo. He's on the panel, so he can read his support. If I can get it on the screen, it's so strange. Let me do this. So there's Terrence. And where's Nookpoo? Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. And where is it, Brother Tef? I requested for him to come on. If he could come on earlier, because I want to talk and make an announcement. I want him to be here. And it's 10:29. I don't even see him in the chat. Okay. There you are. Kesbetsu, go ahead and read that for us, please.
Hotep. This for myself. Nookpoo, aka Keshbetu Nupata Samin Ma'at. I sent in Hotep Saba, Nefer Netcher, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, Uncle Jashaneb Ma'at with the eye of Ma'at. Uncle Jashaneb Saba.
Thank you very much for that, Uncle Justin. Up to you. Your name is absolutely wonderful. I'm gonna give you, although it's under $20, I'm gonna give you a quick clap anyway because you're so consistent, so consistent, and I appreciate the consistency. And your name, I don't know if I've seen your full name on the screen before. I don't know if this is no. So now I'm seeing your full name on the screen. Isn't it interesting? It's in blue too. The frame is in blue. The frame is that's perfect. So your name looks great now that I see it typed out in front of me. Look at this big, powerful name, Kesbetu Nu Kata. What is this? 6 words? I gave you 6 names. I gave you 6 words, Kesbetu Nu Kata Sa Min Ma'at. Okay. Excellent. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Robert E. Williams, don't leave quite yet. Saying Neferu Pesh. 2 until 2. I don't know what that is. Neferu Pesh until 2 I am free. Okay. I was wanting a Tef to be here. Retetua, can the Jed hear me in the background?
Yes, Saba.
Okay, good. And let me see if I got any message from a Tef. Two-hour and 18-minute class, family. Sorry, 2-hour and 18-minute answer. 2-hour and 18-minute answer. Let me see what this is. What is this? What? There's so much spam stuff. This internet is. This internet is a world where you can be anything. You can be anything in this world. There's so many tricks and fakeness happening. Strange. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't see any message from I don't see any message from the chat. Let me see what this is. No, that's not popping up. What is this here? Okay. Okay, nothing from a Tef yet. It's 10:30 our time. There are no more supports that I see coming in. Shout out to all those who consistently sent in their support. I appreciate you very much. Continue on with the consistency and for wanting this to be here. So I don't see a Tef. Okay, let me do a call. What is it called when you see how many people are around? What is it called? Like
roll call.
Roll call. ROLL. Roll call. Okay. Let me do a roll call in the chat to see who's here. Press 9 so I can see who's in the chat. I need to make an announcement, and I need to see who is in the chat. Until then, everybody who is watching the pod class, come Monday, because this is what's happening Monday. Kesbetu. I don't know if you fell asleep before this or after this, but I announced this. You were up for that? You saw this part? Okay. Monday is going to be a live discussion upon the request. The request of Son Netter is for me and Jabari to have a debate. He wants the debate to be the Netters are real. Jabari and I agreed that we will talk in public to sort out what the truth is of what happened last time, because it's no longer on the internet. It's no longer for anybody to see. Jabari has what he's saying about the debate, and I have what I'm saying about the debate, and that needs to be completely cleared up before we go into a debate on that topic. If it's that topic we're choosing, because if it is that topic we're choosing, then that means that this would have to be called a rematch. Jabari is saying we never had a debate. So if we never had a debate, then this would be the very first time in history that Tehuti and Jabari are having a debate on the Netter. And I told Son Netter and I told Jabari that my credibility, I use another word too, honorability, credibility, I can't think of the word now, but my credibility is on the line because, okay, I see everybody here. Netter First is here. Says, yo, Angela Gates is here. Ankia Ma'ad is here. Roll call of 3 people. Okay, 2 for the 3 people. So I said my credibility is on the line. As soon as I accept this as a debate and not a rematch, then this would mean for 4 years I've been misguiding the people, and I've been telling people that I had a debate with Jabari, and what the outcome was, shown what the outcome was. So if I accept the debate as the first time debate, then of course in that debate he could use that to denounce my credibility and say in the debate, for years you've been telling people that we had a debate, brother, and you've been making it up. Which would immediately take down my credibility in the debate as new people are watching. Who's this madman that for 4 years I've been saying it? We calculated it's over 5 years ago. It was before COVID. So for 5 years, who is this madman that's been saying he debated Jabari and won, and that only happened in his mind? So he can introduce the debate as Tehuti's a madman. So therefore, for us to have a debate, it would have to be called a rematch. If it's called a rematch, is a completely different scenario than a debate. That means that it can be brought up in the debate that this has happened already. You've lost that one, and all type of nuances can be brought up because of that, because of the loss, or because the rematch. Who's calling for a rematch? And one of the debate tactics or techniques that you use when you're debating is if you're having, or even a UFC fight or anything, if you're having a rematch in the promotion, declaring who called the rematch is pivotal and of importance for the people to see that, oh, this person is wanting a second chance. So those two paradigms are completely different, and that's why on Monday we will be sitting down and discussing what the truth is on this situation, and by determining what the truth is to the public, because I told Son Netter and Jabari I'm only having this conversation in public. I'm having no more private. Every time I talk to people in private, everybody can act like a nutcase and crazy, and there's no proof of their madness. All my conversations are recorded or in public. I need witnesses for the madness that I feel I'm surrounded by. So I said this must be public, and the outcome will be public. And I hope the stream is not taken down. I hope Son Netter allows it to continue. I hope it's not too painful for him to watch. And I want my students to definitely record it in case the stream magically comes down or something happens. I need this recorded for history purposes, because it will be settled in this conversation what actually took place. Or else, or it will be settled that, or it has to be another debate topic. It can't be this particular topic. Because if it's verified that we had a debate already, then I'm not motivated. Why am I motivated to beat somebody again? Oh, is this the real JJ? I think so. Oh, yep. Tehuti, I pray your health is getting better. Oh, thank you. So speaking of which, to an update on that, on the end of the month, I am going to go for my last X-ray, which will confirm everything. But so far, we are 99% better. The only one piece is missing is the X-ray, but everything is fine. So we'll have this conversation, and it will be like nothing you've seen before. If you see my past debates, if you've seen the snake style, you are going to see snake style 2.0. And I hope Jabari just goes the honest route and makes this as painless as possible. Whichever which is his destiny, and may he fall upon his destiny wherever this may go. But in the end, I have to be motivated to have a debate on a topic. And right now, I'm unmotivated, and I can understand why on that channel, which I'm going to state, why you wouldn't want to promote me as the champ. I wouldn't make a good House of Consciousness champ, because that means that I always want to argue with somebody. I'm not into that anymore. I want to debate and argue and contention, and that was good for the time. But to have a champion always must be ready for the fight. And I will definitely agree that Jabari is ready for more fights than me. He's ready at the whim, ready to set up any more debates, all type of debate number 78. I have too many podcasts to teach, too many students to teach to be constantly ready for the debate. And this week, next week, and I don't have the enthusiasm or time for that. So he's a better champion at the House of Consciousness, and I can understand why it would want to be hidden, because I would make a bad champion. A champion that will debate once a year. So, but at any rate, that's coming Monday. So everybody show up Monday, and and you'll see a debate on Monday. That's the debate you will see, because the debate is simply two people disagreeing on a topic. So you will see a debate on Monday, and it will go absolutely beautifully. It will go as planned. So Tua for everybody. I'll let me put it on the screen again, give an announcement again. So yeah, for some reason, so I didn't put the time on here. I see someone asking. I'm not looking at Network First. Somebody asked for the time. I think it's Network First. You didn't put the time on here. Strange. It is 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Monday, November 17th, 2025. This will be a beautiful art that you will see. Beautiful painting will be drawn. All right, everybody. Let me see what that was. I think it was Netzer first asked. Yeah, he said, Time, please. So that is the time. If Angela asking for time, yeah, I just gave the time. So yes, 6:30 California time, 9:30 Eastern time. So that is that. And now JJ is saying, I don't want to get caught up too much in this, but 02 Dynasty commit practice retain and sacrifice. Do you agree or disagree? Oh, maybe that's a debate. He wants that with Jabari. Good luck. I hope that goes well, and that'll be an interesting debate. There needs to be more debate on commit. There's no debates on Sonnet or on commit. I don't know if anybody. I think I'm the only one that had a debate on commit with someone into commit. Has there been, JJ? Has there been any debates on commit? About commit? I don't think so. So JD says, I want you to defend that. No. I'll have a random conversation. I have no time to set up debates and all this stuff. And if anybody knew what I had to do, what I have to do to get this pod class answer. For every debate I have, we'll let the students decide. For every debate I have, it's a pod class answer you don't get. How about that, Eminette? For every debate I have, the time I take to set up that debate, that's the pod class answer that I don't have time to set up for. So y'all want to see my debates? I can just debate again. No more pod class. Every Saturday, Tehuti debates. Nope. My students are not going for that. Amunet is shaking her head, and that's not happening. That's not happening. Those days are over. Those days are over. I have many students to teach, and I don't benefit from these. I don't benefit from these, but I will have the odd conversation if it arises. But shout out to everybody involved in what's going to happen Monday. All right, let me give the announcement. So I don't see a theft. Let me check and see if there's any more support that we're given. Nope. So that's it. This is the least amount of support that I believe that has ever been given for a pod class in the last 2 years. So that's because we lost a lot of. Not lost. Loss is when you don't know. Loss is accidental, right? When people left. That's not accidental. If somebody leaves you, they're not lost. Lost is something you got to go find in the lost and found. I don't know where my keys are. Where did I put them? That's lost. If your keys stay to hell with you and walk off, you didn't lose them. They left. So, so if your dog runs away from you, you didn't lose your dog. So yeah, a lot of people ran away and left, and so the donations are much lower now. Shout out to Minty, who's still here in effect. Fire. All right, everybody. So I'm gonna get Retetu up. You come to the screen, and Jen, I want you to be in the background listening. And I wish the Tef was here. I'm going to state something. And I wish Bijan Farrow was here. And who else? 432. 2, are you here?
Fa'id.
The Jet is here. Is Gabby coming? I need to see Gabby's face.
No, so she's dealing with our set right now.
Oh, she's dealing with us. Okay. Can she hear us at least?
Yes.
First Nighter said, people will pay handsomely. He came in with the loaded Lux lingo. Handsome. People will pay handsomely for a time debate with Jabari. Yeah. That's what we will discuss, because the debate, if the time debate has to be on a topic that an agreed topic. Sonetta wants the topic to be on the net or real again. That topic we have a lot of sorting out to do before that topic happens. So if it's, you want to debate on, are there, I say there's no 42 laws of Ma'at. You want to debate that? We'll make the debate 2-minute rounds each, a 15-minute debate. I have time for that. And then I'm out of there. Laws of Ma'at don't exist. 42 laws of Ma'at don't exist. How about that? But no, they want to debate on the same topic, so it's strange, man. It's interesting. I understand because they have to repaint that. History has to be, if that were ever to happen and somebody was to get all of their people to vote, it will be wiped off of history. Hey, we won the real one. That's first says no need to embarrass his wife again. And the beautiful thing about that is that my only interaction with his wife was compliments. I don't know if anybody has access to that debate, but when his wife came on, and when he was talking about his wife, the only thing I said about her was she's beautiful. She looked great with the wings of Ma'at. She represents. I was straight only complimenting her. But yeah, it was embarrassing because of the stance they took. But I guarantee that will not happen again. And there's a specific reason for that. But anyways, shout out to everybody. I'm gonna give an announcement. What did I was just saying though before? Wait a minute. I got distracted by this by this handsomely proposition. Handsomely. Yeah. But it's not the focus of it is not even about the money or the finances. I mean, unless they're paying, $1,000 a debate, then okay, I'll put Sunday back on my work list. But anyways, I want to let everyone know something of great importance. And first, I need to verify it. I really wish Atef was here. He said he was going to come early. But I need to verify it. And so let's go and verify it right now just to see. No, bro, 20K to 50K. Okay. Netzer First is going to be the sponsor. The Don sponsor. You sponsor that. And yes, I'll debate each week for that. I'll debate for 4 weeks and move the House of Attend to Panama. So, I'll move the House of Attend to the banks of the Nile after 4 debates. But okay, let's verify something first before I state what I'm going to state. And Amina just left. I'm gonna wait for you to come back. Judah says, "Let me be your debate promoter again." Oh my God, Judah, you have the heart, man. You're constantly in fight mode. Judah just put up the debate with me and him. Did you all see that? He just put up the debate with me on him on Soneta's channel. The debate with me and him, the debate with me and Unc West. So, Judah, you have that heart that constantly, you're like, you want to, you're definitely born for that. You were born to fight. Keep fighting. Keep fighting, man. Tattoo the mic on your arm like LL Cool J and keep fighting. All right, so because that's you. I don't have that love for it. But anyways, let's verify something. So Kesbetu, do you have any Meta classes that you've ordered? You have Meta classes that you own?
I'm pretty sure I do. It should be all in my email.
Okay, good. And Dejed, do you have Meta classes? You have Meta classes, of course, that you've not downloaded but have to access when you click on it.
Correct.
Okay. Could both of you for me go and choose any Meta class and press play on it for me?
Oh, type. I'm gonna be back then. I gotta go on my email. So I'm be getting off the panel and then I'll come back on.
Okay. Dejed, you have your cell phone where you can just go on your email and click on a Mennonite class? Yeah, there's Tutmos.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. So
Tutmos says they remove your debts. They remove toward debts. I don't know. I'm not reading right or something. They remove toward debts. Shout out to Tutmos. Glad to have you in the class. Miriam, you still awake? Marion? You're the genius, bruh. There is no one like you. Peace. And she said, you're the genius, bruh, with, I don't know if that's Casper the Friendly Ghost. I'm not sure what that is with something. There's no one like you. Peace. Thank you. Oh, debates. They remove your debates. Yes, my debates were not intentionally removed by Sonetter. There was actually over 200 videos or more removed that Sonetter had to remove to restart the YouTube. And I did see that happen. YouTube, there was some threats and some challenges that could have happened to him, so he had to remove everything and then start fresh. And he just didn't put my debates back up, but he had to remove about 200 to 300 or more videos, and mine were just in the batch of that. So a lot of videos have been removed, but they do have the ability to put it back up, and they're not back up. That's fine with me. I'm not even requesting to them I'm not requesting for anything to be back up, but I will say he didn't personally choose, Sonetter did not personally choose my videos to remove. A whole bunch of great videos and debates with classic people that aren't even alive anymore, that are classic classes and presentations, because the people aren't even around to redo them, and Sonetter had all of that and had to take all of them down. I think it was about 500 videos he had to take down before there were some people, there were some threats to his channel. So I will say that Design Lex one is going. Yeah, so there's actually no proof of me on the HOK right now of doing what I have done, and I've had no issue with that. I'm fine being a secret character. All right, Kesbetu and Dejed, which Mennonite class were you looking at?
So mine's they're gone, man. It's saying that on your end it's too much videos, exceeding videos. So it's not letting me see anything.
Did it say something about the word limits? Is the word limits on there?
Yes, it says that it exceeds the limit.
Okay. And how about you, Dejed? How's your Mennonite classes going?
yeah, if when I go on the link, because all the Mennonite classes that I got, I make sure right away I downloaded them. So, but if I go through the link on the email again, let's just say I never downloaded it. It says public transfer limit exceeded. The owner of this file has exceeded their monthly public transfer quota. Upgrade your plan to use premium public transfer bandwidth.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. So all right. So I need do you have all the Mennonite classes, Dejed?
No, I don't have all of them.
Okay. I need to find who has all of the as many Mennonite classes as they downloaded. So you can guess who the owner was. You can guess who the owner was. So because ISFET has a domino effect that I always try to stop. But because ISFET has a domino effect, I'll make the announcement right now that because of Scribe leaving the House of the 10 and whatever he did to cut off, whatever he did, because I'm not into the technical world, whatever he did, no one was ever ordered a Meta class over the years. None of you have Meta classes anymore. What do you think of that, Jed?
Last time when the whole departure was happening, and we were discussing some things from last time I heard about the Meta classes. I heard he was still paying for the membership for the ice drive thing that holds all the classes in order for people to still get them. And that was the last time I heard about that situation. So seems like it definitely changed.
Okay, and which means that he intentionally cut off everybody across the world who ever got Meta classes. What do you think about that? Because I was never informed. Because if I was informed, right, then all I would have to do would just be to continue the payment. Is that correct? That's a simple thing, right?
Yes, it's a simple thing. I don't know anything after that. Just only what I heard.
Right. So now we know for sure that it appears that he stopped making the payments or cut it off without informing me, which means that the Meta classes are cut off from everybody across the world that paid their money. Not accidentally done, but the payments were stopped. And I was never informed, which means that nobody has Meta classes anymore. What does everybody think of that? I'm trying to get everybody's view on what they think of those type of actions. Is that Ma'at? Is that evil? Is that Isfed? Is that what does everybody think of that? 'Cause I can't think of anything more sick.
Isfed. That's
Yes.
Self-sabotaging, mind control matrix.
So the only way that could have happened. I want to get the Jed. I wanted to get Tef. I want to see everybody's statement on this, because the only way that could have happened is if the payments were intentionally stopped. But the only way the payments can be intentionally stopped is if someone stopped them. And if the payments were going to be stopped, I put Amunet in charge of. Of the technicals. So all that would happen is he would have to contact Amunet and say, I'm no longer going to make the payments, because I see I don't know anything about any payments. I don't know anything about any technicals. Nobody's telling me there's a payment ice drive. I don't know anything about this type of thing. I don't know how it works or anything like that. I'd have to be informed that, hey, the ice drive has to make a payment, and if it's not paid, we're going to lose all the Meta classes. So I would say, okay, perfect. So Amunet, we're going to get. I'm going to go ahead and make the payments and continue. But I was never emailed or told anything about that. And now the Meta classes are gone for everybody across the world, purposely, intentionally. What's everybody's thoughts on that? Let's not see where everybody's brains at with that.
That's extremely evil, because those classes were and are extremely life-saving to me, and especially during work, I listen to them very, very often, and I repeatedly listen to them weekly, actually, and they mean a lot to me, very, very much to me, and I wasn't able to download. The ones I had, I only had one downloaded, so it was extremely upsetting when I saw that they were gone.
And the solution to the problem, before I get the Jed's comment on it and anyone else, but the solution to the problem will be, Amunet, you can contact him and say, I need to continue the payments, or however it goes, because when I try to do it on the ICE drive, I try to fix the situation, and I made the payment. I lost the money. I made the payment and didn't do anything because it's not in the name of me. I thought if you make the payment, it would just renew. But actually made in the particular account of the person, it seems. So all he would have to do is hand that account over, and that's right, Angela Gates. It had a simple solution. Yeah, he must have had a reason. Regardless, he didn't have to do that. That's not good. Yeah, when you make a choice, and I'll get the jet after this, but I'm trying to see. This affects everybody across the world, right? There's people in Africa that have Mennonite classes that can't even get into the pod class. There's people in Belgium that have ordered Mennonite classes. There's people, Mennonite classes have been going on, and because I don't know the ICE drive thing, because the reason I didn't know about it, why? And the name of it being in the House of the Ten and all that, is because I was doing Mennonite classes before there was a House of the Ten, right? Mennonite classes were there since the Hati. There was no House of the Ten with a Hati, was there? So I don't know anything about having a House of the Ten name controlling some ICE drive, because I'm doing House of the Ten, and all I asked from Scribe was, can you screen record it? And that was since a Hati, so it's been going on for what, 3 years, 2 years or so. So I know nothing about that, and I was never told. So because of these actions, people across the world, imagine that my 65 Mennonite classes are gone from existence if this isn't solved. What type of energy would cause someone to risk the beautiful classes that I did not allow for the public? The Mennonite classes, are not the pod classes. They were private magical classes for rituals that only certain people could have if they paid individually, and they're not on the public YouTube, whereas if something happens, I could just say go to YouTube. They were only on that thing, so now no one has access to them. Nicholas Noatic, all the way in Netherlands, was he in Belgium? I'm not sure where he is. Everybody across the world. Myself, I do not have access to my own, to all that work I put in. 65 Mennonite classes are removed from Tehuti. What type of hatred and disgust would have to be in your heart to want to do something like that? Is it accidental? Is it accidental? I wasn't told about it. Did he forget that there was a payment? Or I'm not sure. He told the Jed. The Jed, you said you knew there's. He said he's going to continue the payment. Is that correct?
Yeah, from the last time me and the Tef had talked to him in that meeting, yeah, when we was dealing with all the transfer type of stuff, and yeah, that was the last time I heard about that topic.
Okay. So obviously it's not paid. It's a small payment, and it's only once a year. It's not even per month. It's a small payment. It doesn't even equal $10 a month. It's like $5 a month for the payment. I think I calculated $5. Not even. Is it $5? I gotta calculate it, but it's there's only a little bit of money. So yeah, so that's what it is, the Jed. There's no more Mennonite classes now because of him.
Are they is it completely wiped away, or if you do the payments, they're there?
You can't do the payments unless you own the account. I did the payment, and they're wiped away. So it's like it's an account. It's an internet account. So, like your Gmail, like your whatever you have, and it's under your name. So somebody could say, "I'll open up a Gmail," but it's not the Jez Gmail. So therefore, we can't recover your mail, even if I open up a Gmail. So it's a particular account, and it's wiped. As of this point, they're gone out of history as of right now, because I don't even know if you I don't even know how it works. It asked me, "Would you like to make a payment?" And I said yes, and I did, but it doesn't give me access to those accounts. So as of right now, they're gone from everybody, including me and everybody that paid for them. That's thousands of dollars and spiritual connection that people paid for, that they can't get the class or a refund back. I'm done talking.
Yeah, that's strange. Is there any way that I guess I don't know. I think in order for you to get that back, only way I could see it is get that back is, I guess, if y'all converse about the situation. That's the only way I could really look at it. I'll try to look at solutions, and that's the only thing I can think about.
What's this? Oh, Minty. Hey, Minty, I see you, Minty. I'll announce it before the class is gone. I see that just popped up. Okay, so is Gabby there? Can Gabby hear me at all?
She's in the other room, so she's with us.
Oh, okay. I really wish that Gabby was here, Tef was here. So Amunet says it's evil, it's fat. Nukpu says evil is fat, and the judge, you just say it's a strange thing.
Correct, because I'm more looking at, can it still be recovered?
I'm looking at that.
That's the only thing that matters to me. Is if it can be recovered, then okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what matters to me as well. I as far as the solution is, it can only be recovered if certain steps are made. But I was just curious to know what you thought of the steps it took to do such a thing to me. That's what I was curious about. Like if somebody comes and attacks Gabriella or Amunet, or attacks Nukpu, or steals from him in the pod class, or does that, there's solutions, and the solution is we find the criminal, we punish the criminal, we get Amunet to the hospital. But I was just curious to see what everybody thought of the action and the person that's doing that to me. And the solutions are going to be done. But if somebody comes into Tehuti's house and kills kills one of his animals, or comes and takes the house of Aten money, or does something, the solution is, yes, we got to punish the person, and we have to get the money back. But now, what do we do with what are the thoughts on the action in the individual that did this thing to me? Just the solution.
Physical harm is a different perspective for me. So if something physical try to come against me and my loved ones, then that's a completely different observation. I handle things in a different manner to that. this situation isn't physical, and that's why I was more focused on, all right, the recovery, because I don't look at the physical and non-physical as the same thing. That's all. It's kind of like how you mentioned when you said, maybe last year or so, you was like, I would rather someone steal from me than to actually lie to me, because if you lie to me, then you alter my reality, right? So I get that. So I kind of look at it in that perspective of physical and then non-physical injury type of, hurt type of thing.
Like the physical meta classes being removed from everybody?
No, like life and death. Because those meta classes are super important, very important. But it doesn't mean that if they're lost, Nukpu dies. Amunet dies. They're dead now. Now that's a whole different situation to me. And that's why I look at it. That's why I'm talking about. I look at it that way. So I don't have really, it doesn't really, for myself, it doesn't really like get a real bad negative emotion towards me, because I'm more like, all right, well, if we can recover those, then all right, we can hash that out and make that happen. And then so we're back to where we need to be. But as long as everybody's safe and everybody's good, I care about that. I care about that more than anything.
Okay, because I think in the examples I gave, I don't know if I gave anybody dying. I said if somebody breaks into my house, I did give Amunet being slapped, but I gave the example of somebody breaking into my house and stealing House of Attend funds, and just somebody doing something that affects everybody across the world, where they don't have my spiritual teachings anymore. I was just asking, what's the thought on that action being done, where now hundreds of innocent people, they do not have the classes anymore. Not anybody dying, not anything like that, but the situation, if they can't be recovered, but right now nobody has them. So Jamestown says definitely it's fed and evil. That's what I was just checking with everybody. I just need to gauge where everybody gauges what Isfet is and what evil is, because that completely damaged me. Because those men of the classes I put my life into them, into men of the classes, and no one has the right to steal them from me or jeopardize them from me, and I can't get them to anybody anymore. I have men of the class orders that I can't fulfill. That's why I was asking you, Dejed, what you thought of the actions of. What do you think of the actions that puts me in that situation right now, before the solution is made, before anything? What about the action that's done? Is it a Ma'at action? Is it Isfet action? How do you feel about the action that removed the Mednetter classes from me and people across the world? Even if they get replaced.
Yeah, no, like I said, I don't have any emotion to it. I just, all I can see is the solution. That's all. That's all I can really see. I feel like if I have a reaction to something, it's because I don't, you know what I mean? I want to solve it, I want to fix it, but I don't have the answer to it. And then so I have this emotional movement within me. So since I don't have that, I'm like, okay, well, all I see is a solution. So it's unfortunate that this situation is happening right now and things are going on right now the way it's going on. Yeah, I don't like it, but at the same time, I'm just like, all right, well, I think that's an easy conversation to have, and then we can get those meta classes back and we back moving. That's the only way. That's the only way that's how I function. So I don't know what else to say to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. It doesn't respond to the question I asked. It doesn't. I'm asking about the action. This individual has done particular actions that have jeopardized House of a 10 in different ways now for no apparent reason, for nothing that I've ever done wrong to this individual. And now this is affecting people across the world who are innocent. And I was just trying to get to see how the people around me feel about, not even feel, using the laws of Ma'at, judging these actions that are done. But I guess I'm just not getting from you that these actions are isbet. So I guess in your view, the solutions are important, but the action itself cannot be judged. It just left. It's just the action is neutral. It's not good or bad. It's just neutral, and let's just look for the solution. And then if there is no solution, because right now we don't have one, so the topic isn't even the solution. The topic is, I'm just trying to gauge and see what everybody thinks, because I judge Isfet and Ma'at very quickly, and I'm the solution problem solver. I've solved every problem and solution that people have had in their one-on-ones in the House of the 10. We can ask Inti, we can ask anybody that I've had a one-on-one with, Amonette. But while the situation is going, I have to call on the person or the being that I see the evil coming from and say that this is Isfet and evil. But that's what I was seeing. So, but that's okay. I was just seeing, because when I talk to certain people about these situations, I wanted to tap here as well. I talked to one individual about this situation, and I'm just hearing that somebody told me, and this wasn't you, even though you said it, Dejed. You said it, but this is somebody completely different. Said, yeah, Tehuti and his brother doesn't see eye to eye, and I just need to know that people around me are able to see evil and help protect the evil. When you see it, it should be called out. It should be mentioned that, hey, look at this. This person is doing wrong. In Ma'at, there's no in between. There's no pretty good. There's no, hey, he's doing meh. In the laws of Ma'at, Isfet is pinpointed, and then it's called out, it's brought in front of a council, and then there's a problem solved. But while the problem is going on, the Isfet is called out, because something can happen to me. I'm in a position where something can happen to me where I could be destroyed because of what appears to be non-physical to you or to other people. I'm in a world of an actual war where the slightest wrong move and the slightest mistrust can have me taken away from everybody. And that Isfet wants to take me away from everybody. And so my head is constantly on a swivel, because if I slip up, I promise everybody I will be gone. I have to be sharp and move precisely. And one individual told me, oh, the situation that's happening, the two Tehutis in my life won't see eye to eye. And these kind of situations are very sickening to me, because I don't remember there being two Tehutis, and I don't remember me seeing eye to eye with any of my students. I don't see eye to eye with my students. I teach my students. I don't see eye to eye with Nuku. If I did, he wouldn't be Kesbetu. If I saw eye to eye with Amonette, she'd still be Lola Love. If I saw eye to eye with Minty, she wouldn't be here. Tehuti doesn't see eye to eye. Tehuti raises people to the eye of Ma'at. I didn't come to kill a priest seeing eye to eye with anybody. I came as a teacher. So this situation is it's damaging. It's hurtful, because unfair things are being done. And me as Tehuti knows that there's no witness of me doing anything. to anybody for this Isfet to occur, other than the fact that I'm Tehuti. So, but that's fine. I got your answer, the Jed. You don't see it as Isfet or Ma'at. You just want the solutions, but you don't see the actual action falling under the category of Isfet or Ma'at. I see this as complete, 100% disgusting Isfet that needs to be destroyed. And yes, we need the men nether classes back because they were never supposed to go in the first place. Why did my men nether class? Why are they gone in the first place? For what reason? So they don't need to be gone. Innocent people are now. I'm wondering, where's the men nether class? Do I owe them their money back? Does the House of Aten owe the money back? This is a very uncomfortable, disgusting situation, and I can be removed from the domino effect, because if anybody thought, hey, at the time that it was happening when this individual left, that nobody thought, would it cause a domino effect for somebody in Africa to lose 20 nether classes? People would say no. But if that has a domino effect, and that domino effect can come back and actually remove me from the planet. So I live a very serious life in this war, and any little minor Isfet has to be seen and called out, because I want everybody to have the eye of Ma'at. And the eye of Ma'at and the eye of Sekhmet burns Isfet when it sees it. And it comes up with the solution, but the story is told that Isfet was pointed out first. So, okay, but I got your answer. See, it's not Isfet or Ma'at. It's neither of the two. The solution is a completely different topic. I have the solution, and I have the solution before today's podcast, right, Amunet? I have the solution before I said any of this. The solution is that. And on top of that, I told Amunet this statement right here from Minty. I am going to bring back the men nether classes. When the men nether classes are brought back, there will be nobody over an ice drive. There will be nobody in Isfet that will abandon me. And because they abandon me for completely unfair purposes and reasons of selfishness and self-sabotage, now Nicholas Nowadik and a bunch of people across the world suffer because of nothing they did. When you make somebody, losing the men nether class to me is a suffering. Amunet said it's a suffering. To cause Amunet to suffer, whether physically or mentally or emotionally, or Kaaba, we have 9 aspects. If any of those aspects cause anybody that we love to suffer due to their innocence, means they played no role in the suffering. Amunet did absolutely nothing to lose. She uses those men nether classes to do rituals. Is that right, Amunet? So do you, Casbet, right? And now you reach in to do those rituals and you're like, oh, I can't do them because I don't have access to the guidance anymore. That one move of spiritual suffering could affect her in the afterlife, which is a death. I just want everybody to know that because this is really, I'm going to either solve this or not solve this. And there's only one solution, of which I already know what it is. And only one person can solve this situation. And that's the person that caused the situation. So Amunet will contact that individual and say, hey, the men nether classes have been compromised and we need them back. So what is the password to the thing? I already have the solution. I just wanted to call up the Isfet and let everybody know and pinpoint where it's coming from. Because if you don't call up the Isfet and you only have the solution, then there's a bunch of innocent people that will say, I lost my men nether class because of the disorganization of Tehuti in the House of Aten. That's why I lost, because the House of Aten is disorganized. So I just wanted to know who is where and who is what, because my life is on the line and it's hard to explain that if you don't live the life of Tehuti. So that's this will be solved, and this conversation will be noted, and everything will be noted, because I'm at risk, everybody. I'm not your teacher from YouTube. I'm not your Jabari. I'm not any of that. I promise you this, that these podcast answers are not what this experience of the podcast is, not just what's going on in the physical realm. Something wants a change to come back, and it's happening through this. I promise that. That's why I always stress this is happening nowhere else. So, loyalty to me is key. The eyes of Ma'at are key. And I've had several people disappear because that individual left, and certain people disappeared upon his command. His command is do not support Tehuti anymore, which means I want the pod class destroyed. The energy to support Tehuti in the pod class is the energy to keep this going. If you intentionally declare this as the truth and say do not support this anymore, it means that you want to see this utterly destroyed. And I have to watch for that, because the first one that will be utterly destroyed is me. They're not coming for Amunet. They're coming from me. Something can happen to Amunet, which I will not allow in my power. Something can happen to Amunet, and the pod class in the House of the Ten still continues. Ahati's gone, the pod class in the House of the Ten still continues. Manku AJ is gone, and it still continues. Tehuti's gone. So how you doing, Amunet? When Tehuti's gone. So I'm the target. But I just wanted to say that to everybody. I want everybody to know that, so that it's publicly announced, just in case people are wondering, where did my classes go? Ejan Farrow's been waiting a week, and I couldn't give him an answer. That's an embarrassment that I don't feel that I deserve. I couldn't give one of my students an answer of where my own class is. What type of ISFED is this? So, men at the classes will continue. House of Aten will continue with the men at the classes always being accessible. Amunet is already on the ball. The solution's already on the move. Everything is already in process. I just wanted to know where people's minds were, so they don't come to me and say, Tehuti, I don't have this class because of Nana. I don't have this class because Titi Amun did something with my Cash App. I need everyone to pinpoint why the world doesn't have my MedNetter classes that I didn't have to do. And that's it. Okay. That is all. I wish Atef was here, but he didn't make it on time because I wanted to hear I wanted him to know that this as well. It's very, very important for him to know. Shout out to Daryl. I see your support came in. I'll be reading them shortly. Reading your support shortly. Okay. All right, everybody. So those are the updates. The updates was the Jabari meeting that's happening, and the update was one of the most important things that I've ever done since I've started teaching is the MedNetter classes are removed from existence, and we will work on them. Actually, there's no work for us to do. There's only Amunet saying, "Can we get the account?" Which I've already gave the order or the request. I already was told all accounts were being passed to Amunet. I want everyone to know that. I was told is that right, Amunet? All the internet accounts that control the social medias and all that were supposed to be passed to you.
Yeah, the social media accounts.
Okay. Anything that couldn't be passed to Amunet would be told that this can't be passed on, and therefore I will come up with another solution. So, as of right now, everybody listening, you have no access to the Metanetter classes per Scribe leaving and discontinuing whatever it is that he did on his end. There are no Metanetter classes accessible for anybody across the world. This solution will be found out within maybe a couple of minutes tomorrow. It only takes a few minutes to either give a yes or no when passing on the account to you, Amunet, or no, I'm not going to move forward because such and such. And then that will be told to everyone. I enjoyed and loved everyone that came to those Metanetter classes. We had a beautiful connection. It was one of the most beautiful things I ever did in my life for people. It was the closest I've ever been to my students as far as teaching, as far as personal things that were said in the Metanetter classes, as far as immortality and spirits and things that were contacted and testimonied in the Metanetter classes. I've never done anything like that before, of that intensity. And we will continue on. And I realize the energy that wants to do what it wants to do to me. We got First Netter. Yeah. And shout out to you, First Netter. You are. I've never seen so much comments from you that I liked before. First Netter is usually always poking or doing something. Doing little pokes and little things. It's fun to watch, but all these comments I've seen from you first. That's the most I've seen you comment, first of all. And shout out to you. And I've even seen James come back. Who's Jamestown? Are you You have to give me your other name. I see Jamestown coming back. Shout out to you, Jamestown. Be very diligent. Great stuff. But yes, I will be. Absolutely. I've seen I haven't seen worse than this. I was gonna say I've seen worse than this. I haven't in all of my 35 years. I've seen people take my face and put their face on it. I've seen people teach and not mention me. And but they were not my loyal students that I took from an English name, having no mate that was interested in any type of commit, having nothing, and building the person up into what they are. The individual that did take my name, peace and blessings to his Ka and his Ba. But that story that I told you all, the individual taking my face and his face is on it, so he's no longer with us. Peace to his Ka and peace to his Ba. But he's no longer with us on this plane. And neither is the other one that was teaching. They're both no longer with us on this plane, but peace and love to them. And the spiritual war that I'm going through. They were good brothers at the time, but peace and love to them. I never mentioned that part in the pod class before. The people that I talked about in the pod class, they're gone into the afterlife. So shout out to them. I have to keep myself here because of the strict war going on right now, and I'm in it strongly. So peace and love to everybody that supports the Tehuti pod class. I was making this longer because I was trying to wait for a Tef to come, but we do have to close out. Shout out to everybody. Yes, Minty, shout out to you. I think Retetua typed something way up at the top there. Good thing I took notes. Nestor says, "I like you, bro." Yeah, I hope so. After every class I've done, I hope you at least like me. Oh, there's nobody in the class that doesn't at least like you. Like me? I hope so. You like me? Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to all the supporters in the Tehuti podcast. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to JJ for coming through, wanting to get me back into debates. JJ, not JJ. He doesn't call himself that. Mandinka Mali, my spirit is not there for that. Not that intensity anymore to defend titles and argue and fight all the time. But shout out to you for having that faith in me that you know that I can go out there and do it, and you want to push me out there because you want to see the best fights. And shout out to all the supporters. Shout out to everybody who gave last minute support, which I'm going to read right now, which is Minty Hotep. Shout out to you, Minty Hotep, for any support from Minty Hotep is beautiful support. Thank you, Minty Hotep. I greatly appreciate your appreciation because you find a way. So shout out to you. I'm going to go ahead and read Minty's support. We're going to get some closing words. And if anybody else that is in the chat that has donated wants to come to the panel, I'm trying to stretch it out for a Tef. I stretched it out half an hour for him, but I don't see him here. If anybody else that's on the chat that wants to come to the panel and speak, absolutely come on and speak, because we're going to do some closeouts, and it'll be really good for me to hear some what is it? Some good positive words with all this chaos that's happening around me at the moment, indirectly around me. I love those. Oh boy. I'm glad this all happened years after I decided to teach all of you. If this happened the first year of Killer Priest, there'd be no pod class. I would not do any of this because I was already pushed away from public teaching. I'm glad I got relationships with Amunet, Kesbetu, Dejed, Minty, and everybody to have the love enough to continue to do this, because if this type of ISFET was happening to me within the first year of the Killer Priest, I would definitely be back just performing magic and training people, and nobody would hear of a Tehuti because I would just teach my family. So shout out to all you for being in Ma'at with me for the years, to keep me having faith to continue to do this, because sometimes I am on the edge of stopping this with these type of sick things that are taking place. But the love of everybody, the love of Retetua, the love of everyone, Angela Gates and everyone, you all are motivating me to continue, because I hope you'll just always be loyal to the truth. So here's Minty Hotep's support. Let me go ahead and okay, here's Minty Hotep's support. Minty, are you there? I haven't seen you on the panel in a long time, young Minty. I was looking back at some of the old pod classes and looking back at the Mentor classes, and I remember you're always there in front of the house with the white wall, and you're there with your feet kicked up in the in your little magic parlor room and such. Good to see you come back again. Your energy is loved on the panel. But shout out to Minty, and I'm gonna get I'll get Amunet, if you can read that for your sister Minty, please.
$5.55 from Minty Hotep for Neb Mary Test, Great Salva with a Black E.
Okay, and like I said, every support that Minty gives, whether she's here or not, whether it's over $20 or under $20, she gets a hand clap. So let's give her a hand clap.
yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Are you putting a reverb on that? Eminette is just echoing like that?
No, I'm not. I did hear an echo, but I don't know why it's doing that.
Okay. Oh, I'm glad you got to hear this, Anpu. Anpu says, I write like a doctor, but I have most classes wrote on paper. Oh, that's good. That's good. I think that's the most I've ever seen Anpu type. All right. Good. You write like a doctor. Excellent. So you and Minty have the note. That's good. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to have Amunet, Nana, and some people myself that I talk to in person. I mean, not in person, but that I talk to. We'll be finding out who has downloaded the meta-editor classes, and we will also try to recover them as that. If I have them in hard form or in a downloaded form, they can always be put back up, because now I have an ice drive account. I was about to say cancel the account, but I have an ice drive account now because I went to try to open up another to fix that. I just have a random account now. So those who have, contact me. I'll put the email up for everybody. Jamestown, everybody who may not be at the pod class as frequently, so you don't have the contact. Where's the StreamYard change? Okay, so here it is. Oh, well, I might as well put up the this for old time's sake. Here we go. So contact me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. This one's going to be different. I usually say if you want a MetaNetter class. I'm going to say this time if you have a MetaNetter class. Kind of strange. If you have a MetaNetter class downloaded, contact this email. You can also contact pod class offices, but contact this one. This one is more priority because this is the one that the MetaNetter classes were sent out from. So contact this email and let this email know that you have a MetaNetter class downloaded, and we will one by one I'll re-download them and re-upload them to the hard drive. Even if we say 15 of them, I don't know how many have been downloaded, but any amount is priceless because I actually can't. Another thing, everybody, I can't teach those MetaNetter classes again. I want everybody to know that as well. So unlike the pod classes, I have them already pre-written out. They're already organized in structure. So if somebody says, do a class on gestational diabetes, I have that class that Retitua asked, so I could just go and do it on Sun. I can do it on any channel. The MetaNetter classes, only about 5 of them were like that. The rest of the classes were me just teaching from myself and showing things, sources live as I was grabbing them from my hard drive. And as I was teaching them, I'd show pictures and here's this and here's that. It was all live. So if somebody says, you know what, I'll pay you, Saba, do MetaNetter class number 65 again. Do MetaNetter class 47. I actually can't. I can't even do them again. That's what makes it so much more invaluable than the pod class, is that I can't do them again. Even if somebody paid me $80,000, they can't be redone even by me. So just letting everybody know that. All right. So, gosh. Ooh-wee. We have from Daryl. Shout out to Daryl. Good brother here, consistent in America. We used to think he was in London. We corrected that. I'm not even sure where that came from, but for some reason, everybody in the pod class thought that this brother was from London, and he came on live and corrected that. That was interesting. But shout out to Daryl, and he came on the pod class live, and by doing that, he let me know how disciplined he was with certain practices he does. So shout out to you in your discipline, and even in his donation, there's a disciplined ritual in his donation. So let me go ahead and give a shout out to him. Put his donation on the screen. And he was very, very honest by saying that he doesn't know if his donations will fluctuate. He's in a position where this is what he can give, and he's more concerned with consistency than fluctuation. So he gives us $5.08, which is a special number to him. And he's been giving this since the very beginning of the pod class, literally since the third or fourth pod class or so. He's been giving this. So shout out to Daryl. I'll read this one. It says pod class 508. To you. Shout out to the last minute supporters. We have Mary N. I want to say it right. Marion, it says, you, I'm assuming that's me, you are the example of love and strength sent out to us all. You are in the adventure of this lifetime. Stay in peace, my brother. Wonderful, Miriam. Tua for that. Definitely stay in peace. And Tua for saying that I am the example of love and strength. That's actually my goals affirmation almost every single morning. So I have all the comedic movements, if there even is any other, maybe a star set. I've taught my students to use the word Mary more than anybody who you've heard in consciousness. Go to any of those channels and watch the people that speak about Black Power or Kemet or Ma'at or Metanetter, and see how many times they use the word Mary for the people. I've embedded it in people's minds since the Killer Priest show, to constantly say constantly use the word Mary, 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 because the frequency that I came to bring is the true definition of love. I don't know if anybody remembers what the true definition of love is, but you remember Nukpu? I don't know. Somebody told me a little while ago, they said, I love you, Tehuti. And I responded with the true definition. I'm like, do you love me now? You love me now? Yeah. So the true definition of love that I brought back to the world was the desire to magnetically draw a goal. So if you say you love a person, that means you have a goal of desire with that person. It's not something you do with that person right then and there. It is a declaration of a future foresight, which makes it much more powerful than the English word love, which can be thrown around. I love fishing. I love my wife. I love my Maserati. I love the New York Knicks. So, yes, this is a love organization. So, Tua, and we need strength and love in this organization, and most importantly, loyalty. Shout out to all the new names that I'm seeing that are coming to have my back or coming to pop up in this conversation that I've never seen. Typing in the chat before. Shout out to I've never seen some of these names before. This one. Shout out to Orcat Capital. Oh, it's actually an easy word. Orca Capital Investments. I thought it was some type of complicated thing. Orca Capital Investments. Shout out to Orca Capital Investments. Just get the login details for that specific account that the videos has, and make the payments. That should recover all the files. Then be sure to back them up. That's exact. Yes, Orca. I'm not sure if you just tuned in, but that is actually how I began the conversation by saying, or began the solution by saying, we've already had that solution with Amonet. Simply it only takes a couple seconds. Get the login details, and then download them to the hard drive. So that can be done. I don't know within a few minutes if this situation can be solved, but shout out and peace and love to you, Orca Capital Investments. But yes, that's already in place, and it's already started before this podcast even started today. But shout out to you for your good intentions, and yes, that is the solution. Okay. I just sent an email to you, Saba, about the class I've downloaded. There we go. There's fast movement. Thank you, Basatut. Wonderful. I will check out that email and move from there. Minty always swap it. I'll swap you a class for a question. Okay. Wonderful. Minty says love is in action. Absolutely. Thank you, Minty. Thank you, Basatut. And says, yeah, let's swap. All right. Minty says, yes, this matrix will do just about anything to throw us off course. Absolutely. That is what Isfet means. Isfet is chaos, which means there's no course to it. It's to throw you off course. So shout out to you. Let's see if there's any more donations. If not, we can go ahead and close out with some positive words. I think there's 2 more emails. Who's this? Oh, that's Boss. Oh, Basatut? Really? Hold on, let me see what this is. Smart Basatut. That's a nice so let me see. Let me count. Oh, there's a hyphen there. So all right. It's more numbers than I'm even seeing. Excellent, wonderful. I'm gonna keep this on unread. So I can get back to this as a priority. Shout out to Basatut. Appreciate you, Basatut. You always seem to come through with things. My cousin has 1 to 20 downloaded. Who is Orca? Who is Orca Capital Investments, and who's your cousin? You never know who's watching the pod class, who's who. But shout out to Orca Capital Investment, who has a cousin who has 20 of them downloaded. So that's excellent, Orca. Shout out to that. Email that I let your cousin know. And because regardless of if he corresponds and wants to give the account, I will definitely find almost each and every single Metanetter class. I have people ordering from all over the world. Hopefully people have downloaded. I already have 38 of them. So there's already 38 of 65. We're already over half without even getting the account back. So, and I contact the people in London, people all over the world. There's people that have Metanetter classes that never come to the pod class. The Mr. Blickett guy, the Mr. Blickett guy is my cuz. Okay. I love it. Excellent. Excellent. Shout out to you. Are you here because of him? Did he get you interested in the pod class, or were you in it with him? Or I'd love to hear your history. Wonderful. I love to see new people. All right, so we have Mr. Blickett, who is the Tehuti, has 20 of them. Basatut has 38 of them, and we will definitely get them uploaded to they'll be uploaded to WeTransfer, and then we're gonna test some uploads to the new ice drive. We're gonna test it and see how that is, and I'm gonna have them double backed up. So I'm gonna have them uploaded to I'm gonna have them backed up in the hard form, downloaded, and to the ice drive, and I'm gonna have them on a separate hard drive that's separate from the. I'm gonna have them in 2 hard drives and 1 upload cloud. So this will never happen again, regardless of what Isfet wants to do to us. So shout out to you, Orca, and Tua to you. If you don't know, Tua means I appreciate, I receive you. Tua to you for letting us know, and I will definitely be talking to Mr. Blickett about that. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody. So we're gonna go ahead and close out. Aminette's face. Hey, Aminette, how you doing? Aminette, what's going on over there? All right, we're gonna go ahead and close out. Anybody want to jump on, do a closeout before Minty? You want to jump on? Anyone? If not, we'll go ahead and close out. I stalled enough for you, good brother Atef Remkem Ma'at. I stalled 45 minutes. I could have closed out the class 45 minutes ago. I stalled. I can't stall any longer. We're going to go ahead and do the closeout because it's now 12 o'clock at night. Blick it. Let's end it off. All right, so we'll go Amunet with the closeout, Kesbetu with the closeout, the Jed with the closeout, and Retetua, if you are there. I saw you type in the class. I don't know if you've been listening or listening to parts, but if you want to even speak from the background and definitely give some words, I'm definitely all ears for it. All right, so we'll start with you, Amunet.
What's up? To my Uratep Tehuti, to all for being safe, protected, and for giving me life, me and Amun, for rebirthing us and for protecting us as well. I appreciate every single thing that you have created and all of your creations that you continue to create. I appreciate your life, all of the breaths you are taking, your never heart beating, and for your whole out and all of your health and protection. Both Amun and I love you all very, very much, and we will continue to protect you and your out. And we'll end with this utterance too. Amun and Amunet, Shasu Emket, Tehuti Kodmeter Emoset Umen. Hutsen her out and Tehuti or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary Heh, Unkujasaneb, and I hope you have a very Nefer Kek, a Nefer night, and a Nefer Upesh, Unkujasaneb.
Unkujasaneb, Shinamat to you, beautiful. Tua, for those words, I'm going to take some of those words into the Upesh with me. Tua for your love, Tua for your Marie, and Tua for representing when Amun is too tired to. He can depend on you that you can do the same job, the same sound, the same everything, and he can sleep comfortably knowing that you represent. So Tua to you for sending love to the Aout. Tua for wanting me protected at all times. You definitely have a protective nature, and you must definitely protect what you only have one of. Tua to you for that. Those beautiful words, and tell Amun when he wakes up that I'm proud of him. And they'll probably ask me, what are you proud of? And then I'll answer him. All right, thank you for your beautiful words, Amunet. Uncle Justin F. Shinama too. You have a beautiful rest, and continue how you are.
Maniac, Uncle Justin F. and then and to offer never life-giving life.
Wonderful. We have Minty says no power. I'm going to assume that means she's on with just her cell phone, and she. Oh, you got the power outage too. We got a little bit of it. Minty lives a little closer to me than everybody else in the pod class, and yeah, that time I got cut off, the power went off as well. So it's raining pretty crazy up here. So shout out to you, Minty. I hope that's the situation that gets resolved. But thank you for telling me. Angela Gates says, I found one class that I saved regarding Emerweet. Downloaded? You downloaded it? Thank you. The Emerweet class. Oh man. You know, while that brother AJ was here, he sent in he had some beautiful questions. The Emerweet was his question, that class. I can't even do it again, but if you downloaded it, send it to me. And I may rewatch it from memory. I'm gonna start rewatching Men in the classes from memories because I can't do them again. And So shout out to you. So we're collecting them. They're being collected. Pretty soon we will have up to 65 classes, and I will start minute a class again. Shout out to you, Angela Gates. Shout out to you, Basatud. Basatud, Minty wants to nominate you for, I don't even know these words. Courtier, what that is. Courtier. What's courtier, Nana? I don't know. I only know it if somebody sends a pod class. I don't have a 2-hour class on courtier. Until then, I don't know what this is, but I guess it's a low level to a high level. Shout out to Minty, courtier to magistrate. I know the magistrates are. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect. Sorry, I'm reading Basa Tut. I'm reading something. We're gonna move on to Kesbetu, but I'm reading this. Shout out to Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect, who's responding to the courtier that I don't know what it is, and magistrate, she's responding to Minty or sent Minty. Shout out to that for the love of the people in the podcast. Okay, now on to Kesbetu Nu Pata Sa Min Ma'at. And give me a moment before you start. I'm going to come off the camera for a minute. Hold on a second.
Greetings, protect to everyone who's still here. While we were just opportunity, I'll speak a little bit while we wait. I appreciate everyone who is supporting Rick Saba. He's already back.
Oh, keep good. Finish it up. I want you. What do you appreciate? Keep going. Finish your sentence.
I was saying I appreciate everyone who is supporting Great Saba Tehuti, and I was also going to say that I appreciate all who are protecting you as well, all who are sending protective energy and who have that intention and who love you. Okay.
Say that last part. It faded out. I heard protective energy, something about intention. Say that again.
For all who intend to protect you and who love you, and I think that's all I said.
Okay. Tua for that. Excellent. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. You gave a second closeout. Thank you. All right, now on to Mr. Blue Man. Yes, he has 6 names plus 1, 2, 3, 4 at the bottom. So Kesbetu Nu Pata Sa Min Ma'at Nuk Pu. These are like 10 names. Go ahead, my good brother, great student, and close us out, please.
Uncle Justin Saba, Tua, to everybody on the panel, to everybody on the chat, everybody watching, Uncle Justin to everybody in the future watching, everybody who supports reciprocity, Min Ma'at, Uncle Justin to those that are learning about Ma'at and Kemet and come to the truth, to realization of Tehuti. Powerful Sakem teachings. I apologize for the situations that keep occurring, Saba, with the ISFET. I know it could be real frustrating. To you for being consistent and not allowing that to stop your pedigree of teachings and pedigree of Marie that you have for us. So Tua for that. I know it takes a lot, because that's not the only situation that you're going through. There's plenty of other isfet that comes about in the matrix that we all go through, and I can only imagine what you go through because you're the shining light, you're the superstar, like you say, you're the target. You know what I'm saying? So two up for that. I appreciate that you acknowledge that you're aware of the situations that you're in, and that you still are consistent. You're still in Ma'at, and you're still centered. That's very nefer. Something to look up to. Like you mentioned, we're not eye to eye. A lot of people want to just view you as eye to eye. Like, why doesn't Saba understand me? Like, it's like, no. You know what I'm saying? Saba is the master, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand what that is. I'm fortunate enough to know what that is. That's why I can resonate with what you're saying and understand and comprehend it. So Tua Saba, I'm excited for the solutions of Medrunetter magic happening again. So that's a nefer thing. It's nefer to see how all these isfet that come about is a catalyst to like a bigger impact, a bigger solution. So I am thankful for these for these isfet for these isfet problems because it keeps getting better and better. You know what I'm saying? Just like the PTA, the Pathways of Awakening, how we had a nefer experience, we had a nefer location. Like it keeps getting better. Like it can't stop my eye or not. You know what I'm saying? So Tua Saba, Tua for this nefer run. Tua for everything you do. So I'm gonna finish off with the affirmation. Let me see here. Sem Hotep Meri Ib Nitiru Ma'at Nuk At Kur Em Kat Ah. I am without evil in my body. Septu Kua. I am wealthy. Ah Sekem Kesef Meret I rise up. I gain the power, and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen Sebau. May I crush the evil one. Se Hetem Na Apep Em Atef Ma Na. May I destroy a pep at his moment. Sekur Na Shimi. I have overthrown the destroyers. M Sau Ka. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru. Aka Ua Kurt FMF Hotep Meri Nitiru Uncle Justin Epsal.
Beautiful, thank you. Every time you speak, you remind me of the Immortal movie. The only movie I've ever heard Medrunetter spoken in. Has you ever heard Medrunetter spoken in movies? Is with out of the Hawk Heru, and you read just like that. And I watch that movie sometimes just to hear them speak like that. It's very powerful. So to it, see you, my great student, good brother, good class attendee, good house of a 10 member, everything. I'm glad you see that things that happen to me, things that happen around that are isfet, are negative. I am going to take it, use it as an example, destroy what needs to be destroyed, and then I'm going to show everyone how it can be transformed into something else. So yes, you are absolutely right. When the situation happened with Pathways, I immediately came in and became involved. I've never been involved in Pathways other than Menku and Scribe saying, is this okay if we do this? That's all I've ever done. Is this okay if we do this, Saba? Is this okay if we do this? And I just come in and say, yes, it is. It's usually always a yes. Yes, it is. Or change this a little bit. Okay, Saba, wonderful, boom. As far as me coming into Pathways, picking locations and all this that was me. That's an example of me coming into the Pathways. That's what happens when I come in, and I only came in because I had to solve this fit. I honor myself as the problem solver, and I will take something that is done and definitely kepara it into a better situation. After I reprimand what's done, though, then transform it, expose it, reprimand it, abolish it, and then transform the existing energy into ma'at. So Tua for recognizing that is literally what I do. Tua for that. Tua for your beautiful words. You have a great sleep. I don't even know if you need it anymore because you slept, you had half a night's sleep already. so yeah, if you want to stay up and do out of body, whatever it is, do whatever you like. And I appreciate you very much for being you, the man in the blue, the real blue room, not the Whitehouse blue room, none of that, not the White House, not the Blue Lodge. No, the real, the patah, the one I gave you on your Ren. Those who am Kesbetu, remember that? The one who lives in the blue. So you continue with that and enjoy your unique life that no one else is doing. This blue, this lights and walking, picking up tortoises and running and jogging and all of this stuff. It's uniquely to you. Keep it up. Tua, and I will see you in the next realm and maybe in the dream state. And feel free to keep sending me your dreams. I do read them every once in a while. You just send me paragraphs of, and Saba, I had this Upesh, and I'm like, holy smokes, the book. What the heck is this? The book of Nukpu. I have a file for you. I have a dream file, Nukpu's dreams. So keep sending them to me. I do read them every once in a while. Shout out to
Yeah, Tua Saba. I got enough for Upesh that I have with you, so I'm gonna definitely email you that. So it's enough for Uncle Justin.
Nice little adventures. It's like my read along adventure. Okay, Nini Uk. Shout out to Owner. Nice to see Owner back with a beautiful avatar of a peaceful flying. It looks like a seagull. Shout out to Owner. And VRI, my young son. VRI, who pops up to Asaba. VRI. Definitely come back on the panel. You and Monroe used to come on. I know your times are different, but your energy is a good London accent. London deep, that 55-year-old deep London accent voice coming out of a 19-year-old body. Come on back. All right, we're gonna. Okay, thank you all for your love for me. Appreciate it.
Hey Saba, Saba, can I read the affirmation at the end?
Oh, yeah. Yes, you can. Yeah. Yes, you can. Where's it, Tef? Tef said he's going to be here early. I said, I'll be there early, so this is early? The latest ever. Well, we closed the class down last week. All right, so yes, you can. We're going to move on to the Jed, and if Retetu is in the back, she can definitely say some words. We don't need her to come to the camera if she has us said, if she's able to, if she's in the same room. All right, on to you. It says the Jed and Retetua, so here we go. On to both of you.
Yeah, I think she's asleep now, so I think she's yeah. Yeah, but Hotep Saba, definitely appreciate your consistency, everything that you do, and definitely appreciate the devotion you have to the Naturu and to the to all the teachings, everything that you give us. Is definitely appreciated on my end. I'm definitely I appreciate the fact that you are devoted to your gift that you have, and it's unwavering in the direction that you want to go, and you never forget your agenda. So Tua to you, Saba, Tua to the Turks for supporting your Dejed and continue to make your life as smooth as possible, and definitely grateful for you, and definitely grateful for everything that you've done with for me and my out. Just always remember, Saba, that like our last meeting that me and you had, like I told you, if I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be here. And I love being here with the House of Atten, and I love spending this time and continue to learn and grow. And I appreciate everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Support the pod class. And as always, Saba, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your mind be established on the foundations of Ma'at. May you rise and come forth as conscious light like the divine Ra, who rises and shines forevermore in Ma'at. I am the Jet to Jim Ma'at, Hem Pao Ku, for everybody in the Tiru, Uncle Jasanel, Hotep Nu, Neferu Pesh.
Neferu Pesh, one moment. Hold on. No, okay. Hold on a second. What was that? Strange. Okay, yes, excellent. Nina, for everything you thanked me for, and Tua for your appreciation of what I've done for you and in your now out, which is, I hope everybody really appreciates that. Even though the word out translates to on a basic level as family, but it means so much more. So now people have outs, which is even more powerful than the English word family. Everybody can refer back to my family class. To it for appreciating that now you have an out, and you have a backing, lovely Hamet who believes in and accepts and knows that what you do as far as the dedication. And now Olivia is a little questioner who is going to grow up more advanced because she's asking questions. By the time she gets to Ratetua's age, she's going to be a master. So all of this is happening right before your eyes, and I'm glad you appreciate that. Yes, I've done this for you, your out, and now it's a beautiful thing with a baby that has a meta name for the first time. And Tua for recognizing my dedication to my stance and my path and my life gift. And then I stand on you. How do you say it? Unwavering. I think unwavering was the word. Exactly right. The min symbol is also a type of a brick. So, and that brick definitely doesn't wave in the wind. So yes, Tua for acknowledging that, and Lunia for everything you appreciate me for, and Ratetua had some beautiful words. I'm going to take that as her closeout. She had a lot of appreciation words before she had to come off the screen. I was listening to when I was in the background, some when I was there, some when I was gone, and I appreciate her dedication to the truth that I'm teaching. So, Uncle Justin Ebshinama to you, and continue on with your growth and your family, Atef, the Medu version of an Atef now, as did the Jet. Somebody asked in the class, what's the Medu word for support? If you're still listening, whoever asked that, go back to my reciprocity class, but just to answer it is the Jed's name, support, which means you are the back of that which is in front of you. So that is a beautiful thing. So keep it up, and definitely I will see you. Anything happening in between? Oh, Monday. Are you working? 6:30?
No, I'll be off by that time. So.
Okay, perfect. So I will see you in the chat Monday, and maybe in the panel when he opens it up, all of you and Perpetua and others can fill the chat as opposed to the mad crazy people. Fill the panel up. So I will see you hopefully on the panel, or at least in the chat typing and supporting. Uncle Justin Ma'at to you Boom. All right. Okay, everybody. Amunet has returned. He's back with us. Are you okay? Everything's great? You went to the next realm and back, or what?
Yes, everything's good.
Okay, good. Excellent. Okay. So we're going to close out with a beautiful affirmation. We got everybody's closing words. And we will close out. To you again, Basatut, for saving over half of the Mennonite classes. Appreciate that. We're going to recover them all. And for my mind's sake, even if I don't even sell another one, but for my mind's sake, we will recover them all. Those are my precious creations. My precious creations of love. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen, and the good brother Kesbetu is gonna read it off, and then I'm gonna go big screen and close it out. We've had a nice 2-hour vibe that was outside of the pod class, an hour and a half vibe that was outside of the donation. So, a beautiful thing. We only get to see each other every once in a while, so it's good to do this every once in a while. Nice little talks. All right, everybody. Kesbetu, are you ready? Were you born ready? Huh? I'm not ready. I'm Sapti.
Septukua.
Say that again. Say it again. What is it?
Septukua.
Septuhua. There you go. I'm not ready. I'm Septuhua. All right. So I'm gonna put the affirmation on the screen. We'll go ahead and read it off. Where's the affirmation? The StreamYard has shrunk everything. Something is
Yeah, it's because there's two lives.
Yeah, everything is shrunk. So for me to look for the past donations and affirmations, everything is little. I gotta squint my eyes. I don't know. Very different now. There it is. I gotta see the affirmation by the color. I can't even read it. I see red and black. So this must be the affirmation. Let's see if I'm right. Boom. Okay, good. Okay, are you ready? Ready, Kesbetu?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wonderful. Let me also change out the Okay. Here we go, everybody. We're going to do the affirmation. And Kesbetu is going to lead us out with it. Okay. There you are.
On the count of Kem, Ua, Sen, Kemet. Anki en Ma'at, Un en Es, Nin Tet Aset en Ma'at, Mina Papet en Ma'at, Her Inui Kiyui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her, I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wonderful. Tua for reading that. That was beautiful. Okay, everyone. Have a good rest, Amunet. Kesbetu, have a good experience, whatever you decide to do. The Jed, have a good rest. I'm going to go big screen and close us out.
To peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, Salah.
Peace and love.
Hotep Marie Ma'at.
Hotep Marie Ma'at. Excellent. Okay, good. Woo, everybody. A lot of extra time went in after the pod class could have ended 2 hours ago. I was waiting for certain people to come on the screen so I could discuss what's happening and give the certain announcements, and also hear the feedback of certain individuals and just speak. And that went a nice hour and a half after the donations were collected. Well, luckily, fortunately, after that, 2 more donations actually came in. So it worked out. So peace and love, everyone. This class was done upon the request of people wanted a part 2, but the specific request of Ratetua. So we can say this class was done for her. And the brother gave a considerable amount, much over what the usual person gives for a pod class for support. So definitely I wanted to give him even more. So tonight, Euclidean Pythagorean math from the Kemetic Ka. That was a wonderful section. The topic was Secret Origins of the White House Part 2 in the green matrix letters. President of the White House and the Wings of Heru, which tie right back into the Euclidean 47 proposition and 47th angle, leading to the ascension of the Ka symbol, which is what the wings, ascended Kepara wings represent. District of Columbia section, showing that as the square, showing that the square all this time was really a triangle when the Masons say the compass and the square. It's actually a triangle. And we covered the 4 and 3 conversion in many multiple aspects. This was a lovely class, one of my favorite classes to teach. And tonight we announced that on Monday, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, I will have a sit down with Jabari to clear things up. To clear things up of what happened in the past, and that will determine whether the future will take place pertaining to a particular debate that Jabari said didn't happen. And we will discuss that and verify if I do agree to this debate. Is it an original debate or is it a rematch? Extremely important detail right there, which we'll be discussing. And we'll be surgically dissecting on Monday, this Monday, November 17th, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Be there, show up, and watch history take place. Peace and love to all the people in the chat that are typing their last goodbyes or last Nefru Peshes. Shout out to there's Basatut Nefru Pesh, okay. Nefru Pesh Au Tua Saba Unk Udas Jasineb. And we have Nukpu's goodbyes, which is Hetep Natiru Per M Aten Anku Jasineb Makaru Sakem Sakuestut Hakurezi Nefru Upesh Dijed Min Ubin Ma'at. And we have a Nefru Pesh all the way from London. Nefru Pesh Tua Sabatu Tiaman Hotep Ra, from a brother who asks some of the hardest questions. He sent in a question about a rock group named Tool. Like, what? How is the class being done on that? Amunet says, Amun and I both marry Uk. Yes, absolutely. And Nukpu, who is Kesbetu Nupata, says 11:17:25 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, 9:30 that should be Eastern time, House of Consciousness. And Minty bids us off with Hotep. Mary Sabah, Tehuti Neferupesh, protection all around you always. Nabcast Tua. Wonderful, everybody. Let me take this off the screen. This was a beautiful night. Peace and love to everyone who supports the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru, the last to actually support the Neteru as sentient conscious beings. The last to teach it, the only to teach it, and the only to support it, and the only to debate it and win each debate on that topic. The Neter are real, the Neter exist. They have always in the culture, and will not let any New Age teacher remove what our ancestors left and taught us. So peace and love, everyone. Shout out to all the great students. Shout out to young Marion Hood, who's stayed up. Marion, where are you? That the time allows you to be up. Where are you in the world? It's 12:35 a.m., 3:35 a.m. certain places. And Marion Hood is still awake, saying, may you be happy, may you be well. Peace to you too. Marion Hood, 1861. All right, everyone. This is Mamba, also known in the Mednetter as Kesbetet, the female of Kesbet, the black soul. Peace and love to you all. Nukpu's celebrating. We are about to end. This was beautiful. Continue to support the House of Aten. Continue to support the phenomenon that is taking place, that is only happening here. Protect the truth. Protect Ma'at. And I will always be here as long as this is protected and supported. Troy, Michigan, Detroit. Marion, you are too wonderful. You are keeping a sane mind and safety in Troy, Michigan, Detroit, with all of the madness and chaos and everything happening over there, that you are able to focus and tune in to such peace and knowledge as the Tehuti podcast. Shout out to all the people that survived Detroit and Chicago, or some of the you have to be strong. Shout out to Marion Hood. All right, everybody, peace and love. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Kesbetet. Continue on with the peace and the love. Continue on with that which I teach. Continue on with being consistent and support. Keep me here, keep this here. And you will always receive this at level 100 every single pod class. Peace and love, everybody. Hotep.